The loud alarm clock made this young man clutch his head as he woke up. Where am I? Why does it feel like the dorm back when I was in college? Am I not in a predicament where boss is biting me to death in the realm of Chuseum? Why am I still alive like this? The young man stared down at his hands in shock. Oh no. Where's my ring? Where's my pill? Why is there nothing left? Wait, what year is it now? Looking up at the projector in the room, T-Tron was dumbfounded. Is it May 1st? 2040. Collecting himself, T-Tron sat in deep thought. But how did I manage to be reborn? In Bahome, it seems to mention that the high-level divine artifact, the dual fish of Triki Sudem, the strongest monster in the realm, can help players come back to life. I never thought this would be real. Luckily, I did not end up putting the dual fish artifact into the ring, or else Go Kixie and Suzy Go would have taken it from me. Remembering everything that happened, he went into the bathroom to look in the mirror, his hand pressed against the sink in frustration. I have loved Go Kixie for over 10 years, yet she ended up with the brother I trusted the most, Suzy Go. Not only that, they also took all my wealth, elixirs, and magical artifacts that led to my demise at the hands of that strange beast. He stared into the mirror. If heaven did not let me die, then in this life, Go Kixie, Suzy Go, I will definitely make you taste the bitterness of betrayal, losing loved ones, and being reborn. The screen now displayed August 1st. 2040. 23. 59. 59. He let himself fall back onto the bed, muttering softly, "Just one last second. Let us get ready." Just then, the ring on his hand shone brightly. A beam of light shot straight into his eyes, creating a red circle around his pupils. And then, the global beta version of Beat Hong officially opened. Everyone is unaware that Beat Hong is not just a game. It will soon spread globally and merge with the real world by next year. Powers. Magical artifacts. Even NPCs and bosses in the game will appear in reality. The earlier you participate in the game, the quicker you can seize the advantage. It has been 10 years. And I am back in this place, where the dream began, in front of a magnificent palace. A large crowd of players gathered, and a beautiful girl flying in excited the crowd. Look at that beautiful lady. That beautiful lady is so dazzling. I can see anything. Looking at the girl, T-Tron thought to himself, the A-Brain is the first door into the game. It seems simple but actually hides mysteries. I must be very careful. Below, the crowd continued to cheer and praise endlessly. He could only think helplessly. Do these fools dare to have wild dreams about the beautiful lady? Suddenly, she flicked her sleeve, and the crowd of players was immediately swept away. Anyone daring to act disrespectfully toward the beautiful lady would be banned from chatting. Or worse, have their attributes permanently reduced. To win the favor of the beautiful lady, one must show true sincerity. Tron immediately became serious and respectful. The beautiful lady smiled. "Mortal, you seem quite decent." Then she stepped closer. "Do you really want to walk the path of immortal cultivation?" "Yes. I am Tron, and I humbly ask for your divine talent." "My lady." "Good. Then I will give you an opportunity." She snapped her fingers, and a divine talent appeared. "In the previous life, your talent was just a business genius. Quite useless. Although you could trade in the market at a 10% discount on spirit stones, it was still of no value. Whatever. If it is a business genius, then so be it. Divine talent does not represent everything. Because I understand Bahong very well, even if the start is unfavorable, it can still be changed." Suddenly, a beam of light shone down. His eyes turned bright red, and the screen displayed Fen Thin changes fate. T-Tron was surprised. Is it a change of fate for divine talent? After being reborn, even divine talent has changed. This talent is truly unbeatable. However, this talent is not just a blessing. It also carries a lot of dangers. But the bigger the waves, the better the catch. The lady spoke up. "I have granted you the divine talent. Now it is your turn to choose your appearance." On the screen, he began to scroll through the list of appearances. They all looked similar, but the attributes were distinctly different. After a moment of consideration, Tron stopped at one appearance. This one. Of all. This is the appearance with the highest charm. In the previous life, lacking experience, I thought being a handsome guy would be boring, so I deliberately chose a mischievous look. As a result, I later realized that the higher the beauty score, the easier it was to gain favor from Apez, so that mischievous look affected me a lot. Players with high charm can easily accept tasks that involve flirting, and they might even encounter bisexual nepsis asking for dual cultivation. Without hesitation, T-Tron selected his character's appearance and equipped it. In this life, I must be a charming playboy. The lady continued. Now you can choose your birthplace. A map immediately unfolded, and he silently calculated. These 4 lands surrounded each other, corresponding to the 4 main professions in Bat Hong. He looked at each name appearing on the map, reading and pondering. V Ninchu was for law cultivation, Nugai Hochu for medicine cultivation, Fmi Tiu for key cultivation, and Hofeng Chu suited body cultivation. His gaze skimmed over the detailed introduction. Based on the foundation, Koi and body cultivation were decided, while law or medicine cultivation was based on spiritual aptitude, and willpower affected NIMP favorability values. As for physical items, there is no need to mention. This time, with all the innate qualities, if I continue practicing law cultivation, I could quickly become the top cultivator in this world. However, law cultivation fits team battles, not solo fights, and can easily lead to being defeated. In my past life, I had experienced a few beatings because I chose law cultivation since quote shit liked it very much. In this rebirth, I should choose what I like. Finally, he resolutely chose Miziteen, and the map instantly vanished. If I want to be the best this time, I must face Minthmingthamgamton myself. The sword cultivator with the highest damage won't fear this issue at all. In this life, I must become the strongest sword cultivator, master of sword control, enjoying the martial world. Shortly after, the young man was transported to the novice village of Mochianzhou. As soon as he arrived, loud noises filled the air. He smiled, feeling a familiar sensation. There are still many players around. Such nostalgia. At this moment, a crowd gathered around an old man, shouting, "There is an old man here. He must be an MP. Don't he crowd in. We have to follow the rules. Whoever accepts the quest first gets served first. So talk to him a bit more to see if there are any hidden quests." T-Tron chuckled to himself. These fools. How could a blatant say have any hidden quests? You clueless noobs. Keep going. I am off to join the sword sect. On the way, he heard numerous complaints around him and thought, you guys take your time finding your way. Just keep stumbling around, and you will get used to it. Suddenly, a female voice called out to Tetron. Hey, young brother, please wait a moment. He turned to see a beautiful girl approaching. My name is the owner of the tailor shop in this village. Would you like to accept a quest? Sister here can arrange something for you. As soon as the beauty appeared, the crowd immediately buzzed. The Annie leaned closer to him, her voice sweet. My husband has been gone for 5 years. Now I am a widow. If you find the quest too difficult, I can help you a bit, so will you accept my sister's quest? Tutron nervously stared at her ample bosom, thinking to himself, is this the innate charm she is throwing at me? I did not expect an NPC to actively seduce like this. If I take the quest and build a good relationship with this beautiful widow, maybe in a few days we could cultivate together. Just thinking about it is not bad at all. Not like in my past life. Li Yin gently wrapped her arms around Tetron, whispering, little brother, have you thought it over? The young man quickly calculated how he could gain affection points with such a good treatment. If so, he should nurture his feelings in the next quest with the lovely widow. Maybe in a few days, he could cultivate with her. If that happens, it would indeed be quite nice. Compared to my past life, I must become the #1 sword cultivator in this life. How can I be distracted by beauty right from the start? He clasped his hands and smiled politely. I actually have other business today. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely come back to you for a quest. Theanning hesitated a bit but still managed to respond. Tetron turned to leave, and the crowd whispered in jealousy. We all did not get a quest, yet he just refused. Is it because this widow MP has taken a liking to him? Is this game really set up this way? From behind, Thienzing still called out to him. Remember to accept my quest. Okay, he replied a bit shyly. I will definitely come next time. In his heart, Tetron reminded himself not to waste time on these side quests. He quickened his pace and headed towards another corner of the village. The real opportunity in 10th village is right here. As Tetron prepared to enter, several other players tried to stop him. Brother, do not go in there. It is just the sound of metal clanging. That guy is not saying a word. He might even be deaf. The young man smiled and clasped his hands in thanks. Thank you for the reminder. I am just taking a quick look around. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. In the forge, a blacksmith was focused on hammering iron. The onlookers saw him ignoring their advice and started discussing among themselves. Why do we care? I heard there is a quest at the village gate. Let us hurry there and get some gear. If you listen to advice, you will eat well. What a pity. How can some people not understand this simple truth? Inside, the blacksmith frowned at the piece of iron in front of him. Why is not this weapon taking shape today? Tetron bent down to check the furnace and thought to himself, what a bunch of uneducated fools. This is the most important NPC in the village. He pulled hard to create more fire. The flames burst forth brilliantly, causing the blacksmith to cheer. Yes, this temperature is still not enough. The fire is too small. The sound of the hammer rang out sharply, and with a sizzling noise, the weapon finally took shape. The blacksmith turned to Tetron with appreciation. Thank you for helping me stoke the fire. My apprentice is not here today, so there is no one to tend to the fire. No wonder it was not hot enough. He pointed behind him. Since you have helped me like this, I will surely reward you. You can choose any weapon here. I will lend it to you for a day, but you must return it to me after 1 day. Tetron felt excited. Completing the quest only granted him the right to use the weapon for a day. Those foolish newbies would surely think it was stingy and be too lazy to continue taking quests. But I am a player who knows what I am doing. The real treasures are still behind. He stepped forward, quickly glanced at the row of swords on the wall, and chose a common iron sword, an ordinary iron sword, with a power level of 3. Then I will take this sword. The blacksmith nodded in satisfaction. Alright, if that is the case, if you can help me find 10 poisonous fangs of the bamboo leaf green snake within a day, I will reward you with a special opportunity. Without hesitation, Tutitron immediately agreed. No problem, I accept this quest. Leaving the forge, he felt a surge of happiness. He was on the right path to becoming a swordsman. As soon as he stepped out holding the weapon, the crowd immediately began whispering about its origin. Tutitron smirked. Inside, there was a guy who had just broken up with his girlfriend and was very heartbroken, so he would sing him a love song, making sure it was sincere enough to move him. Hearing this, everyone rushed towards the blacksmith's house. Tutitron felt a bit smug. You all keep singing and dancing over there. The crowd's noise made the blacksmith angry. He slammed his hammer down on the table and shouted, "Get lost." People panicked and rushed outside, suddenly realizing they had been deceived. At that moment, Tutitron had moved deep into the bamboo bed. From above, a giant python targeted him, diving down like an arrow, mouth wide open with sharp fangs. Undaunted, he shouted, "Green snake, come and face me." The sword in his hand swung up, delivering a fatal blow to it. Blood splattered everywhere, and his cultivation immediately increased by 3 points. With his cultivation raised, he had just started on the path of a sword cultivator and was already in good form. The white snake fell, leaving behind a low-grade pouch made of snake skin. Tutitron picked it up, puzzled. The drop rate for equipment in the wilderness was usually very low, and he did not expect to get this much gear just from defeating a few small snakes. Maybe it was due to the innate luck he had. The young man casually stuffed the pouch into his belongings. First, no need to think too much. Just keep going and butcher the snakes. He then unleashed a series of deadly attacks, causing the green snakes to panic and flee. Upon leaving the forest, Tutitron slung a large sack over his shoulder. Mumbling, "I did not expect that aside from the 30 venomous fangs, I also got over 100 poisoned arrows, and so much money too. What a haul this time." He leisurely made his way back to the village to complete the quest. In front of the blacksmith's table, he slammed down 10 venomous fangs. "Big bro, here are the 30 venomous fangs you needed." The worker eagerly picked them up for inspection, smiling with satisfaction. "Oh, this is great." He then handed Tutitron a letter. "Thank you. Little brother, the quality of these venomous snakes is not bad. This is a gift from me to you." Tutitron accepted the letter, his eyes lighting up. Indeed, this was the letter, a crucial item for joining the sword sect. The front of the letter clearly stated, "Sword sect recommendation." Tutitron curiously turned to ask, "Big bro, just out of curiosity, besides me, is there anyone else who received this letter?" "For now, it is just you." He turned to leave, feeling quite pleased with himself. "I really am the first to receive a recommendation letter. The others are still looking for some task like chasing dogs and cats. How would they know? I can't let those clueless ones find out. I need to hurry to the sect and find a master." Soon after, Tutitron stood in the market, holding up a bow made from snake materials. "Auctioning this off. Highest bidder wins. Come and take a look." Auction for the green snake bow. First round. Anyone willing to bid higher. If I did not need money for a wife, I would not sell it. Everyone quickly jostled into bid. And unexpectedly, a hand shot up, calling out loudly, 50,000. He looked over to see one of the 3 girls approaching. The beautiful lady snapped her fingers confidently. "I can pay cash anytime." Tutitron smiled. "This price is quite nice." "Really?" Suddenly, another man strolled up, raising his voice. "I bid 60,000. He introduced himself. "Let me introduce myself. I am V. Ginego, the president of the VN the Guild." He squinted at Tutitron, thinking, "This guy just got here and already has gear. He must be something special. I will first show some goodwill, and then pull him in. Sooner or later he will be my right-hand man." The people around could not help but be surprised by the appearance of the strange young man. Tutitron stepped up and politely introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Lummy Tutitron." But inside, he thought, what a coincidence to run into him. In his past life, he was among the top 10 on the Upper Heaven leaderboard. The Venant the Guild kept trying to find people to exploit. After rejecting them, they were recorded by the guild, and they ended up suffering a lot. Truly a case of retribution. Vinny Yunhio chuckled, speaking in a friendly tone. "I have heard that Lum brother sold his gear to marry. How about this? Whatever you spend on your wedding, I will sponsor you. Consider it making a new friend." Tutitron skillfully waved his hand. "No need. I just want to sell my gear. I hope you understand." V. Brung brother. Inside, he thought, I already knew, but had to come up with this pathetic excuse. Vidi Nideo stepped closer, stroking the bow. Alright. Lum brother, you managed to get gear right from the start. You must be quite capable. Vini Yunto, I admire people like you. Our guild definitely needs a bow like this, so I want to hold back. The auction suddenly heated up as he and the girl kept raising the bids. The girl bid 100,000. He bid 200,000. She bid 250,000. And he bid 275,000. Tutron quietly observed. wondering which guild this beauty was from that she did not care about Nunaho's face at all. Should I use her to stand against Vogue Aho? The girl unexpectedly raised her hand high. 500,000. Nunaho's face darkened. Little sister, I am Nuo of the Ven the Guild. I advise you not to go against me. The people around were confused, not understanding what these two were doing. Spending 500,000 on a starter item. Crazy. How can we understand the world of the rich? This girl dared to challenge the young master of the Ven the Guild. She must not be an ordinary person. The girl calmly replied, if the price is high, so be it. Each person has their price. So how is that a confrontation? Just because you want this item, does that mean no one else can buy it? Aniho was left speechless, standing stiffly for a long time, while the girl was full of pride in her mind. What does the Vinay and the guild matter? Compared to me, they're just scraps. Finally, Bavinivrunso could not hold back and shouted, alright, fine. I won't buy it anymore. Inside. He cursed. Why did I forget the date when I left the door? To encounter this arrogant thing, I can't be like Bitfi Liu's young master. Spending 500,000 just to buy a starter item, he shouted, let us go. Just as they turned to leave, Titran suddenly called them back. V. Brung brother, please hold on a moment. Huh, is there anything else? Brother Lam, he smiled calmly, having heard of the renowned Venantha Corporation for a long time. If Brother Ving is willing to pay 500,000, I will sell you this bow, hoping that you will look out for me in the future. Vidinineho's eyes lit up. Really, he thought to himself, at least this guy knows the score. The Vunivo burst into loud laughter. Alright. If you ever get into trouble, my Venantha Corporation will definitely lend a hand. Give me your account number so I can transfer the money to you right away. Tutitron secretly felt pleased, leaving a good impression for now, making it easier to deceive him later on. The Vin Yoho held the bow in his hands, laughing triumphantly. Hey sis. What are you staring at? I am not even bothered by you. I hope you remember this after today. And of course, I also hope you join our guild. The girl said nothing, just stood frozen. Titran watched her leave, smirking to himself. Ha, spending 500,000 to buy face. Thanks to you I have gained some money. Truly a foolish rich man. Just wait until he uses it a few times. He will realize the bow's power is limited, and once it is used up, that is it. The important thing is he will only use this bow for a series of useless beginner missions, taking many detours and wasting a lot of time. But as she was leaving, the girl suddenly turned back, her gaze sharp. Why did you go back on your word? Didn't you say whoever offers the higher price gets it? A guy who looks like a dog, but inside he is a scheming ugly. Tutitraun frowned slightly. It seemed he had annoyed her. If that is the case, he should think of a way to compensate them a bit. Then she shouted, let us go. In the wild boar forest, several girls were efficiently taking down 2 boars each for their heads. At that moment, Titran appeared, his light laughter echoing. So you ladies are here. The girl turned around in surprise. Is it you? What are you doing here? Can we talk privately? It will only take 2 minutes of your time. In the forest, the gentle wind blew, sending dry leaves swirling around the 2 figures standing opposite each other. The girl calmly asked first, what do you want with me? Hurry up and say it. But in her heart, she was calculating. It seemed he and Vito Vinaho were not acquainted for long. He might have been deceived by the appearance of Vinanth the guild. Lowering her guard a bit was just giving him a chance. Suddenly, Tutran lunged forward, cheerful expression on his face, extending his open hand towards her, his voice full of charm. I have a top secret piece of information for you at a bargain. Just 500,000. This information can help your guild get past those players. The girl was slightly startled by the close distance, her instinct to guard herself making her lean back a bit. But after hearing what Titran said, she frowned in suspicion. Such important information. Why would not he sell it to Vinunesho? Weren't you just cooperating with him? Wouldn't he selling it to him be better for you? Titran laughed disdainfully, looking up and waving his hand dismissively. Cooperate with me. He is not worthy. I was just playing along with him. I am just a nobody without money or power, so, if you want to eat rice, you just have to bear with it. But in your mind, you are thinking quietly, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. This girl also hates Vinunesho. Looks like there will be plenty of opportunities to collaborate in the future. The girl frowned, pondering briefly. His attitude towards Vinunesho changed too quickly. Just then, a bank account number suddenly appeared in front of her. Tutran casually said, hey sis, just let me know if you are buying or not. This is my account number. I will handle the money and delivery. You can trust me. His confident words made the girl waver slightly. She thought to herself, if what he says is true, then not buying would mean losing that money. Finally, she decisively said, I will buy it. I will transfer the money to you first. A transparent screen appeared in front of her. Just a few taps and it was done. When the transfer was confirmed, she shot him a cold look, while Titran smirked and gave a thumbs up. You are quite generous, sis. The young man chuckled to himself, feeling ecstatic, starting off with a profit of 1 million. Not bad at all. Although later when the game turns into reality, this money will just become useless trash. For now, I still need to rely on it to get by. Back in reality, his screen jumped to 500,000. He tried to maintain a calm demeanor, cleared his throat, and said, "Don't he go hunting wild boars anymore? Hurry up and take the beginner weapon quest." The girl frowned, angry. "What kind of beginner quest is that? Are you trying to trick me?" Her hand was already resting on her sword, ready for anything unusual. Inside, she was on high alert. Could he be sent by Vung Heo to mess with us? If so, today would be the day he meets his end in this forest. Titron naturally sensed the killing intent. He stepped back a few paces, and the wind in the forest grew stronger, but his voice remained calm. "It is just that the way you girls are acting is wrong. The blacksmith is hammering away. If you girls help him stoke the fire for 5 seconds, you will get the quest. If you do not believe it, just send someone to try, but remember to be discreet. Otherwise, this info is not worth that much money." But what is the point of this quest? The important part is the reward. The girl saw the paper in his hand and could not hide her astonishment. "Is this a recommendation letter for the sect?" Titron nodded in confirmation. "That is right. You need this to find out where the sect is to have a chance to join. I have said what needs to be said. Now it depends on you." Finishing his words, he crossed his arms and turned to leave, but the girl hurriedly called out to him, "Wait, why are you only selling such important information to me?" Titron just glanced back, half smiling, half teasing. "Who knows? Maybe it is because you are cute." His unexpected comment left her speechless for a few seconds, unsure how to respond. Just then, a group of people rushed over, shouting in panic, "Ein Lin, save us!" Behind them was a massive wild boar charging forward with overwhelming ferocity. Yuan Lin's eyes widened in horror at the sight before her. The crowd was running and shouting, "Yuan Lin, we are done for. We have encountered a boss." A girl looked back and immediately was frightened by the huge head of the wild boar. This wild boar was definitely bigger than the others. Yuan Lin quickly composed herself, shouting, "Run quickly. Retreat now. We do not have enough people. We can't defeat this boss." In the midst of the chaos, Zichen stepped out right in front of them, calmly saying, "You girls are so lucky. The strongest boss in the newbie village has been discovered by you all. If you do not plan to take this boss down, I want to be polite about it." One girl in the group gasped in surprise. "He is going to take on the wild boss." Golden leaves fluttered down around Titron's figure. He extended his hand toward Ein Lin and her group. "Right, I just sold my bow. Can you lend me a sword for a bit?" Ein Lin did not hesitate. Shouted back, "Take this. Whether you live or die depends on your luck." Titron slowly drew the sword from its sheath. A killing aura surrounded him, his eyes turning green, and the blade glimmered with a cold blue light. A girl with gray hair beside Ein Lin murmured, "He won't die. Will he?" Another girl across from her covered her mouth and laughed. Is he trying to impress Ein Lin by pretending to be a hero? Probably. He is quite handsome, enough to pursue our Ein Lin. Hearing this, Ein Lin's face turned crimson. Embarrassed, she retorted, "You brats, do you want a beating?" But the girl laughed even louder. Ein Lin is so embarrassed. Meanwhile, Titron had jumped into the battle. He moved agilely, continuously dodging attacks and swiftly landed the first strike. In his mind, he felt a twinge of regret, thinking if he had known, he would not have sold his bow. If he had arrows, he could have taken down this beast easily. He swung his sword at the wild boar, but it only left a shallow cut, almost doing nothing as it roared angrily and charged. Titron quickly jumped up, dodging its attack. Dirt and rocks flew under its heavy claws. He frowned, thinking, hitting the weakest spot without drawing any blood is useless. Titron landed lightly, suddenly grinning mischievously. An idea sparked in his mind. If it is useless, then he will have to use tricks. Without hesitation, the young man sprang up, dashing back while teasing the wild boar. "I am running." The wild boar roared and changed direction to chase after him. Ein Lin and her group watched the scene of one man and one beast chasing each other through the forest. Everyone was stunned. Ein Lin mumbled, "Is he giving up?" A girl beside her burst out laughing. "The sight of the handsome guy running away is just too cute. I bet he won't escape. How could he run away? Or maybe I am just scared to death." Ein Lin blushed and sighed. Who said he was acting tough? Luckily, he is still a newbie. Dying a few times is not a big deal. It is a lesson to learn to not act tough in the future. In the meantime, Titron was still moving at breakneck speed. Suddenly, he flipped to the side, smirking provocatively. "You boar, go die." Immediately, the wild boar slammed into a massive rock ahead. One of its tusks flew off, and its health bar immediately dropped. Not stopping, the violent collision caused the rocks above to crash down, hitting the wild boar. Its blood count continued to drop steadily. The group of Ein Lin on the other side gaped, their eyes wide, and it took them a moment to stutter out a response. Could it really be like that? The wild boar was now enraged, rising up, its eyes searching for prey. Titron hid behind a tree, his eyes now glowing red, with a strange smile on his lips. Suddenly, he charged out, rushing straight at the monster, jumping up to unleash a flurry of fast and precise strikes, each one lethal. Unexpectedly, the wild boar showed signs of mutation. T-Tron exclaimed in shock. Another one. He did not stop, swinging his sword again, but the wild boar zigzagged around in a small circle. A crack sounded, and its remaining tusk fell off. The wild boar's blood count dropped to only 20%. T-Tron immediately rushed in from behind, his expression fierce, eyes blazing with killing intent. He gathered all his strength. Gripping the sword tightly, he shouted, "I will see you again." Wild boar. The final strike of his sword plunged straight into the boar's head. He landed lightly, and behind him, the massive body of the boar fell with a thud. Instantly, a ball of bright red fire appeared above T-Tron, surrounding him, but instead of fear, T-Tron spread his arms wide, taking a deep breath, savoring this moment. Just then, the system notification rang out repeatedly. Cultivation level 70, early stage K refinement, heaven-defying talent activated, reverse fate doubling all attributes. The young man was filled with joy. So, I have entered the key refinement stage. This is the first step on the path to immortality. I have officially become an immortal cultivator. I never expected to level up so quickly, thanks to my good luck in encountering this wild king. The system voice continued, activating the heaven-defying talent, the reward being a random talent, identifying the random talent. Bloodline enhancement, increasing blood by 10% with a potential to level up 3 times. T-Tron clenched his fist, joyfully thinking, my blood count has increased, which is extremely beneficial for the early stage. My attributes have already doubled, and now with the blood count increase, it adds another 10%. Compared to other early stage key refinement cultivators with 1000 blood, I have 2000 points. Reverse fate is truly divine. Shortly after, the system voice rang out again. Congratulations to the player for defeating the boss from the newbie village, the 8 Wilds. Do you want to announce it to the whole world or remain anonymous? Hearing this, T-Tron laughed. Anonymous? Why would I do that? Instantly, notifications appeared all over the game world, causing a stir in the player community. Players in various locations buzzed with excitement. The game was just recently released, and someone has already killed a boss. Others began to discuss, who is this T-Tron? Such a powerful player. Which guild is T-Tron part of? They must have used a strategy of overwhelming numbers to achieve this. Perhaps he only got the last hit. Over here, Einlin also saw the notification pop up. Her heart suddenly stirred, so it turns out his name is Lam Tran. The dust around the boss began to clear, revealing a pile of dazzling items in front of him. The Xichvan sword, the Triyu Kwang staff, the He running movement set, and countless shiny gold coins. T-Tran thought in amazement. Such a haul of equipment indeed proves his extraordinary luck. But suddenly, a fierce bolt of lightning flashed above, startling him slightly. The system voice immediately followed, explaining his confusion. In 30 minutes, the heavenly tribulation will descend. Please be cautious. Without hesitation, he quickly gathered all the loot, clutching the bag of items as he prepared to leave. Is the side effect of the reversal of fate coming now? When breaking through a realm, it will definitely lead to a heavenly tribulation. If the tribulation fails, his soul will be scattered. I need to hurry to the sect. Only the elders can save me. With that thought, the young man bent down and dashed away. But just a few steps later, Oinline unexpectedly blocked his path. She smiled cheerfully. Let us be friends. If you get any equipment later, you can sell it to us, and I guarantee you a good price. T-Tran quickly replied, okay, just leave your name and ID for her, then slipped away. His voice echoed from afar. Here's my ID. Add me. I have something to do. See you later. Immediately, a system notification appeared before Einlin, indicating she had become friends with T-Tran. Oinlin watched as he ran further away, blushing as she muttered, he is so strange. What is so urgent that he runs so fast? Are we really scarier than the Wild King? At this moment, the sky was filled with increasingly dense bolts of lightning, the blinding light illuminating the space. T-Tran was running while panting. Secretly delighted, finally reached the sect. Please take me in, great elders, and help me withstand this tribulation. He dashed straight toward the sect, weaving through a crowd that startled and stepped aside. Someone shouted loudly, what is with that guy running so fast? Is he trying to reincarnate? But immediately after, they looked up. The sky had darkened suddenly. Thunder rumbled violently, with lightning crisscrossing like tangled wires tearing through the sky. The crowd began to panic. Why did the sky suddenly darken like this? Just moments ago, it was clear. Unless that person's words had not yet finished, a stern female voice interrupted. What is all the commotion here? From above, a girl in a white robe descended, her serious gaze sweeping over the crowd. At the sight of her, everyone immediately cheered. The sect master is here. The sect master is here. We pay our respects to the sect master. The sect master frowned, her voice full of seriousness. Is this the heavenly tribulation? Unless one of the direct disciples of some elder has broken through. People turned to look at each other curiously. Who broke through? I wonder. I have no idea. Just then, T-Tran finally arrived. Shouting loudly, a new disciple, Lam Titran, please save me. Esteemed elders, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky and struck downward. Titran's face turned pale with fear, but fortunately, at that moment, he managed to kneel down, holding up the letter. He shouted, Esteemed elders, please save me. The heavenly tribulation roared down right above him, causing Titran to shut his eyes tightly, while Long trembled inwardly. Right now, he basically had no power to withstand the pressure of the heavenly tribulation, only able to rely on the elders to come to his rescue. Just at that moment, as the heavenly lightning was about to strike, an elder quickly raised a magical shield to protect him. Titran gasped in astonishment, feeling relieved in his heart. Thank goodness. Just not dying is good enough. If I were to die under the heavenly tribulation, I would have to be reborn, wasting time and losing a bit of opportunity. An elder observed the scene, clasping his hands in amazement. Quite refining disciple can attract the heavenly tribulation. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. This disciple is truly extraordinary. Nearby, a female elder nodded in astonishment. If this disciple were to become a great elder in the future, his master would surely be proud. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, What a genius! Hurry! Elder Thungait rushed over, grabbing Titran's hand, cheerfully saying, This disciple has not taken a master yet. Why not take me as your master? I can ensure you have all the resources you need for your training. But as soon as she finished speaking, another elder interrupted. Elder Thungait, being a female cultivator, this male disciple should be under my guidance. Thungait's face immediately darkened with anger. Elder Thanting, you have so many disciples already. Do you really want to take mine too? Elder Thanting could not help but retort. Elder Thungait, what do you mean? Titran stood in the midst of the contention, feeling quite pleased. Just as he had expected, the sect had great elders to help him withstand the heavenly tribulation. And there were even many elders wanting to take him as their disciple. Not bad at all. However, he still had to keep a low profile, not showing too much excitement, as it could negatively affect the elders' goodwill towards him. Amid the tense argument, a dignified voice suddenly cut through. It would be best if this new disciple becomes my disciple. The crowd immediately fell silent, looking at each other in shock. What a surprise! Elder Thungait furrowed her brow, thinking to herself that the sect leader actually wanted to take a disciple. Elder Thanteng shared her surprise, wondering if this was a break from tradition. Sect leader Luna Yun stepped forward, her expression serious yet dignified. Titran, are you willing to become my disciple and enter the inner hall for cultivation? Immediately, the system's voice echoed in his head, reactivating the opportunity of the Thane Din sect. The current sect leader, Lunafient, wants to accept you as her disciple. Will you accept? Titran was so excited he almost laughed, thinking, wait, the sect leader of Thin Din wants to take me as her disciple. Of course, I agree. Without hesitating for another second, he immediately knelt down, clasped his hands, and bowed his head, his voice ringing out clearly. I am willing to be your disciple, Master. Lun Fiyuan looked pleased. From today on, you are my only disciple. Lun Fiyant, now, stand up and follow me. Titran raised his voice. Understood. In his heart, he could not help but imagine himself hugging Lun Feiyan's perfect legs. It was just too wonderful. Just entered the sect and already got this huge thigh. The master's legs are smooth, white, and long. Meanwhile, in the inner hall of the Heavenly Sword Sect, the gentle voice of Fei Yen rang out. The main hall is the most important area of the Heavenly Sword Sect, a tranquil place undisturbed by the outside. From now on, you will practice here, and later I will arrange for a disciple to provide you with the essentials for a new member. She will lead you to your quarters. Titran happily clasped his hands. Yes, Master. Hearing this, Lan Feiyan nodded slightly, and before turning away, she reminded, once you understand, come to the main hall to find me. Titran immediately bowed his head, respectfully saying, I will remember, Master. He watched the figure of his master fade away, thinking to himself, this headmaster is really cold, but that is okay. Things will change over time. An hour later, Titran sat on the steps, resting his chin, wondering, why has not the disciple my master arranged for come yet? Forget it, I might as well go find it myself. He walked while observing his surroundings, silently assessing. The inner hall of the Sword Sect felt like a royal palace. Not knowing how many hidden tasks were waiting, in front of him appeared a particularly special palace that made the young man pause. Thinking, this palace is really unique. I should try going in. As he pushed the door open, a loud shout startled him, making him flush. Who is it? Right before him was a young woman undressing, and Titran's mind was in a panic. Is this the master's palace? He stammered, Master, I am sorry to disturb you. Immediately, a burst of light flared around the master, sending a beam straight toward him, causing him to fall backward. The master's cold voice rang out as she approached. Who dares to let you wander into my palace? Titran quickly knelt down, speaking earnestly. I'm sorry, Master. I have been waiting for the disciple you arranged to arrive, but they have not come yet, so I went to explore this place. I did not mean to intrude on your palace. Inside, he silently cursed. Damn it. What bad luck. Please do not let this affect the master's opinion of me. The master sighed softly, holding a pill, her voice gentler. Forget it. Ignorance is no crime. I won't hold it against you this time. In the future, without my order, you must not enter this place. No exceptions. Saying this, she tossed the pill to him. Titran caught it in surprise. A mysterious quality pill. After taking it, in 5 minutes, all combat attributes increased by 30 points, and in a non-combat state, it can restore 3,000 stamina. He was even more astonished. The headmaster is indeed generous. Casually tossing out a high-quality pill like that. The door closed behind her, and Titran bowed respectfully. Thank you, master. He carefully tucked the pill into his chest, thinking to himself, I should not take it right now, better to save it. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from afar. Titran turned around. Thinking, the guiding disciple my master arranged has finally arrived. Unexpectedly, a light foot landed right in front of him, and a cheerful voice rang out. Little junior brother, hurry up and greet your senior sister. Looking up, you see it is Nam Kung Yingite, the late-stage crystallization disciple of the Heavenly Performance Sword Sect. Titran immediately bows. Speaking respectfully. Junior brother, Titran pays respects to you. Senior sister, Nam Kung Gite smiles proudly. Well, junior brother knows his manners. My name is Nam Kung Gite, with late-stage crystallization cultivation. If anything happens in the future, I will take care of it for you. A system notification appeared. Nam Kung Gite gained 10 affection points. Current affection level is seen as an enemy. You still maintain your manners. But can T help thinking? Just met and the affection already skyrocketed. This game really does rely on appearances. Titran smiled and continued. I never expected senior sister to be not only beautiful but also have such high cultivation. I am truly in awe. Nam Kung Gite covered her mouth and giggled. I never expected you, little junior brother, to be so flattering. You cleverly followed up. There is a saying, cultivation must be profound, not just about appearances. Then you leaned closer and whispered. Every effort daily can't compare to just flattering someone. Right? Nam Kung Gite burst into laughter. Ha! The system notification grants 5 affection points. Current total is 15. Titran smiled. Thinking, the affection is rising so quickly compared to Master Lun Fiyen. This senior sister Nam Kung Gite is really much more approachable. You know that the level of liking between players and IPCs directly affects the activation of hidden missions and opportunities. From just meeting to being inseparable, a mischievous thought crossed your mind. If the affinity with an opposite-sex MC reaches the level of mutual affection, physical intimacy could be possible until the bond is forged. After opening the female prison, the image of you and Nam Kung Gite being intimate flashed through your mind, causing you to remind yourself, although it is very hard to increase affection for MPEVs, in your past life many players were infatuated with NPCs but ended up with nothing good. Suddenly, you coughed up blood. Cough, cough, cough. Nam Kung Gite exclaimed in panic. Junior brother, what is wrong? When were you injured? Titran quickly thought. With internal injuries like this, without medicine, it would be very hard to recover in half an hour. Although your injuries have nothing to do with this little senior sister, her affection for you is not low. So you might as well take advantage of this to see what rewards you can get. The young man stood up, shaking his head, trying to appear calm. It is fine. I just wanted to explore a bit before you arrived, but accidentally wandered into the master's quarters and got injured by my master. Nam Kung Gite blushed. Self-blaming. So it is because of me. Everyone blames me. Indeed. The sect leader entrusted me to take you to your residence, but I got so caught up in reading romance novels that this happened. She quickly took out a pill. This is a Kai replenishing pill. You should take it quickly. You reached out to accept it, your voice warm. Thank you. Senior sister. Inside, Titran felt pleased. Not bad. Got something good again. Nam Kung Gite still blamed herself. It is all my fault. If I had not been reading romance novels late into the night, how could you have been injured by the master? You gently shook your hand. Reassuring. How can I blame you? Senior sister. It was my own reckless actions. Nam Kung Gite smiled with emotion. You are like this again, helping me out. Little junior brother, you are really too kind. System notification. Gained 5 points of goodwill. Current total is 20. She unexpectedly took out a jade pendant and handed it to him. Here, take this as compensation for your family. Spirit item jade pendant. Defense 10. Heart protection 5. Recovers 1% mana every second after exiting combat. Nam Kung Gite tossed the jade pendant playfully. Little junior brother, take good care of it. Titran caught it, exclaiming in surprise. Senior sister, this jade pendant is a spirit-grade equipment. It is top-notch, and the spirit skills are even more powerful. Nam Kung Gite patted her chest proudly. Is that all? My senior sister has plenty more precious jade. Come on. I will take you to where I live. All the basic equipment for newcomers is there. He smiled gently. Thank you. Senior sister. Tu Trenchan strapped the jade pendant to his waist. Feeling secretly pleased, Min Din is really skilled. How could a newcomer grab a treasure like this? That is why the P's in Bet Hong must be treated like real people with feelings. But right now, only I, the reincarnated one, know about this. Nam Kungangite led him to a place thick with spiritual energy. She introduced, this is the Earth Grade Spirit Gathering Formation. Just meditating here will significantly speed up your absorption of spiritual energy. Nam Kungite smiled and said, besides, my place only has a mysterious grade spirit gathering. I really admire you. Titron pondered. Usually, newbies would find a place to meditate offline, but their cultivation would increase very slowly. I never expected to find an Earth Grade Spirit Gathering Formation here. Could it be that the master specially arranged this for me? Nam Kungite patted his shoulder, smiling kindly. Alright, my mission here is complete. Little junior brother, see you later. Titron thanked her. Yeah, you have worked hard. Senior sister. After a while, he sat down quietly to cultivate. With a low-grade key refining aptitude and an Earth-grade spirit gathering formation, the speed of meditation increased by 52 points per hour. It is truly incredible. The cultivation speed here is dozens of times faster than normal ki refining. He thought excitedly, with this speed, maybe after just 3 hours of offline meditating, I could max out my ki refining level. Master, see you tomorrow. For now, I will go offline. Titron suddenly jolted awake, looked around, and sighed. I am back. He picked up his phone to see a new message. Your account balance is 1,661.782 yuan. Titron jumped up, joyfully shouting, this is amazing. In just 5 hours, I made over 1.6 million. In this world, I can finally change my tragic fate completely. The next morning, on a city street, Numum Lam parked her shiny motorcycle in front of an apartment building. She dismounted and took off her helmet, revealing her radiant beautiful face. At the apartment door, before she could knock, the door swung open. Titron peeked out. Smiling, you are here, she asked in surprise. Why did you call me here so early? I still have to prepare for my morning run at the gym. Titron replied casually, it is nothing. I just wanted you to see my new apartment. She walked in, looking around and complimenting. Is this the new place you rented? It is not bad. Titron sat down on the sofa, smiling. Of course, the rent is between 5 to 6,000 a month. Nahum Lam smirked. Little lemon tea. You really know how to enjoy life. Then she walked around to the back of the sofa, raising an eyebrow and asked, you spent this much on my gym membership fee. Titron laughed and answered nonchalantly, what else could I do? Anyway, I can't afford to pay it back, so I might as well spend it quickly so you won't have to worry. Before he could finish, Numum Lam lunged forward, grabbing his collar, spun him around, and pushed him down onto the sofa, angrily squeezing his neck and shouting, what did you say? You are such a heartless jerk. How dare you spend my gym money like this? Titron was gasping for breath, unable to speak. She tightened her grip around his neck with one hand and raised her fist with the other. Alright, let us see how I can turn you into a punching bag. Titron, struggling beneath her, stammered, Nunham Lam, wait a second. Suddenly the atmosphere fell silent as the tension rose. Numum Lams, her face turning red as she was about to hit him. The two slowly sat up, silent. The atmosphere suddenly turned somber and then unexpectedly. Nim Lam shouted, her face flushed. Titron, do you dare to take advantage of me? Titron raised his hands defensively, panicking. I am not broke, do not talk nonsense. Suddenly, a knock came from outside. Lum, the gaming chair you ordered has been delivered. Please open the door. Titron sighed in relief and called out, wait a moment, then turned to Nunham Lam. He sulked, I earned some money in the game, so I bought you a gaming chair. You go use it first, or I will just return it. Hearing that, Num Lam immediately changed her tone, smiling, no, please do not. You bought it already. How could I return it? Both sat on the sofa, watching the installation staff busy at work. Titron casually joked, is a gaming chair enough to cover the gym money I owe you? I do not think it will fit in the school dorm. If I put it in your house, your dad might break it. So I placed it here to give you another room. After hearing that, Numalam immediately ran over to the gaming chair. Her eyes brightened. Let us do that. This is the latest gaming chair. Let me take a picture and post it on my friend's circle. Tutron watched her, thinking, oh, she is not mad anymore. Money really can solve 99% of problems. So I need to hurry back to the game to earn more money. A little later, in the game at the T Lane Trun, the two were sitting and cultivating. The sect master, Lunafient, looked at them with admiration. Not bad. Your talent is indeed the best I have ever seen. In just a short time, you are about to break through. Titran clasped his hands respectfully. Thank you, master, for your praise. It is just that Duna's cultivation is stuck at the early stage of refining Ki, and I do not know how to break through. But in his heart, he is calculating that each small stage requires special elixirs to break through. First, let us see if you have any elixirs that can help me break through, he thought. Just then, a pill appeared in Ling Fiyen's hand, her tone calm. I have a top-grade Ki condensing pill here. Only by using it can you break through to the mid-stage of refining Ki. Titran immediately extended his hands to receive it, smiling brightly. Thank you, master. He was delighted inside, thinking that this was an elixir only top sex would possess. Ling Fiyen continued, her voice serious. Although you have great talent, you must understand that a true powerhouse does not rely solely on high cultivation or levels, but also on experience gained through countless battles. Titran nodded respectfully. Master is right. Flowers in the house cannot step onto the path of immortality. Only great trees growing in thunderous lands can seize the path of eternal life. In my past life, I discovered that the mechanics of this game are extremely high. Your cultivation can be enhanced with money to buy equipment, but combat experience can only be gained through real battles. Seeing him respond calmly, Ling Fiyen admired him even more. It is not easy to gain such insight. You are truly calmer than I expected. The system notification sounded, increasing Ling Fiyen's favorability by 5 points. Now totaling 5 points. A first impression like an old acquaintance. Titran heard the notification and felt overjoyed. To think he could earn favor with the sect leader. If this trend continues, becoming the sect leader would not be too bad. A scene of intimacy with Ling Fiyen flashed in his mind, but he shook his head to remind himself, wait, do not get confused. In this life, I must become a sword cultivator. How can I be weak in front of a woman in love? Ling Fiyen stood up, her tone decisive. If that is the case, you should go accept a sect mission and choose a difficult one in the refining Ki realm. After completing the mission, this spirit-gathering pill will be yours. Titran clasped his hands. Understood, master. The sect leader handed him a scroll. Before you undertake the mission, I grant you the Heavenly Transformation Heart Sutra. This is the core technique all disciples of the Heavenly Transformation Sword sect must master. The higher your cultivation of this technique, the greater the benefits. I hope you will practice it diligently. Titran received it, saying sincerely, thank you, master. But inside, he smirked softly. Although it was said that all disciples could learn this technique, outer disciples had to complete sect missions to study it, while he did not need to. A moment later, at the outer hall of the Heavenly Transformation Sword sect, he looked around and thought, there really are not many players joining any sects. That is understandable. The mission for sect recommendations is hidden, and one has to be really focused to discover it. It will probably take a little more time before more players join the sect, but it does not matter. I have already grasped the opportunity to become an inner disciple. Suddenly, bright voice rang out behind him. Hey, handsome master. Then another girl chimed in, a bit excited. Ein Lin. It really is him. Titran turned around, catching the bright smiles of the two. He thought to himself, a mischievous grin creeping on his lips. Tico Line had really joined the sword sect after getting the news. Not bad at all. She has many friends, and I will definitely need her help later. Titran smiled lightly at Ein Line. What a coincidence. You joined the sword sect too. Ein Line nodded, her eyes sparkling. Yeah, I like using swords, so of course I chose the sword sect. After hearing that, he turned around and waved. I still have to go on a mission. Let us talk more next time. Ein Line watched him leave, feeling a bit disappointed. She had not finished speaking yet. The girl next to her chuckled teasingly, also quite cold. It would be tough for Ein Line to pursue him. Hearing that, Ein Lin's face flushed slightly. The two quickly went to accept a mission since they needed 3 more points to exchange for the Heavenly Mind Sutra. At the mission board, Titran was reading the Heavenly Mind Sutra when the voice of the overseeing disciple rang out. You, next. Titran stepped forward to salute. Disciple Titran wishes to accept a mission. The female disciple at the front said cheerfully, Little brother, hurry and choose a mission. Just a reminder to prioritize missions that suit your abilities. He carefully examined the mission board. Trum TD. The simplest mission is just to collect common herbs, offering no benefits except a bit of experience. It is a total waste of time. The next level mission is just hunting a few spirit beasts in the Ki refining stage. Not much help for real combat skill training. Suddenly, the young man's eyes lit up when he spotted a special mission card. Fidi Dixie. Hell level mission. Titran calculated in his mind. A special mission. Huh. And it takes place in Fingyik Thien. Based on my knowledge of that place, I can definitely handle it. He pulled down the mission card, clearly describing the mission to help the Heavenly Mind sect retrieve a lost secret technique. Introduced the disciple of the sword sect, Tranong Hai, who was killed outside, to help Tranong Hai take revenge and reclaim the secret technique. Reward: 100 low-grade spirit stones, 100 contribution points, 1 high-grade spirit gathering pill, 1 unmatched spirit item, and a hidden reward. The female disciple at the front looked at him, surprised, and reminded him, Little brother, this mission is very difficult. Do you want to think it over? The one who killed Trending Fum is likely at the late Kwai refining stage, which is quite a bit higher than his current level. Plus, the sex rule is that disciples can accept new missions while having tasks in hand. Tron smiled, his voice firm. Thanks for the reminder, but I want to change my mind. I have to choose this mission. Around him, whispers mixed with mocking laughter. This guy is really bold, daring to take a hell-level mission. The mission has clearly warned that the opponent could be at the late QI refining stage. How will he manage to take on this challenge and protect his life? Even if the opponent's level is high, there is very little clue in this mission. Finding the murderer is like searching for a needle in a haystack. There is a saying, when you are weak, you still want to blow the wind. Well, let us just wait and see him get slapped in the face. A moment later, Tutron flew toward Tunyek just landed. You look around and think, this is the important place to complete the mission. Suddenly, a few beautiful women approach, flashing seductive smiles. It turns out to be fairies from the Heavenly Sword sect, welcoming the esteemed guest. Lam Mun, fairy big brother, come inside with us. On the high steps, a man named Leitu stands with his hands clasped, laughing heartily at the crowd below. The head of the Suzumu Vitao Temple, Moff Than, has just broken through to the divine transformation stage, making the Vexo Temple even stronger. In the extreme land of Tiu Kok, the 100-flower fairy is marrying the elder of the Chai Duong sect, truly making the strong even stronger. Tran sits in a corner, holding a cup of hot tea, his gaze calm but secretly calculating. What is there about the big and small matters in the 8 wilderness that he does not know? His daily job is to tell stories and reveal news to everyone while earning rewards. If he patiently listens, he will definitely find clues about this mission. Suddenly, he slams a stone-like object down on the table and speaks clearly, attracting all eyes around. Truong He, Kwai refining disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, was killed after going out for training. The murderer is Chu Ho, a rogue cultivator in the late Kai refining stage. This person is from the demonic path, so his actions are extremely ruthless. Seeing Lei Tu act like that, Tran secretly rejoices. Finally, what he has been waiting for has arrived. As soon as Lei Tu left, you quickly chased after him outside, calling out, Lei Tu, please stop for a moment. I want to buy some information. In your mind, you quickly calculate that most new players would rush to the scene as soon as they got a hint. But I am different. I know how this game works. If I want specific clues, I need to shell out some cash. Hearing the call, Lei Tu turned around, his eyes flashing with cunning, but he still smiled and asked, you want to buy information? No problem, as long as you pay up. Lei Tu, we'll answer everything. Without hesitation, Tran tossed him a silver pouch and asked directly, where is that Chuo? Lei Tu took it, smirking as he said, Chuho is quite lustful. He often appears in the Lukuho area of Phoenix Melody City. You can go there to find him, but there is one very important piece of information about him, which will require 5 more spirit stones to see if you are willing to part with them. Tran smiled comfortably. It is a small matter. Lei Tu nodded and continued. Lei, look at this brother here, with his kind face. So I will remind you, although Chuho is just a late-stage Kai refining rogue cultivator, he has an older brother named Chu Then. This person is already a foundation establishment cultivator, so you must be careful. In Phoenix Melody City, the Thungayat building is filled with laughter and chatter. Hey there. Come here. So annoying. Drink another cup. Hey, finish this drink and then you can come into my room. Outside the building, a few charming girls send Chuho off. Young Master Chu, please come again next time. We will definitely wait for that day. Chuho, drunk and giggling, swayed and said, sure, wait obediently for young Master Chu. Next time, each of you needs to line up for me. From a hidden corner, Tran stood with his arms crossed behind a large pillar, his gaze sharp and cold. The target has appeared. Under the gentle moonlight and cool breeze, Chuo stumbled through the forest, suddenly alert and looking around. Who is there? Tran charged forward, his voice icy as he spoke. It is you who came to take your life. Chuho immediately drew his sword, standing in a defensive posture while sneering. So it is just a kid in the early stages of Kwai refinement. You are just a disciple of the Heavenly Transformation Sword sect, and you dare to come find me for revenge. He roared and lunged at him. I see you are tired of living. But Tran calmly dodged, making Chuhu even angrier as he spun his sword wildly, his body whirling like a tornado. In an instant, Tran countered with a lethal strike that sent him flying back. Chu Hio fell to the ground, panic on his face. No way. You are just a Kai refiner. How can you have such strength? Tran chuckled lightly, his tone dismissive. It is not that I am too strong, but rather that you are too weak. He thought to himself, after finishing the Heavenly Transformation Heart Sutra, all my combat attributes increased by 5%. This is no joke. Chuo gritted his teeth and shouted, wildly swinging his blade, charging at Tran, but he immediately unleashed the spirit shield. Thinking it was a good time to test the spirit-gathering jade pendant that senior sister Nam Kung Guide had gifted him. A brilliant sphere of light surrounded him, sharp green rays shooting out like small daggers. Tran marveled at how effective this spirit shield was. Chuo panted heavily, panicking but still grinning. I can't believe you have so many treasures. Looks like you have been spoiled in your sect. Huh. Hand everything over, and I might spare your life. Tutitron smirked slightly, his tone calm yet sharp. You want me to hand over my stuff? Who gave you the courage to say that? As soon as he finished speaking, Chu lunged forward, wildly swinging his sword, each slash aimed straight at Tutron. Tutron quickly dodged, flicker of suspicion crossing Chu Hio's mind. Why is this happening? This should not be possible. I cannot keep being pushed back like this. If this continues, I will be killed. He hastily retreated, maintaining a safe distance. But Tutron was quicker, darting in like a flash of lightning, delivering a single sword strike straight to Chu Hio. Chuhu's eyes widened in panic. Was he really down to 90 health from just one strike? The next series of strikes came relentlessly, pushing him down to the brink of defeat. Tutron struck while sneering internally. It is no wonder he can't match me, for a late-stage key refiner to be this weak. In the early stage of ki refinement, am so much stronger. Finally, with one last sword strike, he rendered Chuhu incapable of resistance. He pointed the tip of his sword at him, his voice steady but powerful. You pathetic chicken. Hand over the secret techniques of the Heavenly Transformation Sword Sect now. Chuho trembled in fear, kneeling and rummaging. Elder, it was due to my ignorance. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. I will return everything to you now. Suddenly, a flash of purple light flickered behind Tutron. Sensing an ambush, he instinctively leaned to the side to avoid it. Boom. A powerful slash cut through the ground, leaving a long trail. Chuhu's voice rang out joyfully. Brother, you are here. Hurry and save me. I am being hunted. Chu Hio looked at Chu Then and then turned to Tutron with a smirk. You are so unlucky to run into my big brother. I will make you pay back the wounds you gave me 100-fold. Tutron calmly observed the newcomer, silently assessing his brother. This must be Chu Then, at the Foundation establishment stage. Much stronger than me. Chu Then clasped his hands behind his back, glancing at his younger brother coldly. I warned you. There have been many disturbances lately. I told you to stay in the mountains and not go out, but you did not listen. If I had not discovered you sneaking out and rushed here, you would be dead by now. Chu Hio lowered his head, his voice weak. Brother, it is my fault. I will listen to you this time. I promise not to go out again. But first, help me get revenge on the one who hurt me badly. Chu then slowly turned to Tutron, his gaze dark. Hand over your spirit shield, and I might consider giving you a quick death. If not, I will make your life worse than death. Hearing this, Tutron could not help but laugh, his whole body shaking slightly. Chuo quickly said, Wait, brother. Just give me a moment to finish this recovery pill, then I will help you. But before he could swallow it, he suddenly screamed as Tutron landed a finishing blow to his heart, taking away 300 health points. A shadow darted past, and before he knew it, Tutron had lunged forward, gripping his neck and lifting him up. Chuho trembled and whispered, Big brother. Chu then gritted his teeth in anger. You, Tutron maintained a calm expression, his voice laced with sarcasm. It seems your little brother does not know that villains often die from talking too much. Besides, my goal is to kill both of you and take the spoils from both. He pointed his sword at Chu Then, a cold smile forming on his lips. Now it is your turn, Chu Then. Chu Then charged forward, his sword swinging down violently, catching Tutron off guard and causing him to lose 220 health points instantly. Tutron was startled, panic setting in. This guy was much harder to deal with than Chu Hio. He was pushed back but regained his balance just as Chu Then unexpectedly appeared right behind him. Luckily, his quick reflexes allowed him to turn in time, blocking a fatal strike. But the impact still sent him flying back once again. In the tense atmosphere, Tutron squinted at his opponent, his mind racing. Although his speed was faster than mine, my experience was greater. Being able to anticipate and defend in the face of a great enemy was an advantage. Chu then charged again, filled with humiliation, silently cursing himself. I am a Foundation establishment cultivator, yet I can't even take down a mere rookie in Cly refinement. This is truly a disgrace. The blade gleamed with a cold light as he executed the soul-cutting slash, striking with all his murderous intent. Tutron quickly raised his sword to block, but still lost 300 health points from the collision. I just hurriedly used the spirit shield, and now there is still 10 minutes left to cool down. Without it, this strike would not even break the shield. Luckily, there is only 10 seconds left for the cooldown, so I will use it to create some chaos first. Immediately, Tutron's figure began to move nimbly, his speed increasing until his afterimages flickered all over the battlefield. Chu then smirked slightly, raising an eyebrow in challenge. Daring to compare speed with me, you are still lacking a lot. He then activated the shadow clone technique, his body splitting into 3 figures, surrounding Tutron. A sinister laugh echoed. Let us see where you can run to. Amidst the illusionary encirclement, Tutron remained calm, his eyes quickly scanning each silhouette, analyzing every detail in his mind. In his previous life, he had dealt with this kind of cloning technique before. At first glance, the real body and the illusion seemed identical, but upon closer inspection, there were differences. Only Chu Then's eyes held true spirit, while the two clones had dull, soulless gazes. Finding this point would allow him to control the situation in one move. As soon as he recognized this, he wasted no time and charged straight at the real body, his sword striking true and dealing 55 damage. The system immediately notified him, activating the armor-breaking effect, lasting for 5 seconds. Tetron smiled lightly, his eyes glinting with cold sharpness. Armor-breaking is indeed a great effect, halving the opponent's defense. Now he had to act quickly. Let us charge forward for victory. He continued to unleash his moves, the sword light flashing, and the next strike caused Chuthen to spit out blood, inflicting an additional 100 damage. Chuthen howled in rage, suddenly unleashing all his strength, a violent force sending Tetron flying away. Chuthen gritted his teeth and lunged forward, roaring in fury. Old wolf, do you think I am a sick cat? His sword continued to execute the moon slicing technique, each sharp strike coming down like a storm. Tetron put all his effort into defense, but his health kept dropping, and he could not help but feel bitter. Damn it, his attack speed is still too fast. I really can't keep up anymore. What bad luck. If I could reach mid-stage refining, I would not be in such a passive position. Looking at his health bar, now at 1 per 3, he felt the danger closing in. If this continues, there is only the path of death ahead. I can't hesitate any longer. Tetron immediately pulled out a purple elixir from his belongings, its mystical purple light radiating warmly in his palm. Calculations raced through his mind. Within 5 minutes, all attributes would increase by 30 points, and outside of battle, he could recover 3,000 stamina. The young man's gaze gradually hardened as he tightened his grip on the pill. But if he died once, his innate talent would drop by 10% of his attributes. After hard work, he had achieved such a perfect start, and he absolutely could not let himself die. He took a deep breath, telling himself he had to use the elixir given by the master alchemist. Although reluctant to use it, to protect this fragile life, he had no choice but to rely on it. As Tetron's body began to emit a faint light, Chuthen immediately halted, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. After swallowing the elixir, his body quickly recovered, his health almost returning to its original state. Tetron looked at his hand, a satisfied smile creeping onto his face, thinking to himself that with this spirit herb, Jiang Zhang, his energy and spirit would become much more agile in an instant. However, Chushen did not hesitate at all. He immediately roared and charged forward, his arrogant laughter echoing. You are about to die, and you still stand there laughing. I bet once you get to the underworld, you will wish you had not. The blade in his hand swung fiercely, the crescent blade technique crashing down on Tetron like a storm. But just then, the system displayed a cold notification, announcing that his health had recovered by 3,000, returning to full status. This fact made Chushen exclaim internally, "What? You can withstand my attack? It seems the pill you just swallowed is no ordinary one. I really did not expect that. The treasure on you is quite impressive, but you can rely on that pill to dodge once. But how can you avoid it for a lifetime?" Tetron heard those words and just smiled back, his tone full of confidence. "You are not wrong. My pill indeed has a time limit." Before he finished his sentence, he unleashed a sharp sword strike, the blade slicing through the air directly at Chushen, causing him to lose 180 health points. He slightly curled his lips and continued, "As long as I deal with you before the pill's effect wears off, does not that wrap things up?" Tetron's confidence startled Chushen, and he quickly thought of a way to counter. Why is he suddenly so powerful? First, I will just defend and wait until his pill's effects wear off. But he did not let Chushen think for long. Tetron continued to unleash a series of sword strikes, decisive and precise. While attacking, he could clearly feel his swordplay becoming more and more proficient. The sharp sword light shone brightly in the night, and he felt a hint of pride. It seems I am gradually understanding the essence of swordsmanship. The sword light is becoming more powerful and sharper. During the fight, the system notified him that he had comprehended sword intent, increasing his swordsmanship aptitude by 5%. Chushen was pushed to the brink. Breathing heavily, blood pouring from him, a dangerous thought flashing through his mind. This person must be an extremely important disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect. If I do not eliminate him right now, he will definitely be a great threat in the future. After thinking this, he immediately unleashed his ultimate soul chase technique, speeding up dramatically, but Tetron skillfully executed a phantom movement, dodging gracefully like a shadow. In a fleeting moment, Chushen thought his opponent had escaped his line of sight, but he was astonished to find Tetron right in front of him. Cold ray of sword light flashed, and with a decisive thrust, he pierced Chushen. Chushen let out a painful cry, his health dropping by 466 points, blood gushing out, his gaze becoming vacant, the final words echoing with despair. How could this happen? Tetron silently watched his opponent fall, finally letting out a sigh of relief, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, the system notification rang out, stating that he had completed the Hell-level difficulty mission. Please return to the sect to claim his reward. Looking at the two bodies of the Chu brothers sprawled at his feet, he nodded slightly to himself, thinking this trip had turned out quite profitable, stripping them of all their gear before returning to the clan to report. But suddenly, he hesitated, his brows furrowing as a thought quickly crossed his mind. Wait a minute. It seems there is still an important matter to take care of before heading back. Under the cool sky of Phoenix Melody Market, Tetron leisurely walked down the stone-paved road, his heart filled with contemplation. After all, this is my first time carrying out a mission for the clan. I should buy some fruit for my master. Right? After all, there is a saying about showing respect to one's teacher. Moreover, if giving a gift could increase my master's goodwill, then I should definitely do it. But what should I give? Lost in thought, the young man happened to pass by a jewelry shop, the bright lights spilling out and illuminating the path. Inside the shop were all sorts of sparkling jewelry and gems. Tron's gaze stopped, and he smiled faintly. Perhaps this place held the answer. Tron felt a bit shy, and a practical thought flashed through his mind. There is an old saying that no woman would refuse jewelry. Maybe I should gift my master a jade hairpin. After some hesitation, he finally chose an exquisite hairpin and quickly walked to the mission handover point. Upon arrival, Tron was instantly greeted by the young woman in charge of the mission with a look of surprise and admiration. Hey there. You are quite impressive. You have completed a hell-level mission so quickly. The murmurs around immediately erupted, and the nearby young men were all stunned. Damn. This guy actually completed a hell-level mission. How is that possible? To complete a hell-level mission, you must at least have the cultivation level of Kai refining stage. Another guy chimed in with a skeptical tone. What is this scroll? Could it be part of the mission reward? The chatter continued, all showing clear signs of astonishment and admiration. The young woman smiled gently at Tron, saying, Little brother, no wonder you are an elite in the inner court. Your future is boundless. I am here to introduce myself. My name is Vavine Xing Long. And here, this is the reward for this mission. Inside are 100 low-grade spirit stones as a bonus. Please accept it. Tron took the reward bag, giving it a light shake. The sound of the spirit stones clinking pleasantly made the surrounding young men gasp in awe. That is a lot. Another guy exclaimed with longing in his voice. 100 low-grade spirit stones. Goodness. How many missions do I have to complete just to get a few dozen stones? Immediately, a loud voice shouted. Stop talking. Look at his contribution points on the badge. It is 100 points. I would have to do so many missions just to earn that. The crowd began to surround Tron, everyone wanting to befriend him. One person stepped forward, speaking gently and kindly. Hey, you are really impressive to complete a hell-level mission. What is your current cultivation level? Are you taking in disciples? Right after, another man chimed in, enthusiastically inviting. Hey, do you belong to any guild? If you have not joined yet, come join our guild. A beautiful woman approached, her voice sweet and enchanting. Hey handsome, you are impressive. Can you take this girl along? She will do anything for you. Surrounded by offers and invitations, Tron just wanted to escape quickly. He hurriedly bowed and smiled cleverly. Thank you for your kindness, everyone. But I have something to attend to. Without letting anyone pull him back, he turned and ran, his feet flying. But the crowd would not let up, chasing after him and shouting loudly. Hey, can you consider me? If you join our guild, you will be the boss. Tron silently lamented. This is really troublesome. It is giving me a headache. As he ran, he muttered a plea for them to let him be and stop chasing him. Luckily, he spotted the familiar inner gate ahead. Without hesitation, he dashed inside, leaving the two gatekeepers to swiftly block the shouting crowd behind him. The two gatekeepers stepped up seriously, their voices firm, instructing not to disturb the inner disciples or the personal disciples of the master. Hearing the gatekeeper's warning, the crowd could only look at each other in confusion, exclaiming, What? Turns out he is already an inner disciple. He is really the boss. Someone unwilling shouted from outside. Boss, take me with you. After escaping the crowd, Tron quickly entered, heading straight for the main hall to pay respects to his master. When he arrived, he respectfully bowed and said, Master, I am back. The master looked him over and raised an eyebrow, asking, I heard you have completed a hell-level mission. Tron replied happily, That is right. However, the master's tone turned serious, scolding, I instructed you to choose a difficult mission. Why did you choose a hell-level one? If the mission fails, not only will you perish, but my talented disciple will also be lost, which is a loss for our sect. Hearing this, Tron immediately bowed his head, speaking humbly and worriedly. I understand my mistake, Master. Your guidance is very correct. The master waved his hand lightly, his tone softening. Forget it. How was the opponent's cultivation level during the last mission? He straightforwardly explained that he originally thought the opponent's cultivation was at most at the Ki refining stage. But unexpectedly, he had an older brother who was a foundation establishment cultivator. The master's eyes sharpened, his voice serious. Tron, do you think you can defeat a foundation establishment cultivator by relying on your own efforts in a desperate situation? Tron honestly replied, I would not dare to lie. It mainly relied on the elixir you gave me last time. Without it, I definitely would not have made it. The master nodded slightly, his tone still strict but filled with concern. The gap between major realms is vast. From now on, you must be truly vigilant and not act recklessly. Understand? With that, the master took out a talisman and handed it to him. You are the most talented disciple in our sect. Take this talisman, but only use it in times of life and death. Otherwise, do not use it casually. Understood. Receiving the talisman, Tutron could not hide his excitement. Thank you, master. He felt overwhelming joy inside. With the sect leader as his backing, what was there to fear? He had to hold on to this support tightly. The master continued to take out exquisite elixirs, speaking gently yet with authority. And here is the top-grade key gathering pill that I promised you. Since you completed the hell level task, I will grant you another key gathering pill. I hope you can break through successfully. Tutron accepted the reward, bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you for your support, master. I will not let you down. The master nodded lightly. What you lack now is swordsmanship. It is in the scriptures of our sect. You can go exchange for it. Before he could finish, Tutron softly interrupted. Master, wait a moment. The master turned, his expression serious but with a hint of curiosity. Is there something else? Tutron carefully took out the hairpin he had prepared beforehand, lifting it with both hands, his voice hesitant yet sincere. Disciple wants to give master a small gift, but it is not enough to buy a precious spirit needle. I could only buy this common hairpin. I wonder if master will like it. After a long silence admiring the hairpin, the master finally spoke softly, his tone calm yet tinged with deep emotion. Tutron, just focus on your training. There is no need for such formality. Tutron bowed in thanks, his tone full of respect. Please rest assured, master. Then he quietly left the main hall, his mind still occupied with thoughts. Oh, master is really too cold, even saying he does not like receiving gifts, but still accepted it. Just as he pondered life, the system notified him that Lun Fai Yin's favorability had increased by 5, bringing the total to 10. Just thinking about that moment made him feel elated. The favorability of the master towards him has increased. It should be like that, the young man thought to himself, unable to hide his pride. It turns out the master is only cold on the outside. The path of relying on others has taken another step forward. Perhaps when in a good mood, everything around seems more beautiful. But suddenly, a loud explosion shattered the quiet space. Tutron frowned slightly, wondering, what was that noise? He quickly approached the sound, only to find dust and smoke everywhere, mixed with coughing sounds. From within the haze, Elder Thin Than was brushing off dust, coughing and muttering in annoyance. Another failure. Why is this convergence pill harder to refine than the celestial essence pill? I refuse to believe it. People began to crowd around, gathering densely. As the smoke gradually cleared, Elder Thin Than looked up at everyone and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. I am the leader among the 12 elders of the sword sect, named Ting King. Right now, I am refining pills and urgently need a type of medicinal herb. Is there anyone willing to go out for me to find it? Upon hearing this, the disciples below immediately shook their heads vigorously, each one quickly waving their hands to refuse. One person whispered decisively that it was a hell-level mission. And besides, going to the herbal valley would cost spirit stones too. Another person chimed in. Forget it. This mission is not only difficult but also costly. Taking on this kind of mission is not worth it at all. Forget this trip. I do not want to die before I even start. In a scene where everyone was avoiding the task, Zichen stepped out from a distance, bowed respectfully, and his voice rang clear amidst the crowd. Greetings, Elder. I am Zichen and I am willing to help you find the Suyin grass. His words immediately caused a stir among the crowd. Astonished gazes turned towards him, and whispers began to spread everywhere. What? Is this person seriously accepting this mission with his eyes closed? Elder Qin King pondered for a moment and then could not help but laugh. Isn't he the disciple that young Lady Ling just accepted? Meanwhile, Zichen bowed his head, his eyes gleaming with pride. He knew very well that this old man was the most formidable alchemy master of the sword sect. This was a golden opportunity to build a relationship with such a significant figure. How could he let it slip away? He had to seize it. The night at the herbal valley was enveloped in a mysterious and eerie atmosphere. Zichen quietly walked along the path, his eyes cautiously observing the surroundings, whispering to himself, based on experiences from his past life, this type of medicinal spirit boss usually appeared where herbs grew. It must be nearby. Just then, a loud noise suddenly rang out. Looking up, he saw a huge skeletal eagle, its white bones flapping violently, knocking several people away. The players were struggling to hold on, and the situation was chaotic. Watching that scene, Zichen smirked quietly. Found it, but it seems to be hunted by someone else. I will let them fight it out first and then look for an opportunity. But as expected, despite having more than 10 people surrounding it, the skeletal eagle still arrogantly flapped its wings, throwing everyone away, and its health was still over half. He patiently observed and smiled. These newbie players are too weak. Besides, judging by their appearance, they are definitely going to be wiped out by the spirit boss. It is best to discuss with them first before the boss comes out. Without hesitation, he walked straight towards them. As soon as he appeared, a sharp-eyed girl with black hair immediately exclaimed, Sister Yuan Ling, is not that the handsome expert? Shortly after, Tugon Lin and a short-haired girl landed from the air. Zichen maintained a calm expression and proactively spoke. Everyone, I have an urgent task with this medicinal hawk. Could you let me take this, boss? He thought to himself. So it is Tik Yuan Lin's guild. It should be easy to negotiate. At that moment, a girl with white hair flew down, frowning and asking, T. Yuan Lin. Do you know him? Yuan Lin smiled and explained. He is the expert I told you about last time. The one who single-handedly defeated the newbie village's wild king and informed all the players. Then she whispered. The mission I got from the blacksmith is information I got from him. The girl with white hair pondered for a moment and said, perhaps he came here to defeat the boss and wants to get the heavenly transformation heart technique. But this boss is also very important to our Moonshadow Guild. Even if he is a friend, we can't let him have it. Tuan Lin nodded slightly, her voice growing serious. Alright, let me go talk to him. Then Yuan Lin approached Zichen, her tone slightly apologetic but still firm. Lord Lam, I am really sorry. This hawk is a task our boss needs. Could you wait until tomorrow for it to respond? Zichen faintly smirked, giving a knowing smile. Just as I thought. I guess you would not easily give it up. But seeing you all fighting it, I probably won't need to wait until tomorrow for it to respond. As soon as he finished speaking, the hawk suddenly let out a deafening roar, causing everyone around to clutch their heads and cry out in pain. This headache is unbearable. In the blink of an eye, the hawk charged like a whirlwind, leaving them all with barely any health, everyone panicking and screaming. Help me. Zichen stood silently, his gaze calm, his voice indifferent. What I wanted to tell you is that when the hawk's health drops to about 50%, it will immediately release a stunning pollen. That pollen will reduce stamina and extend cooldown times. You all better pray for yourselves. Hearing this, Tabin Lin froze and exclaimed, What did you say? But the girl with white hair did not care at all, rushing into battle with determination. Forget about him. Let us focus on defeating the boss first. She unleashed a technique that made the hawk scream in anger, and its health dropped rapidly. Zichen could only sigh helplessly, muttering to himself, this move would only make the hawk even angrier. Once the anger value of the bone eagle rises high, its attack speed not only increases but the damage it inflicts skyrockets as well. Sure enough, right after that, the bone eagle broke free and charged straight at the white-haired girl. Tuan Lin managed to shout a warning. Be careful. But it was too late. The strike came down like a bolt from the blue, sending the white-haired girl flying. With her health reduced to a fragile sliver, despite her severe injury, she still tried to execute the falling stone dance. Tutron shook his head and murmured a sarcastic remark, Is that female mage stupid or something? The white-haired girl immediately turned to glare at him, but he paid no mind, calmly continuing with a voice full of confidence and clarity, I can teach you how to deal with this bone eagle, but if it drops the common spirit grass, you have to hand it over to me. How does that sound? Hearing that condition, both quickly agreed, Fine. Just show us. The white-haired girl immediately flew towards them. Tutron wasted no time, seriously instructing her. Since her resentment towards the bone eagle was quite high, she should not use the falling stone dance to provoke it anymore. Look at your health bar. There is hardly anything left. When it recovers from those falling rocks, it could knock you out in a heartbeat. As he spoke, he took the girl's hand, adjusting her grip on the staff and aiming it precisely at the bone eagle. His tone was calm but decisive. The falling stone dance is not meant to be used this way. It should be combined with Earth Spirit's strike to maximize the damage. Her strike recovers quickly, so use that first. The white-haired girl followed his instructions, delivering a precise blow that made the bone eagle scream in pain. Tutron nodded slightly, praising her. Great job. Just like that. You need to control from a distance and let your teammates deal the damage. At this point, Ein Lin kept flying around, attacking the bone eagle skillfully. The white-haired girl smiled happily and said, So that is how it is? Thank you for the guidance. But just as the atmosphere became more pleasant, a loud noise echoed from afar. The Bloodthirst Guild appeared, a fierce crowd rushing in. Tutron merely glanced over, his gaze calm. The leader of the group shouted threateningly, This boss is ours. Stop what you are doing and come out, or do not blame us for being rude. Ein Lin's face paled slightly with worry as she whispered, Boss, the Bloodthirst Guild is the guild of those online players. We currently do not have enough manpower here. What should we do now? But the white-haired girl hesitated not at all, her eyes blazing with determination. Then we just fight them. If we give in to them this time, we will have to keep giving in from now on. Even if we lose this time, we must make the Moonshadow Guild renowned. At the very least, we can't lose face in terms of momentum. Ein Lin nodded in agreement immediately. Understood. But in the midst of this tense situation, both girls glanced over at Tutron. They both understood well that the Bone Eagle was almost defeated. If they let this go to focus on the guild war now, it would really be a shame. Tutron immediately understood that look, and calmly said, his tone decisive yet skillful, I can help everyone deal with this eagle spirit, but after we finish, besides the spirit grass, I will also get to choose one piece of equipment that drops from the boss. What do you all think about this? The white-haired girl asked doubtfully. Are you serious about that? Aw Ling quickly chimed in. If that is the case, I will leave a few people with you to help deal with the eagle spirit. But Titran just shook his head slightly, his tone calm yet confident, tinged with a bit of pride. No need. You all just focus on the guild battle. I can handle the eagle spirit by myself. Both girls could only look at him in silence, not having the chance to react when the leader of the Blood Slaughter Guild burst into laughter, his voice full of disdain. How ridiculous. Just one person dares to claim he can kill the eagle spirit of the mystical climate. Truly, a madman often dreams big. Brothers, let us charge in together and teach this insignificant guild a lesson. Following the orders, the Blood Slaughter members rushed into attack, while Tui and Lin and her guild members quickly countered, blocking them. The sounds of metal clashing and explosions echoed throughout the once peaceful duck cock, turning it chaotic, as a Blood Slaughter member sneered mockingly amid the battle. In this place, duck cock, only those who rely on their fighting skills can survive. You young ladies have come to the wrong place. He laughed heartily while the others continued to taunt. Just think about it. A bunch of girls charging into DC Kausi to pull off some stunts. Exactly. Would not it be better for you to stay in the newbie village? But it is all right. Let me escort you back to the newbie village. Greedy, disdainful glints flickered in the eyes of the blood killers. The leader seized the opportunity to humiliate his opponents. Dare to confront our blood killers. This is the consequence. Today is just a small lesson for a trivial guild like yours. But just then, one of them suddenly pointed to the sky, exclaiming, "Boss. It seems like there is a notification for the first kill." He looked up at the system announcement board, his expression changing. What is that supposed to mean? Everyone stared up at the sky, where bright letters had just appeared. Congratulations to player Titran for completing the first kill of the key refining boss in Butt Home. The player received a reward of 400 reputation points, 2 innate charm points, and 1 achievement medal. The atmosphere around them froze, with murmurs rising everywhere. The Bone Eagle was taken down. Titran turned around calmly, his voice chilling everyone around him. "To online. I have defeated the Bone Eagle. Come over and let us split the loot." The young man turned, glancing at the blood killers with a smirk of triumph. The leader of the blood killers shouted angrily, pointing his finger. "Dare to steal my boss. Looks like he is asking for death." This kid managed to kill the boss solo at an early stage, which means he will definitely become a huge threat later. Let us take him down immediately, then steal his gear to disrupt his leveling pace. If we can take him out, there will be a big reward. One of them immediately rushed forward, shouting proudly, "I am coming." That guy charged in with a move that was all the rage. To be honest, I am of a fighter. One of my punches is equivalent to 2 years of power. Let us see how you handle this. But in an instant, Titran deftly dodged to the side, leaving his opponent stunned, exclaiming. He dodged. Without hesitation, he swung his sword for a fatal strike, piercing the enemy's heart and causing him to lose 545 health. A confident thought flashed in his mind. In his previous life, he would have been a top-tier mage, encountering countless ambushes. Against such weak martial arts, how could he possibly take a hit? The guy's eyes widened, stammering in shock. How could his reaction be so fast? This is impossible. But he did not have time to question it further, as with one more strike, Titran swiftly ended it, cutting straight into his throat, dealing a fatal blow that took 455 health, and he collapsed immediately, turning into a stone in an instant. The other 3 panicked, screaming in terror one after another. This can't be happening. How is that kid's damage so high? He did not even bother using skills. Another one trembled, denying reality. I do not believe it. Is this guy cheating? How could this be cheating? I have read enough, so do not try to fool me. The killing intent radiating from Titran was strong, his voice deep yet threatening. Just because I do not like to cause trouble does not mean I am afraid of it. I do not care about your guild wars. But if you mess with me, you better be careful. The opponents immediately charged in, one of them shouting loudly to rally his teammates. That kid is too arrogant. Let us all 4 go together. He is just a mid-tier weapon master. There is no need to be afraid of him. Let us work together. Titran let out a soft huff, completely unfazed. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword, his body darting forward like a flash of lightning. The group did not even have time to react before they were all sent flying, their health draining in an instant. The young man stood in the middle of the battlefield, his cold gaze sweeping over a group of mixed enemies. Watching the enemies turn to stone right before him, he calmly added, "So, is there anyone else who dares to come up?" The leader of the Blood Slaughter Guild was now genuinely worried but still shouted defiantly, "Brothers, quickly on away. Sooner or later we will settle the score with him. It is all over." The white-haired girl stepped forward, her tone sincere. "Thank you so much, Master Lam." He simply waved his hand, his tone nonchalant. "No need to thank me. It is just a small matter. Nothing to mention. By the way, I have already dealt with the Spirit Bone Eagle. All the dropped equipment is right here. According to the rules, The spirit herb belongs to me, and I can also choose one more item. Is that okay? Tu Unlane finally reacted, exclaiming in surprise. 6 items dropped at once. What kind of ridiculous drop rate is this? The white-haired girl also widened her eyes, unable to hide her astonishment. I have never seen so many items drop from a monster before. Lum, you killed the bone eagle from the start. We do not have the right to take these items. All of these items should belong to you. But T-Tron shook his head, refusing firmly. Don't say that. We agreed before. The body of the bone eagle was taken down by you guys first. It is really not right for me to steal your prey. I just want to pick one item for the contribution. Einlein and the white-haired girl leaned in to whisper for a moment before Einlein immediately transferred the money. A notification sounded in his ear. Your card ending in 7758 has received 5 million yuan. The current balance is 5,207,827.35 yuan. Tutron was secretly amazed. 5 million just transferred to me without a blink. This woman is really rich. Just as he was about to turn away, the white-haired girl reached out to stop him, her sparkling eyes and gentle tone. Master. Please wait. Let me introduce myself. I am Jiang Lex, the president of the Moon Shadow Guild. She extended her soft hand, and T-Tron gently took it and replied with a smile. I am Lum De Tron. A wanderer. But something familiar stirred in his heart. Giant D. Why does that name sound so familiar? T-Tron's eyes widened as he murmured. Luffy Da. In an instant, memories flooded back. I remember now. I saw her in the ranking list in my past life. Luffy D was the second ranked master right behind me. But that is not the important part. More importantly, she is the daughter of the richest person in Shanghai. Let us take advantage of this. Thinking of the word rich, T-Tron told himself he must enjoy this wealth and glory. Seeing him standing there laughing like a fool, Einlein cleared her throat and reminded him. Master Lam, are you done? Don't take advantage of this. T-Tron continued to laugh heartily and replied. I was just thinking about something. It was not intentional. She immediately shot him a side eye. Cursing silently, thinking he was focusing on his career and ignoring her before. Little did she know that T-Tron thought she was not pretty enough. Who would believe that? T-Tron gently waved his hand. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. If fate allows, we will meet again. Lefadidi seemed captivated by his demeanor and blushed as she said to Einlein. Your friend here is quite a good person. This girl knew too well, so she quickly reminded her. Good. What is so good about him? Lefida, he just used you. You can tell he has some scheme against you just by looking. But after saying that, Einlein suddenly realized something was off. Why was Leftig so shy? Could it be that she was also interested in Master Lam? Both were so engrossed in their conversation that they did not notice Ath quietly watching from a distance, still able to hear Leftidi's cheerful tone. Let us stop talking about this and go. Oh right. Let us award each participant in this guild battle. The prize for each person will be 50,000 yuan. As a congratulation, Liu Hida comes from a top-tier hosting background. Anyone who watches this program is familiar with her lively and captivating voice. Hello everyone. In today's live broadcast, EFT will not only take you to enjoy the battle between guilds, but also show you the top-notch skills of a supermaster. Make sure to subscribe to learn more. She put on a shy, admiring facade. Exactly. Master Lam only needed one person to easily take down the mystical climate boss. Such power is truly admirable. And most importantly, he is very handsome. T's eyes sparkled. Her cheeks flushed. Ishi, I am here to announce. T-Tran is the top master of Bat Hong. From now on, I have decided he will be my idol. The man of my dreams. Comments continuously popped up on the screen, mostly filled with jealousy. In the darkness, someone watching the show cursed furiously. Damn it. This is just too infuriating. You have killed my guild members, stolen my guild's boss, and even borrowed my reputation. He gritted his teeth. T-Tran, if I ever meet you in the game again, I will take you down. At the same time, in the game during the early morning, he held a bundle of herbs and clasped his hands together. Elder, I have completed the mission and returned to report. Thean then was slightly surprised to see T-Tran. You have returned already. Quickly, place the spirit grass on the table for me to see. After saying that, he tossed an item towards him. You have helped me find the spirit grass. How could I let you do it for free? This is for you as a reward. T-Tran respectfully received it with both hands. Thank you, Elder. The gift that Thean then gave him was a spirit item related to elixirs. After using it, one's combat attribute will permanently increase by 1 to 5 points, with random attributes. The number of random points. 3 pieces. Fire Spirit Herb. Speed plus 5. Evasion plus 8%. Skill cooldown 10%. Zichen then slowly asked, Elder, may I ask if you still want to know the recipe for the Danzin pill? He asked and thought to himself. In his previous life he had seen a notice stating that Elder then had tried 99 times to create that Danzin pill. If he told him the recipe now, would not it gain some favor? Than raised his head slightly. That is right, I have tried dozens of times, but all have failed, with no recipe, just throwing stones to find the way. Then he suddenly looked at Zichen with curiosity and asked, "What is up? You know about the Danzin pill too?" He cleared his throat, pretending to be cold. "I seem to remember reading it in an old book before." "What did it say?" Zichen thought for a moment and then recited very fluently. 3 parts stone powder, 2 strands of night phoenix feathers, 6 flower stamens of medicinal herbs, 3 roots of tesserae grass. Dan's eyes widened, his eyebrows raised all the way. "What? You actually encountered such a fortune?"
Oh.
"Wait, you were standing beside me watching. If I make a mistake, remind me," he politely replied. "It is fine." After a while of diligently cooking the herbs, suddenly there was a reaction in the pot that caused the lid to blow off. A moment later, Dan's ladder filled the small room. "I have succeeded," he smiled warmly at Zichen. "You have helped me with something very big. Here, this potion. I gift you one, instantly boosting your achievements. Elder Than's favorability towards you is +20. Current preference level is 20. Enjoy the conversation. Earth grade Danzin pill with a permanent allure of 5 points. The preference level of other NPCs of the opposite gender increases by 5%. If given to an NPCs of the opposite gender, it can randomly increase their favorability towards you by 5% to 20 points. Zichen was pleasantly surprised. Elder Than was very generous. This Danzin pill is an extremely rare potion. Even if he knows the formula, it would be difficult to refine without a master alchemist like Elder Than. He really hit the jackpot this time. He then bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank you, Elder. I will take my leave now," Zichen excitedly thought to himself, quickly returned to give this potion to his master. That way, her favorability towards him would keep increasing, and the benefits would grow too. But as he prepared to leave, Than suddenly raised his hand. "Wait," he quickly asked. "Does the Elder have any further instructions?" The Elder gently asked Zichen. "I want to ask you, do you like alchemy? I want to take you as my disciple and teach you the art of alchemy. Are you willing?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen received another question from the system that activated the opportunity. "Elder Than wants to take you as a disciple. Will you agree? Yes or no?" Tutren is moving from one surprise to another, and he actually wants to hide himself and become a pawn. Isn't this a good thing? Xian Than, how could you dare to take Fei Yunan's only disciple like this? At that moment, she suddenly appeared, her whole body glowing, a mysterious purple light swirling around Fei Yun. You shouted like a child calling for their mother. "Master." A moment later, Tutron began to feel confused. Why did the master come here at this time? I have no intention of complying with Elder Qian Than. Please do not misunderstand. I see Fei Yin and smile gently. The sect has misunderstood. I never intended to take your disciple. It is just that your disciple is quite talented in alchemy. I really cherish him, so I just want to teach him alchemy. She did not make it difficult for me. I humbly replied. So that is how it is, then Fei Yin has misunderstood. You stood by. Relieved. Master should not be angry. I told you, she seems like a cold fairy. Just looking at her makes you know her mood is extremely stable. After a while, she spoke again. However, Fei Yin felt that the apprentice had a greater talent for cultivation. What the sword sect lacks the most is not an alchemist, but powerful celestial beings. Xian Than. What do you say? But Xian Than does not need to worry. If my disciple's level rises a little more, I will let him honor you as his master, she said while casting a mesmerizing glance at Tutron, making you jump in surprise, your lips trembling in fear. Did the master use such a look to deceive me? Is she angry? No way. If she is this angry, how can she let me pay respects to Elder Qian Than as my master in the future? He smiled brightly and gently advised. All right, then let us make it a firm promise. I am going back to alchemy now. You two can do as you wish. As Qian Than turned away, Fei Yin coldly ordered Tutron, come back to the sword pavilion with me. I have something to discuss with you. You could only clasp your hands and respond with one word. Clear. Even though your mind was extremely uneasy, this tone from the master seemed a bit unfriendly. Perhaps she wanted to settle the score with me. Once back at the sword pavilion, Fei Yin could not help but ask directly. It seems you are not satisfied with your master. Huh. Even though the words sounded quite tense, her expression remained calm. How about we sever our master-disciple relationship, and you go find Master Long instead? But Tutron was extremely panicked. Hey, master, you have really misunderstood me. You did not care about your pride and knelt down. Pleading, master, please do not sever the master-disciple relationship with me. If you do, how can I have any face left at the sword sect? I know I was wrong. Fei Yin arrogantly raised her chin, but her tone was quite innocent. Where did you go wrong? Did I say you were wrong? Tutron urgently explained. The mistake of the disciple is not listening to you, focusing on cultivation but going to see Elder Qian Than to help make pills. It is a waste of time. Every word of your teaching and expectations for me has been wasted. After saying that, you secretly observed her expression. The master's expression has softened a lot. It seems that half of the resentment in her heart has vanished. I need to keep trying. Seizing the opportunity, Ditran continued to plead. Master, you are the best master in the world, with unparalleled cultivation, unmatched in the realm, possessing a beauty that makes flowers shy and the moon envious, and an immortal and unrivaled aura. If you say that Duni has such a master, why would she need to seek another teacher? You have really misunderstood your disciple. His sincere and determined attitude has yielded a good result. The level of Fi Yan's affection for you is 5, and the current affection level is 15 points. The conversation is going well. Detran smiled broadly as he read this. The favorability has increased. The master indeed has a soft spot. It seems there is no need to worry about severing the master-disciple relationship anymore. She then calmly said, if you have recognized your mistake, then this time, I want to hold it against you. He joyfully and respectfully replied, thank you, master, for your generosity and forgiveness. I promise I will never make such a foolish mistake again. Then Detran took out the box that Thean Than had given him. Oh right, this is a small gift I respectfully present to you, master. It is also my apology to you. Upon seeing the small pill in the center of the box, Fi Yan immediately displayed an expression of astonishment. Is this the Zhu Nan Dan? This medicine is extremely rare. Where did you get it? He recounted how he helped Elder Thean Than refine 2 Zhu Nan pills. And then he gave one to him. She smiled slightly. So that is how it is? This medicine is very precious. You do not need to give it to me. Keep it for yourself. Detran suddenly felt uncomfortable. Is she really that proud? No. She must accept this medicine. If she does not want it, I have to find a way to give it to her. So he tried to persuade her. Master, this Zhu Nan Dan is a gift from Elder Thean Than to you. I want to learn alchemy from him to learn how to make Zhu Nan Dan. In the future, I will give you one every day so you can take it instead of meals. Seeing Detran's serious expression, Fi Yan could not help but giggle. When he saw her smile, it was like flowers blooming in his heart. Who could resist such a smile from the master? Detran suddenly felt shy, speaking while avoiding eye contact. Master, although your innate beauty does not really need the Zhu Nan Dan, this is my heartfelt intention, and I still hope you will accept it. Only then will I feel at ease. Hearing this, Fi Yan happily said, all right, I will accept this medicine, and you will receive a little reward too. Fi Yan's affection for you increased by 20, bringing the current affection level to 35 points. Spending time together, she has completely relaxed. Continuously smiling, if that is the case, I can't just accept your gift without giving you something in return. I remember there is a secret martial arts technique in my cultivation realm that is very suitable for you. I will get it for you. Detran thought to himself with delight. Indeed, higher favorability means greater benefits. This Zhu Nan Dan is truly a fitting gift. Fi Yan strode toward the door and commanded him. Come with me. Detran respectfully obeys. Yes, master. Looking at her long, flowing hair down to her waist, he suddenly felt a bit happy. That was the hairpin he had gifted to his master. He did not expect she would wear it. It is unclear what treasures Fi Yan gave to Detran, but he was diligently sitting cross-legged. Practicing, the attribute panel simply displayed names and attribute points. After closing his eyes and focusing for a while, Detran decisively raised his hand to draw the sword from its sheath. He kicked one leg up high, the other knee slightly bent, and his sword arm swept a circle in the air, activating a new technique, the Phoenix Dance martial art. At that moment, Detran's eyes were filled with determination, his pupils glowing a slightly frightening red. A few minutes passed. He lowered the sword, relaxed his facial muscles, and his eyes sparkled with delight. This martial art is incredibly powerful. Not only does the group skill deal double the damage compared to the mooncut slash, but it can also interrupt other martial arts, and it comes with a disabling effect. If auctioned, it could probably trade for an apartment in a second-tier city. Just as Detran was resting, a bright voice called out, "Little junior brother, where are you?" He opened the door and saw Kung Guide. "Sister, it is late. Why did you come to find me?" She smiled with a somewhat cunning expression. "Actually, I do need your help. As a disciple of the Sword Sect, I need to complete at least 3 missions in each main realm. I have not completed any since I condensed my essence. I feel like I am about to break through, but if I do not complete the missions, I will face penalties." Detran opened his eyes wide in skepticism. "Then why have not you completed any missions?" "Sister," Kung Guide shyly admitted to him that she forgot because she got too engrossed in a romantic novel. She then changed her tone to a serious one. "I still have a mission to exorcise demons, and it requires 2 people to work together. I need to find someone to assist me. Would you be willing to help me?" Detran did not think long, smiling brightly as he replied, "Sure, I will help you. The reason I agreed so quickly is that I have a good impression of you. This sister has always taken good care of me. She just met me and already gifted me a spiritual jade pendant. How could I not help her?" Her eyes sparkled with emotion. "Little junior brother, you are truly wonderful. Don't worry. I will definitely protect you during the mission and won't let you get hurt at all." Detran's goodwill increased his points. Kung Guide's affection for him rose to 25 points. Riding together activated a fortuitous encounter, helping Kung Guide complete her mission, and they headed to Vongdu village to eliminate the demons. Soon after, they arrived at Vongdu village, a place whose name matched its eerie, haunting atmosphere that sent chills down the spine. They landed softly, and she stood observing, telling him that this village had been invaded by evil spirits. All the villagers had become food for those evil beings. This must be caused by the demonic monk. The sect not only requires us to eliminate the evil spirits but also to uncover the truth and report back to the elders. Tutron replied quickly. Understood. Then he thought to himself, so this is the place, in the future. It will become the entrance to a dungeon called the Blood Yin Secret Realm for the Formation Realm. I have been here so many times in my previous life. Kung and Guite led Tutron to a house. She pushed the door open and prepared to enter. Both stepped inside and stood under a tree. Suddenly, the well in the wide courtyard emitted a blue light. Kung and Guite and he were startled. A vengeful spirit just broke free, its body currently appearing to be formed from a swirling vortex. She proactively stood in front of Tutron, nervously warning him, be careful. Kung and Guite focused and swung her sword towards the strange blue auras. Little junior brother, do not be afraid. Your elder sister will protect you. Just as she finished her sentence, more and more vengeful spirits began to escape from the well. Watching the vengeful spirits crawl out from the well, Tutron was horrified. This ancient well harbored countless souls. A single spirit in the Kia refining realm is not scary. But if there are hundreds, the difficulty of the battle will be entirely different. Kung Yu Guide appeared cautious, observing that it seemed the entire village's populace had been turned into spirits by the demonic monks inside their homes. How could such a tragic thing happen? Today, I must eradicate the demonic guardian Dao. Seeing her charge straight towards the ancient well without hesitation, he hurriedly followed. Elder sister, I am here to help you. Kung and Guide executed the Moonflower Sword technique. Then she and Tutron combined their swords, using Heavenly Light Slash and Moonbone Slash to attack the formless vengeful spirits. Kung and Guite declared fiercely, demonic outsider, you have killed countless. Today I must take your life. Go down and reunite with all the villagers who died tragically in this village. With that, she waved her hand, and many lingering spirits immediately dissipated. He watched from behind, admiring Kung Guite's decisive attack. This little senior sister looked so different from her small appearance. Her combat power was much stronger than he had imagined. After dealing with the vengeful spirits at the ancient well, she approached the wooden house when suddenly a gigantic hand reached out from inside, preparing to grab her. Tutron shouted in panic, elder sister, be careful. Kung Guite calmly swung her sword, instantly severing that hand. You worry too much, elder sister. Are you okay? She shook her head and softly replied, Ivan. At that moment, the wooden house suddenly collapsed due to some unseen force, and a strange laughter echoed, enveloping the space. From the dark green smoke, a figure slowly emerged, holding a bizarre flag that fluttered wildly. I was here cultivating, yet you brought the disciples of the Heavenly Transformation Sword sect to me. A lean figure with a gorilla-like face and glowing red eyes stepped forward, baring his teeth in a grin. Heaven has a way, yet you refuse to follow it. Do not blame me for sending you to hell. Tronda looked at the terrifying aura radiating from the stranger. Is this person a cultivator in the early stage of Golden Core? Kung and Guite could not believe her eyes. How could this be possible? Could it be that the news from the sect was wrong? No way. Looking at his aura, he must have just broken through. The early stage Golden Elixir cultivator laughed. Your cultivation may not be high, but your vision is quite good. He raised the flag high in his hand. That is right. I just broke through to Golden Elixir. If I can extract 2 parts of your souls, my power will grow even stronger. She immediately charged forward with her sword. Junior brother, get back. Don't let it hurt you. The demon cultivator roared. If you dare harm my puppet, I will take you in their place and make you my puppet instead. Then, the two rushed into battle. But it was a stalemate. Kung and Guite wanted to end this quickly, so she had to use her strongest spell, powerful aura enveloping her. The next moment, she swung her sword straight ahead. Check this out. The fighting spirit from both sides erupted violently, shaking the heavens and the earth. Zetron stood below, observing quietly, forming a judgment. With a battle like this between masters, a little cultivator like him, the mid-level Kai refinement stage, should better keep his distance. If he was not careful, he would end up resurrecting back at the newbie village. Realizing he could not gain the upper hand, he quietly calculated. This girl was indeed hard to deal with, so he had to call for help. Immediately, the demon cultivator dropped a red gourd from above. Kung and Guite watched warily, as she saw the gourd fall and roll a few times on the ground. Tutron vaguely guessed that this demon cultivator wanted to summon a demon spirit. Instantly, a dense red mist escaped from the gourd. The mist transformed into a demon in the shape of a child. Its dark eye sockets were filled with blood, and it had sharp horns. Blood demon spirit. Intermediate level, P 7000 per 7000. Attack 88. Defense 60. Speed 70. Skill. Night Howl. Bloodmouth, flying blood rush. Suddenly, it looked up at her in shock. Its long, snake-like tongue slithered towards her. Tutron quickly swung his sword and cut off its tongue. Critical hit dealt 1610 damage. He turned to Kung Yu-Guite. Sister, you can focus on dealing with the demon cultivator. Let me handle this demon spirit. Blocked. The demon screamed wildly, its dark eye sockets oozing blood, its voice a screech of curses. I will eat your heart, devour your organs, and consume your whole body. As it lunged forward, Tran immediately used the Moon Slice to strike several times through the Bloodhorn's body, dealing a critical hit of 1260 damage. But that was not the end. It quickly transitioned to stage 2, taking the form of countless bloodthirsty bats. The Blood Rush skill would disturb the mind while casting, reducing movement speed by 30%. Tran closed his eyes tightly, gripping the sword hilt, channeling all his focus into his inner strength, maintaining his composure, not allowing himself to be distracted. Next, he summoned his spiritual energy to activate the Phoenix Dance, instantly unleashing countless dazzling sword beams from among the bats. Tran's eyes shone brightly as he leaped into the midst of the swarm. With incredible speed, the thousands of fallen were swept away, the disabling effect activated, bypassing the armor for 15 seconds. Even Priest Tran was taken aback by the power of the spell he was using. Is this the might of a legendary martial art? It is actually several times stronger than the Bone Moon Slash. At that moment, the Dark Mage was knocked to the ground by Kong and Gaiet. Despite being severely injured, he still tried to appear composed. Damn it. I won't accept this. Emperor Tran observed her decisive demeanor, feeling very impressed. The little senior sister looked adorable and gentle, yet her strength was astonishing. He realized he had underestimated her before. The Dark Mage shouted angrily, throwing a wooden box. Even if I die, I won't let you live. Kong and Gaiet frowned slightly, raising her sword to slice the wooden box in half. As soon as the box was shattered, a red gas spread throughout the space. His face changed, and he hurriedly shouted, "Sister, cover your mouth and nose quickly. That is the seduction bug." But it was too late. Kong and Gaiet seemed to have inhaled the bug, her face completely losing its usual clarity, replaced by lifeless eyes, her body hot and drenched in sweat, her hands unconsciously removing her clothing. Priest Tran rushed over anxiously. "Sister, hold Kong and Gaiet in your arms," his face filled with worry. "Sister, are you okay?" With the last bit of rationality, the Thung said in a hurried breath. "Little junior brother, do not look at me." Emperor Tran closed his eyes and exhaled. "All right, I won't look," he thought to himself. The seduction bug is a type of insect that stimulates human desires. Perhaps it was the first time Sister encountered such a sinister trick, so she did not anticipate it and fell for it. At that moment, Kong Gaiet felt increasingly restless, her gaze and actions towards Priest Tran becoming more heated than before. "Little junior brother." Then the system continuously announced that her affection for him was skyrocketing. Affection level 20, 52 points of mutual understanding. Kong and Gaiet's affection for you increased by 20. Current affection level 72 points. A harmonious couple. Kong and Gaiet's affection for you increased by 20. Current affection level 92 points. Together through life and death. Seeing the affection level rise to 92 in just a few seconds, Priest Tran swallowed hard, thinking that the sudden spike in affection was unbelievable. Unfortunately, this unexpected affection was not real. It was merely caused by the bug's charm. She could not stand it anymore, trembling and pleading. "Junior brother, I am really uncomfortable. Help me," Kongin said while leaning closer to his face. "Little junior brother, I want." Images of the two of them being intimate flashed in Priest Tran's mind. If only he could spend a spring night with Kong Gaiet right now, his senior sister. Thinking of this, he suddenly shouted loudly, decisively pushing her away. Emperor Tran squatted down, breathing heavily, thinking that this can't happen. She would know everything when she wakes up. By then, the best outcome would be for the affection to decrease. And it might even turn him into a target to be killed. It was hard to finally open up the great situation of Chanyu, leaning against the big mountain. I can't ruin my future just for a fleeting dream. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to look at the well. I remember there is a special elixir in this ancient well, but there is a restriction down below, and the essence of the cultivator is not easy to resist. I am just at the key refinement stage. What was I thinking? Big C's. Hang in there, I will find the antidote for you. With that, he dashed straight towards the well and jumped down. The bottom of the well was pitch black, so Tran had to light a torch to carefully step forward. As the flickering light shone, he was horrified to see countless skeletons piled up beneath his feet. These remains belonged to the villagers. The aura of death was extremely heavy, and suddenly a cold wind swept in from nowhere. As the wind blew past, Tran felt his blood draining away. Realizing he could not stay here long, he steeled himself and needed to find the elixir quickly. If I keep being consumed by time, I won't be able to hold on much longer. After a while of searching, Tran noticed a glimmer of light near a skeleton nearby. I found it. He deduced that the elixir must be in this blood-colored vial. With strong conviction, Tran rushed towards the skeleton using the mist-piercing technique. But as he got close, a black barrier unleashed a bolt of lightning from the air. Tran quickly activated the spirit shield. Thanks to that, he managed to block the sudden attack from the lightning, but more bolts soon followed. Tran tiredly cursed under his breath. Damn it. It activated the condensed dark thunder. And it is not just one bolt. I need to get back up quickly. He desperately dove in with incredible speed. But it was futile. This is bad. I can't escape now. In the end, Tran was indeed struck by several bolts of lightning, and he cried out in pain. The system alert indicated he was hit by dark thunder, losing 4,000 health. Fortunately, everything stopped there. Tutron successfully jumped out of the well. He rolled over to embrace Kung Gait, who was now engulfed in death energy. Her life force critical, slipping into a coma and unaware. Tutron hurriedly propped her up and poured the elixir into her mouth. Big C's. This is the antidote. After giving Gait the antidote, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into critical condition, burying his face into her ample chest. After a while, she slowly began to regain consciousness. What is happening? Why does my body feel so heavy? What is wrong with me? Suddenly realizing that Tutron was lying face down on her chest, Kung Gait panicked, her face turning bright red, her eyes welling up with tears. Scenes of romantic encounters flashed in her mind. Could it be that little junior brother? Help me. Sister. Could it be? Thinking of this, Kung Gait let out a piercing scream. She slapped him hard across the face, reducing his health by 75. Kung Gait cried out loud, continuously cursing furiously. Beast. You scoundrel. Damn Tutron. I hate you. I hate you. He lay on the ground with a swollen face, helplessly listening to the system notification. Kung Gait's favorability towards you has dropped to 0. After slapping Tutron and knocking him unconscious on the ground, Kung Gait noticed that her clothes were tattered but clearly showed no signs of violation. At that moment, she noticed the vial of antidote rolling in front of her. This was a healing item. Kung Gait felt a tickle as she remembered what had happened earlier. Tutron had not taken advantage of her in that situation. Instead, he had pushed her away, ran to the well, and said, Sister, please hold on a moment. I will go find an antidote for you. Remembering this, Kung Gait was stunned. It seemed she had misunderstood her junior brother. She stared wide-eyed at the well, still retaining a dark aura. Did Lumistinda rush into the dark trap to save me? Realizing she had misunderstood him, Kung Gait carefully moved closer, gently shaking him, and discovered a large tear in Tutron's clothing, revealing burnt wounds underneath. Tears welled up in her eyes. Has the ancient well's trap hurt my little junior brother? Little junior brother, I have wronged you. With no other option, Kung Gait hurriedly helped him up, her tone urgent. They had to get back to the sect for help. Thus, she supported Tutron as they left into the night, constantly encouraging him along the way. Little junior brother, you have to hang in there. The next morning, they arrived at Kim Ting, and the moment people saw them, they began to gossip excitedly. Isn't that the famous MP fairy from Kim Kung? She is actually carrying a player back. Who is that player? Why is he so close to the Fs? I want to be treated like that too. Fairy sister, look at me. Ignoring the noisy crowd around her, Kung Gait focused solely on him. Junior brother, we are almost there. The NPCs in the sect were also curious. Why is the female disciple carrying a man? Who is that? One person seemed to recognize him and spoke up. Isn't that the disciple of the sect leader? I think his name is Tutron. Why is my junior sister being so close with this guy? What kind of decorum is that, big brother? Witnessing everything, Sethin Hun's face darkened, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists behind Itron. She stopped crying and hugged him, flying straight towards the inner hall. Soon after, Tutron opened his eyes and heard someone's voice. You are awake. Looking at the scene before him and the faint silhouette in the distance, he could not help but feel confused. Where am I? I have no idea how long I have been asleep. Seeing Thin Gian approach with a powerful aura, Tutron silently speculated that this person truly has a strong presence. Isn't this the elder Thin Than? The death formation on me did not cause any harm at all. Could it be that this elder helped me? He hurriedly got up and bowed to express his gratitude. Thank you for your rescue. Senior, I am Tutron, a disciple of the Din Kim sect. I do not know your esteemed name, but I will never forget this life-saving grace. Thin Nin waved his hand to reply. No need for that. I am called Thin Nian, of the Nam Kung family, with just the single name Ngain. I am the grandfather of Nam Kung Gait. Hearing this, Tutron was taken aback. He is the grandfather of Nam Kung Gait. In this game, anyone with Thean in their name has an impressive background. I need to cling tightly to this big shot. He bowed his head respectfully. I pay my respects to the elder. I will definitely not forget this life-saving grace. Regarding Tutron's enthusiastic attitude, Thingin merely glanced coldly, snorted, and said, I do not need you to remember any kindness. Just remember one thing. You must respond immediately. What is it? Thim and Nian's gaze turned fierce as he spoke harshly. Keep your distance from my granddaughter, I warn you. If you dare to have any designs on her, I won't spare you, even if you are the sect leader's disciple. Before Tron could react, Kung Gait appeared at the door, hands on her hips, her tone reproachful. Grandpa, why are not you keeping your promise? You clearly promised Ngait Nai that you would not say silly things. Seeing his granddaughter sulking, Thiv and Neiman's attitude changed immediately, and he laughed mischievously. Grandpa was just joking with him. This kid is not bad. He even saved my granddaughter. How could Grandpa be so rude? Hearing that, Kung Gait happily sat next to Tutron and asked kindly, Little junior brother, how's your injury? Before answering, he glanced back and caught a glimpse of the piercing gaze of the elder watching him intently. It felt like the elder Thin and Gain wanted to kill him. It was better to be honest first. Daitran turned to respond. Thanks to your concern, I am okay now. She sighed in relief. That is good. Since you were trapped in the yin formation and fell unconscious, I carried you back to ask your grandfather to heal your wounds. If we had waited any longer, the yin energy could have entered your organs. And that would have been troublesome. He nodded shyly. I am really grateful for your help. I can't thank you enough. Ditran's words made Kongai's cheeks blush. What are you saying? Do we really need to act like strangers? He laughed, lowering his head to sneak a peek at the beautiful girl's expression. Is that so? Seeing the awkward atmosphere between the two, Thien and Ian cleared his throat in annoyance. Ditran hurriedly scooted over a bit. How polite. How polite. His action surprised the other person, who let out an incomprehensible sound but quickly responded. It is okay. It is okay. Actually, I should be thanking you. If it were not for you risking your life to jump into the well to find the antidote for me, I would have been in a lot of trouble, she shyly added, not noticing Ditran trembling as he scooted a bit further away. Moreover, I misunderstood you at that time. Little junior brother. I'm sorry. You are indeed a true gentleman. The granddaughter's words inadvertently made the grandfather even angrier. Seeing the affectionate gaze and sweet fist behind him, he felt frozen. Sister, could you please be quiet? If you keep talking, Elder Thien Nian will punch me dead. But why does the little junior sister look at me so affectionately? A score of 32 is not low, but it should not be too romantic. Right, at this moment, the system unexpectedly announced the current favorability score of Nam Kung Gaiat towards you, 62 points for mutual affection. Ditran could not believe his ears. The favorability score just jumped by 30 points. If this keeps developing, won't my relationship with sister soon change? He dreamily contemplated the romantic scenarios appearing before his eyes. Once again, Thien Gain's cough rang out with utmost anger. Ditran innocently said, Grandpa's cough is too serious. Do you want me to find some herbal medicine? Kongait giggled in response. Little junior brother, that is kind of you. The old man is not in good health, but there is no need to worry too much. Just let him rest for a few days. Watching the two banter, Thien Nian's face turned dark. He growled, as you turn to leave, if you are awake, follow me. I will give you a spirit beast as a reward. After you receive it, take the spirit beast and go quickly. Thien Nian walked ahead, with Ditran and Kongaiat hurriedly following behind, all three heading straight to a mountain. The place was lush with greenery, and spirit beasts thrived there. Watching the spirit beasts alternately branch out above, he silently admired. I never expected Elder Thien Gaian to have such a treasure trove. Ditran's eyes sparkled. He wondered which one to choose. At that moment, he suddenly turned to ask, Kid, how about my spirit beast garden? It should not be much worse than the beast control sect. Right, you immediately gave a thumbs up. Nodding, the elder spirit beast garden is really not bad at all. But then Qian Yuan frowned, showing his displeasure. Just not bad. Have you ever seen a better beast garden than this? The fierce expression on his face made Zichen feel helpless. Why is this old man so intimidating? Or should I try to provoke him? Maybe I can get a surprise. With that thought, you deliberately said, I heard that the spirit beasts in the royal beast sect's garden are incredibly rich. No other beast gardens can compare. Qian Yuan snorted coldly. The royal beast sect can only rely on numbers to gain an advantage. While my garden is famous for its quality, what does his royal beast sect have to compare with me? Zichen calmly replied, Pardon me for speaking frankly. It seems your elder's beast garden does not even have a single foundation establishment beast. This made Qian Yuan furious as he rushed over, grabbing your shirt and shouting, You little brat dare to bully me. Out here is just the key refining stage. The deeper you go in, the stronger the spirit beasts get. Got it. Come on. I will help you gain some knowledge. Zichen felt annoyed being pulled by Lai Mang and shouted, Wait a minute. On the surface you scream in misery, but inside you are secretly delighted. This is it. It is not far and it is a trap. First let us take a look at his trump card, then find a way to subdue a really powerful one. Immediately, Qian Yuan led them to the central area, speaking loudly as they walked, from Kai Refining. Foundation Establishment. Core Formation. Golden Core, and Spirit Transformation. Everything can be found here. I even have higher beasts, but I won't take you to see them. These spirit beasts can crush a little brat like you with just their aura, so, are you impressed? Zichen's eyes widened in amazement. So that means there are spirit beasts of the transformation stage behind. Right, at this moment, Gong and Giat beside you whispered, The strongest beast in his garden is a spirit beast of the spirit transformation stage. He does not dare to look behind you because he is afraid you will mock him. Hearing this, Zichen sighed. So that is how it is. Qian Yuan stood next to them, extremely embarrassed. Momentarily speechless. After a while, he decisively said, All right, I have other matters. I do not want to waste words with you anymore. You choose a spirit beast from the Kiai refining stage. Then hurry up and get out of here. The girl at this moment was showing her displeasure. Grandpa, you are being too stingy. After all, Zichen killed the Blood Mother in the Foundation Establishment middle stage by himself. You should also gift him a Foundation Establishment spirit beast as a proper gesture. Hearing his granddaughter, Qian Yuan helplessly shouted, This girl. Why are you speaking up for an outsider and a Foundation establishment spirit beast at that? It is not that easy to talk about. Despite her grandfather's obvious anger, Gong and Guy had hugged his arm and pulled you away. The little junior brother is not an outsider and is favored by the beautiful one. Zichen was so happy he nearly had a nosebleed. In my previous life, I was held back by unorthodox styles. I never expected this game to have so many benefits. She pointed to each nearby magical beast. Enthusiastically introducing Little Junior. That is the ironback wolf, with a cultivation level of elementary stage. It can be both a pet and a mount. And next to it is the precious moon spirit monkey, currently at the intermediate stage, with extremely powerful attack and speed. Just as he was hesitating, a magical beast suddenly rolled in front of them. Ditran looked at the beast on the ground and exclaimed, "Wait, here it is, right in front of you." A small, adorable creature with a black and white fur like a panda. Looking up gently, "This one is the real steel beast." Ditran was astonished. Is it the real steel beast? In ancient legends, this beast was the mount of Su and the 8 monarchs, which is quite rare. If it can be raised well, it could develop its cultivation to the nascent soul level. At that point, its combat power would be unbeatable. He joyfully lifted it in his hands. "I want this one." Just then, Qian Yuan appeared and snatched it from Ditran's hands. "Not that one. I only have one real steel beast. When fully grown, it could reach at least the nascent soul level. This one is still underage and needs space to grow. How could I give such a magical beast to you?" Hearing this, Gong Yu angrily took it from him. This magical beast with such potential is a perfect match for a little junior with that kind of talent. Saying that, she handed the real steel beast directly to him, not caring about the darkening expression on his face. "Little junior. Take it. It is yours now. Just drop some blood to bond with it, and it will recognize you as its master." Qin Yuan hurried over. "You brat, quickly return the real steel beast to me." But Gong Yu stood in front of Ditran. "Grandfather, you taught me from a young age that one must keep their word. I have already given it to the little junior. I can't go back on my word." She turned to urge. "Little junior, you should drop blood to bond with it quickly." Knowing he could not hesitate, he bit his finger to let blood flow. Gong Yu continued to guide. "After you prick your finger, place it on its head. Then feel the emotional fluctuations of the real steel beast and connect with it spiritually." Pressed by Ditran on the forehead, the real steel beast let out a soft cry. Only after everything was done did she smugly say to Qian Yuan, "Grandfather, my little brother has pricked his blood now. There is no point in regretting it. Now that it has come to this, all you can do is helplessly sigh. You are indeed my good granddaughter." Meanwhile, he was placing his hand on the forehead of the real steel beast, entering into a spiritual connection with it. After successfully entering, Ditran heard the voice of the real steel beast from the high stone ledge above. "You are just a chick in the Ki refinement stage, and you want to be my master." It was very strong-willed in driving him away. "Get lost." He smiled. "You see me as your master. From now on, I will take you to eat all kinds of delicacies and spiritual herbs. How does that sound? In my past life, I had some knowledge about magical beasts. The real steel beast has a gluttonous nature and cannot resist the temptation of delicious food." The real beast bit the bamboo in half, its tone full of disdain. "What? Is there anything I have not eaten?" Tutron slowly said. "There is a secret realm crystallized from the tomb of immortal pearl. Inside is a bamboo forest filled with those purple arrow bamboos. They smell sweet and delicious. Have you ever eaten any?" It widened its eyes and shook its head. "Never had." Seizing the opportunity, he continued to ramble on. "On the island of Timbung lay east of Ho Fong, there is a divine fruit called the Hien Pine fruit. Eating one can extend your life by 100 years. Have you tried it?" The real beast's voice became more deflated, having never tasted it. And then it could not take it anymore and rolled off the mountain, shouting loudly, "Enough! Enough! Stop talking. You are making me crave it. If I follow you, can I eat the things you just mentioned?" Tutron replied lightly. "Of course, that is a given." The creature was satisfied and willingly agreed. "All right, then let us do it, master." In the next moment, it obediently rubbed its head against him, making cute sounds. The system immediately announced, the real beast was a young beast, with no name yet. Master Tutron's strength was at the early stage of Ki refinement with AP 8000 per 8000. Attack 90, Defense 85, Speed 65, and skills including Rage Arrow and Thunder Strike. Afterward, he smiled contentedly, petting its head and gently saying, "Taming successful. Don't worry. Following me, you will definitely eat delicious food." In Tutron's mind, he could not be more pleased. Not bad at all. It had cheap blood and strong attack speed. He had struck a good deal. Suddenly, the system announced that in 10 minutes, Bahong would launch its first major game update. At that time, all players would be forced to log off. This update would last for 24 hours, so please pay attention. He could not help but be surprised. Although there was also a major update in his previous life, it occurred more than a month after the game's public beta. Why is this one happening so quickly? Could it be that the integration time between the game and reality has progressed more than before? Tron stepped forward and said to Chi-Ying-Gait, "Junior sister, thank you for today." The junior brother expressed great gratitude. "But I have to go back to focus on training. I will come visit you in a few days." After saying that, he thought to himself, do not overthink it right now. He could not delay his offline time. He must return to the back courtyard of the Sword Pavilion to log off and accumulate experience. Hearing Tigatron say he had to leave, she reluctantly held his hand. "Junior brother, are you really leaving? Alright, you go rest first, and in a few days, I will come find you." Tron nodded. Sure. Back in the real world, his phone just happened to ring. Tron picked it up to check and saw a message from Sequothutite. "Little Tron, in a few days it is my sister's birthday, and my colleagues at the hospital want me to be a guest." At that moment, her image suddenly flooded his mind. "It is you, Thutite." Tron recalled the events that happened on that rainy day years ago. Thutite was 3 years older than him. In terms of family relations, she was his cousin. However, despite being cousins, the relationship between their families had long surpassed 5 generations. In name, we are cousins. When we were young, Tite often came to my house to play because she wore braces and was always bullied by the naughty kids. The kids back then would use heavy teasing against her, a monster with a mouth full of metal braces, calling her names and telling her to go die. Whenever someone bullied Tite, I would step in to help. "Are you guys bullying Tite again? As long as I am here, no one can pick on her." Every time this happened, I would be surrounded and beaten up by the group. They would also hurl insults at me. "It is you again, you damn dog, meddling in other people's business. Do you want to die?" Beat him up, smash him to bits, and every time, she could only helplessly sit there, calling my name with tears streaming down her face. Little Tron. Even though I ended up getting beaten black and blue each time, Tite quickly forgot her sadness and laughed instead. Because of that, I did not worry much, and I even said that this made our relationship very close. She had liked to cling to me since we were kids, and I benefited a lot from her. As I grew older, even though we did not live in the same city, Tite would still call me occasionally. After my parents passed away, she became my beacon during those dark days. One day, I accidentally read what Tite had written in her diary. October. Little Tron's birthday is coming up. I plan to give him a pair of shoes. I wonder if he will like them. On October 7th. I have known Little Tron for a long time, and I find myself liking him more and more. What would happen if Little Tron knew I liked him? He had never thought about this situation. I thought Tite saw me as a little brother, but it was not until I accidentally saw her diary that I realized her feelings for me. But in my past life, I was obsessed with purity and did not pay attention to Tite. When I heard from her again, she was already married. Moreover, not long after getting married, Tite suddenly fell into depression and self-destructed. That day, I went to Beijing alone, filled with countless thoughts. Looking back now, it seems Tite started to drift away from me after this birthday, so I could not miss her birthday this time, and I could not let Tite follow the same path as in her past life. After that, I went to the hospital where she worked. I walked while observing my surroundings. Tite seemed to be working in gynecology. Suddenly, a stretcher was pushed in. The medical staff in front shouted to clear the way. "Everyone, get out of the way." Beside the stretcher, a young girl urgently called out, "Dad, Dad. Wake up. Do not scare me like this." This beautiful girl is the president of the Haivan group. Duong Fame. Duong Wine, who was panic-stricken and flustered. "Director Trenthan, you must save my old man." As being passed by, Tren quickly jabbed his finger into the middle of the father's chest, thinking that the pharmacology knowledge he learned in Bethong finally had its use. If not, my old man won't he last another hour. Soon after, Yu's father slowly opened his eyes, groaning in pain. She exclaimed joyfully, "Dad, are you awake? Are you okay?" Awake, seeing the bizarre scene unfold. The doctor stood there, astonished, looking at Tron. What exactly did you do?" But then recalling the urgent situation, the doctor quickly told his colleague, "Forget about that. If he is awake, there is a greater chance of saving him. Hurry and take him to the treatment room." Outside, she frantically grabbed Tron's hand. "Little doctor, you must have a way to save my dad. Right, as long as you agree to save my father, our family will pay any price." Tron thought helplessly. Only the elixir in the wild bowl could cure this terminal illness. Unless waiting for the game to merge, he cautiously told Lonij, "I just helped open his acupuncture points. This can only slow down the death. The specific condition still depends on the surgeon's operation, but the surgery won't be easy. After all, your dad is facing a major disaster. The illness has penetrated deep into his bones, and if lucky, he might live for another month." Hearing these words, her eyes welled up, and she seemed about to collapse. A moment later, Bolani bowed her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Slowly, her voice trembled. "Can I borrow your shoulder to lean on?" Without waiting for Tron's reply, Lana buried her face in his chest. crying uncontrollably. With nothing else to do, Tran could only silently support her and listen to her sobs. He could only say that this old man was born in the wrong era, just like his own parents. If they were still alive by the time he became a god in the game, he would find a way to save them. After a while, Lon choked up and pulled away from Tran's shirt. "I am so sorry. I have ruined your clothes," he gently replied. "Don't worry about it. It is fine. It is just something I bought on the street. Not worth much. If you are okay now, I will take my leave. During this time, spend more time with your dad. Don't let yourself regret it later." Just as Tran was about to leave, he suddenly heard Lod call him back. "Wait, next. I will give you this bank card. This card contains a bit of my goodwill. It does not have a password. Also, this business card is mine. If you ever face any difficulties in the future, just call me anytime. I will do my best to help you." Without hesitation, Tran reached out to take it. "Then I want to be polite. If there is anything, I will come find you." Inside, he could not help but marvel. She really is a wealthy woman. Before turning to leave, Lo said, "Little divine doctor, then it is a deal." Tran watched her figure fade down the hallway, wondering, do I look that small? But I do not look that young anymore, do I? After that, he headed towards the obstetrics department. It took a while earlier. Sister Thutai probably has not finished work yet. Right. Then Tran ran towards a girl, her face glowing brightly. Sister Thutai. Hearing her name, she turned around with rosy cheeks. Taiyu Tran. He could not hide his emotion, choked up as he called her sister. Then he rushed to embrace Thutai tightly. "I missed you so much." His reaction surprised her greatly, leaving her speechless. Taiyu Tran. After their reunion at the hospital, Thutai led Tran to her place, looking at the old, messy apartment as if no one lived there. He questioned, "Sister, do you live here? This place is about to be cleared out." "Huh. You are brave to rent such a dangerous floor." She felt a bit embarrassed and just smiled in response. "It is cheap here, and close to the hospital where you work, so it is fine." Upon arrival, Thutai opened the door and cheerfully said, "Come in. Little Tran, go take a shower and relax a bit. I will make something delicious for you." Tran nodded, then looked around, thinking that in her previous life, Thutai occasionally transferred money to him, and he had not realized how poor her living environment was. She could have lived better. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel a pang of sadness. Sensing Tran's gaze on her, she, wearing an apron, turned back to ask worriedly, "What is wrong? Didn't you bring any clothes to shower with? There are some in the wardrobe. Just go get them." He scratched his head and laughed. "Got it. I will rest a bit first." Tran walked over to open the wardrobe and discovered a lot of brand new men's clothes inside. He was surprised, wondering why there were so many men's clothes. Thutai laughed and replied, "These were bought out of boredom when I went shopping. I thought they would look great on you, planning to bring them over during the holidays. I did not expect you to come here. Try them on to see if they fit." Tran held the clothes in his hands, feeling emotional as he said, "With a sister like you, what more could a brother ask for?" He had just finished showering when the food was already prepared and ready. She was setting the dining table while saying, "All right, let us eat." Tran pulled out a chair and sat down. When he glanced over the dining table, he immediately understood his sister's intentions. All his favorite dishes were there. At that moment, Thutai suddenly picked up her phone and said, "By the way, your college expenses are not too high, right? Do you have enough money? These past 2 days, I have transferred a little to you after getting my salary." Hearing this, he quickly held her hand to stop her. Tran firmly insisted, "Sis, I am not short on money. I have money now." But Thutai does not believe me as a college student can have money and wants to trick her. "Seriously? Just wait. I will show you the transfer." Immediately, a bank notification popped up, stating that on November 7th, 1 million Vind was transferred to the account ending in 3231, balance 115, E4.0322 Vind in the bank. She gasped. "Little Tran, where did you get this much money? You did not join a money laundering syndicate, did you?" He nonchalantly took a bite of food. This money was all earned from the game. "It is from a treasure hunt." Thutai still could not believe the truth before her eyes. "I heard before that people could make money from treasure hunts, but I did not expect it to be this much," Tran decisively declared. "So from now on, you do not have to work hard anymore. Before it was you supporting me, now it is my turn to support you." Hearing this, she showed her disagreement. "Who needs you to support me? That is your hard-earned money. You should give it back to me." He looked unhappy, putting down his chopsticks and standing up. "Sis, do you see me as an outsider? With that attitude, I might as well go home now." Thutai hurriedly tried to soothe him. "Of course not. Why would I see you as an outsider?" Tran then suggested. "Then just accept the money." She reluctantly agreed. "All right, I will keep it for you for now." He finally sat down, picked up a piece of meat for Thutai. "Here. Take this. Don't be so polite with me in the future." After finishing dinner, it was already dark outside. While they were cleaning up the dishes, she took the initiative to say, I will handle this. You go to the bedroom. Tutron heard this and immediately asked, Sister, I see there is only one bed in the room. Are we going to sleep together? Deep down, he was really happy. Realizing that in the past life he never noticed how generous Sister Thu Tite was, she felt shy and replied, Kid, what are you thinking? You can sleep in the bed, and I will take the sofa. Right, this arrangement made Tutron disagree and suggest, Sister Thu Tite, let me sleep on the sofa. However, she stubbornly pushed him into the room, insisting that if he was told to go, he should just go. With him being so tall, how could he listen and sleep on the sofa? He would sleep in the bed, with no other choice. Tutron could only comply. But he lay there for a long time and could not fall asleep at all. Suddenly noticing a familiar fragrance, Tutron felt a bit flustered. The blanket and pillow still carried a faint scent of Sister Thu Tite. Remembering something important, he stepped out to the living room to find her. Oh right, Sis, I have something to tell you. Thu Tite, who was sleeping, sat up when she heard Tutron call her, rubbing her eyes and asking, What is it? Why are not you sleeping at this hour? He did not speak right away but sat down next to her. Looking thoughtful, after a moment, Tutron slowly said, Can you resign? Thu Tite was taken aback and countered, Why do you suddenly want me to resign? Don't tell me you want to support me. I do not need you to support me. He seriously expressed that he meant for her to change jobs. You work in the capital. It is too far from me. When I miss you, you are not by my side. And if something happens, I can't get to you right away. Tutron's words, filled with concern, made her feel flustered. Thu Tite thought to herself in confusion, What is wrong with Tutron? Why is he suddenly speaking so ambiguously with me? Seeing her lost in thought and not responding, he reached for Thu Tite's hand and persuaded her. Sister, why do not you switch careers and come work with me as a professional gamer and be at home? The next day, she went to work at the hospital as usual, but her mind could not stop thinking about what Tutron had said. Why did Tutron suddenly want me to join the game last night? Do I really want to resign and go with him? After finishing the paperwork, she stepped into the room and was met with a shower of confetti. Then, a series of cheerful applause rang out in celebration. A male doctor approached Thu Tite, holding a large bouquet of roses and an expensive gift bag, wishing her a happy birthday. I have booked a table at the most luxurious restaurant in Faki 9. I will cover all the expenses. Upon hearing this, those around them could not help but express their admiration. Dr. Trong is really generous. Since Dr. Trong is being so proactive, it would be rude for her not to go with him. Thu Tite took the bouquet in her hands and gently said, Dr. Trong, you do not need to pay. It is my birthday. How can I let you pay, especially at such a fancy restaurant? Kwangvi stepped closer and said, You have known my intentions for a while now. No need to be so polite. At this moment, he was imagining being in bed with Thu Tite, tricking her and their colleagues into dining at the most luxurious restaurant, spending at most about 10,000, while getting the best opportunity to approach her before finding a chance to force himself on her. Tran appeared at the door without anyone noticing. He was turning the car key in his hand and greeted, cutting through Kwangvi's fantasies. Sister Thu Tite, your place is so lively. Recognizing the car brand from the key in Tran's hand, he was confused. This is a Faraday car key. I asked about it before. Thu Tite's cousin is very poor and relies on her for support while studying. How does he have a car? He stepped forward and extended his hand. Dr. Truong, you are here too. Kwangvi forced a smile. Yes, that is right. As they shook hands, Tran discreetly observed him and silently assessed. Kwangvi, let us see what you are really up to. Outside the company, her colleagues shouted excitedly. Thu Tite, is this your brother's car? How impressive. Someone approached to touch the car but was stopped by someone next to them. This car must cost at least 1 million yuan. Right, don't touch it carelessly. What if you scratch it? Kwangvi wondered in the dark behind the crowd, not expecting this kid to show off. Isn't he supposed to be really poor? Where did he get the money to buy a car? He smiled broadly and proposed. Little Tran, your car only has 2 seats. And since there are so many of us, we 1T fit. How about this? Let Thu Tite ride with me, and the rest can take a cab. I will cover the fare. The female colleagues around laughed and praised him. Dr. Truong. So generous. Tran raised a hand to snap his fingers, gracefully declining. Dr. Truong, no need to go to such expense. I have arranged everything. Everyone looked at the bus arriving and said, The bus is here. He watched everyone board and smiled. Instructing, everyone get on. We will meet at the hotel. She looked at the sports car in front of her and asked, Little Tran, did you just buy this car? Tran sat in the driver's seat and replied, That is right. I bought it for you. It is your birthday gift. Thu Tite sat in the passenger seat, worriedly asking, How much did it cost? Or should you return the car? I know you are earning money now, but you should not spend it recklessly. He stroked his chin, smiling and suggesting, So, sister, you should resign early. That way, I can hand over all my feelings to you to manage, and then I want to have the chance to spend extravagantly. Hearing this, she fell silent, blushing and looking down without saying a word. After a while, the sunset illuminated the entire hotel. Tran followed Kwang Wei into the hotel, complimenting, "Brother Truongqi is really generous. This is the most luxurious hotel in the capital." "Right," he walked ahead, laughing. "It is your sister's birthday. Of course, I have to show off." Kwang Wei turned to look at him, thinking to himself, he looked just like a country bumpkin in the city. Tran pointed upward and asked, "I heard the top floor has a view of more than half the capital. A beautiful night scene. The private room that Muna Trong reserved must be up there." "Right." His figure in front suddenly stiffened, and Kwang Wei's face turned rigid as he nodded in agreement. "Oh, yes. Of course. Let us go up together." He thought to himself that he figured the second floor would be enough. It was just over 10,000 yuan. If they switched to the top floor, it would be at least 10 times that. In his mind, he envisioned that scene, pressing the elevator button decisively. "Forget it. If it is for winning over Thu Tite, I might as well spend it. After all, I can make her pay me back sooner or later." At the dining table, a female colleague praised, "This is definitely the most luxurious hotel in the capital. It is really delicious. Thu Tite, we owe you one." She laughed shyly and said, "Really?" Thu Tite glanced at Kwang Wei thoughtfully. "How much do we owe her?" "Trunny and Tin this time. I can't let it go. I will find a chance to pay him back later." Tran took his hand, smiling, and said, "Dra. Trajing, my sister often mentions you to me, saying you are humble and polite, treating everyone kindly and happily helping others." Kwang Wei laughed at this and humbly replied, "Not at all. We are colleagues. Helping each other is just what we should do." He raised his hand to scratch his chin, feigning curiosity, and asked, "But I heard your sister say your family is poor, with not much savings. How can you afford such a flashy car?" Tran calmly replied, "I rented it." He picked up his glass of wine, sighed, and said, "Today is Thu Tite's birthday. I want to save face a bit." He thought to himself, he is already inquiring about my background, not even joking with him first. Kwang Wei laughed and waved his hand. "It is okay. Little brother, it is normal for young people to want to save face." "I understand." He silently cursed. "Turns out he is just a show-off. I thought he had some deep connections." Then he raised his hand and called for the waiter to bring more wine. A female server brought in a bottle of red wine and glasses. She bent down, holding the bottle softly. "Here you go. Let me pour you some wine." Kwang Wei looked at the wine being poured into the glass. This is the type he had stored at the hotel before. "Little Tran, give it a taste. It is really good." He smiled faintly. Originally he did not want to drink, but today is Thu Tite's birthday. He bit the bullet and brought the wine. Just as Tran was about to raise it to drink, he suddenly realized something was off. "No. The wine is tampered with. It has drugs in it. If it were not for my frequent use of anesthetics for catching wild animals, I would not have detected it." He slammed the glass down on the table. "Right. Trajing, I only rented the car for half a day. I have to return it now, or else I will be charged for breaching the contract later." Tran stood up and walked outside, smiling and waving. "Later, please give my sister a ride home." Kwang Wei smiled brightly and assured, "Don't worry. Little Tran, just leave your sister to me." He stared at him thoughtfully. Finally, the fox showed its tail. "For now, I will hold off on exposing him and wait to make him pay later." She saw Tran leaving, called out to Tran in confusion. Just then, Kwang Wei stood up, raised his glass high, laughing. "Come on, let us toast. 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 Happy birthday, Thu Tite." She blushed upon seeing this, smiling brightly. After a long while, he stood still watching everyone at the table fall down, muttering to himself, "Oh no, it seems I drank too much. I am feeling dizzy." "Me too. This kind of alcohol hits later. I need to sleep for a bit. I can't drink anymore." "Old Jiang, let us continue." He looked at Thu Tite, her face down on the table, chuckling softly. "Finally, I have waited for this day." Thu Tite, feeling Kwang Wei hug her, opened her eyes and stammered, "Dra. Zhang, what do you want to do?" He carried Thu Tite away, saying, "Of course, to have some fun. Let us go." "Which room should we go to?" She immediately struggled, saying, "Let me go." Next, Thu Tite was thrown hard onto the bed. She let out a cry of pain. "Don't, please do not." Kwang Wei held up his phone with one hand, pulling her shirt up with the other and said, "Thu Tite, I spent a lot of money throwing you a birthday party tonight. You have to repay me. Right?" She kept struggling, yelling, "Let me go. Let go." His eyes widened, his face fierce. "Wait until I sleep with you. Recording video and taking pictures? A shy person like you would not even dare to call the police." Kwang Wei laughed loudly, adding, "By then, you will have to marry me, and I can have my fun with you." Thu Tite was crying, pleading, "Let me go, please." Just then, Tran kicked the door open, shouting, "Let my sister go." He was startled and turned to look back, thinking in shock, why is he back? Then he rushed forward, kicking Kwang Wei away. Everyone heard the noise. quickly rushing over. What is going on? It seems someone is coming. The staff looked in shock and asked, Sir, what is happening? Tutron punched Kwang V hard in the face. You like humiliating people. Huh. You dare to bully my sister. Huh. Then he landed another strong punch right in his face. Next, Tutron stood up, delivering a strong kick to Kwang V's lower body. He pointed at him, turned to the staff and said, I suspect this crazy man injected Mathy into the wine. Please help me collect evidence. The crowd looked at each other in shock. Stammering, Mathy, is this really happening? Tutron picked up his phone, looked at Kwang V and questioned. Zhang, I have recorded what you just did to my sister. Are you going to turn yourself in or should I take you in? He was bruised all over, kneeling on the ground, clasping his hands and replied, Let me go. I will go myself. He immediately shouted. Get lost. Tutron stood still watching Kwang V leave bent over, on the bed. Thutai curled up, tears streaming down her face. He walked over, bent down, and picked her up. Thutai buried her face into Tron's chest, crying and thanking him. Taiyu Tron. Thank you. You smiled softly and said, Sis, I should be the one thanking you. You have always taken care of me, and now that I am grown, it is time to repay you. A few days later, Tutron turned the doorknob and walked in. He closed the door, leaned against the wall, and sighed. So I am home now. Tutron frowned, thinking to himself, competing with that father figure is not easy at all. Remembering back to the airport, he told her, Sis, take care of yourself. Thutai reached out to pat Tutron's head and smiled. What are you saying? Little Tron, you need to take good care of yourself. After I finish my current work, I will come find you. Okay. He threw his backpack down hard, calculating in his mind that although he did not want to leave Sis Thutai, he had already completed half a day of the Be Hong update. Tutron sat down in the virtual reality machine, grabbed the helmet, and thought he needed to hurry back. He could not let anyone catch up to his progress. He lay back in the chair and gently put on the helmet, and darkness suddenly lit up with a loading message. A beam of blue light appeared and entered Tutron's body in the game. As soon as he opened his eyes, notification sounds rang out. Breakthrough in key refinement stage. All basic attributes increased by 10 points. Vitality 1000. Mana 1000. Tutron exhaled, thinking, not bad. Huh. The game update really helped me progress a lot. Now I'm already at key refinement stage. He looked at his fingers and remembered. Oh right. I was in such a rush that I still have not had the chance to see the equipment dropped from that blood eagle. Tutron waved his hand. And immediately, the items in his bag appeared in front of him. The screen displayed the introduction of the spirit item, K. Lilia, with a mana power of 15, focus, and 600 mana, along with the skill, Tiny Shield. Tiny Shield instantly connects with teammates within a 20-meter range and restores 100 health points per second for 20 seconds. This skill will be interrupted if attacked. Spirit Skill. Blood Echo can reduce the movement effects of enemies within 300 meters by 30%, and decrease the attack speed of pulling skills by 10%. Last for 15 seconds, requiring a foundation of 30 points or more, only for players of the cultivation system. The Celestial Burial Bone originally was a normal spiritual beast skeleton, but after being buried in sand and absorbing the essence of electric energy, after 100 years, the bones became as hard as iron and the head became a stone, with attributes of Strength 4, Defense 3, Focus, Speed 5, and Vitality 1%, effective when breaking through to the foundation stage. This item can significantly enhance the attributes of the cultivator. T-Tron snapped his fingers, and the items disappeared, thinking these 3 items are not bad at all. They are all things I need, if I want to further improve my cultivation and enter the foundation stage. With my heaven-defying talent, I only have one path to choose, which is the Celestial Path to Foundation. Conditions for obtaining the Celestial Path to Foundation flashed in his mind, but the requirements are very strict. Not only do you need these 3 kinds of treasures, but you also need to find 6 spirit pearls with different condensed attributes. Tutron stood up and walked forward, making a decision. Although I am not yet at the foundation stage, I need to start preparing the materials for it right away. His gaze was fixed on the nearby real beasts. Tutron bent down and sat, patting it to urge. Come on, let us go. Let us get to work. This bear. The cute beast rolled on the ground, ignoring all claims, saying it was hungry and could not move. Tutron stood straight, arms crossed, scolding, You just ate not long ago, and now you are saying you are hungry. You are really something. It pointed at him, asking back, What did you promise me in the beginning? It was not supposed to be like this. Tutron crossed his arms and looked away, saying, Really? Did I say that? Don't talk nonsense. The cute beast's face darkened, frowning. Really? Did I say that? Don't talk nonsense. A notification appeared on the screen. Loyalty of the cute bear to you decreased by 10 points. Current loyalty 90. He heard this like a thunderbolt, frozen in place. Tutron held his head, painfully thinking, Damn it. I almost forgot about the pet's loyalty. If loyalty drops below 70, the pet will not obey its owner's commands, If it drops below 50, it can easily betray its owner. He forced a smile, patting the cute beast's head, saying, I was just joking with you. What kind of person is your master? I woke you up just to take you out to eat. It crawled forward, urging, then let us get going. Tran went down the stairs, starting to think. In this update of the wild, the most important content is the secret realms. So far, only 3 secret realms have been updated. In his mind, he recalled the challenges, distinguishing them one by one. The Dream Curse for solo players, the Dark Ghost Domain for squads, and the Deity King Valley for guilds. Tran stroked his chin and thought. These 3 secret realms were like sect missions, divided into 5 difficulty levels. Easy, normal, hard, very hard, and hell. First, he should go clean up the Dream Curse. Inside, there are essential materials needed to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. He hurried forward and thought. Plus the Dream Curse equipment is very popular. The temptation is not small. Kid, do not even think about going down the mountain. Suddenly, Tran narrowed his brows and looked down. Wang Tunhun, a core disciple of the Sword Sect in the late Foundation establishment stage, raised his head and said, Kid, do not go down the mountain. Hearing this, he raised his hand to stroke his hair and asked, What do you guys want? Chuan drew his sword. Looking up, introducing himself, My name is Wang Tunhuan, and I want to challenge you. Tran looked at the Sword Sect rules in front of him and said, According to the Sword Sect rules, as long as the challenger's cultivation level does not exceed the opponent by 1 major realm, they can challenge the opponent. He pointed his sword directly at him. As long as the challenged person is not injured, does not complete a task, or is not in closed-door training, they must accept the challenge. Only in this way can the disciples of the Pure Progress Sword Sect continuously improve their cultivation. The 3 of them posed dramatically, making our Heavenly Performance Sword Sect the #1 major sect in this enro. Tran crossed his arms, his face dark with displeasure. Fine then, but I won't do anything pointless. If I win, I might get some good items. What do you think? Chuan Hong raised his hand, revealing the contribution points leaderboard. 886 agrees. Alright, let us bet using the sect's contribution points. It is also the consistent fighting style of the Sword Sect. What do you think? He looked at the contribution points leaderboard above Tran's head mockingly. But your contribution points are just 0. If you lose, what will your contribution points be? Probably nothing. Right, he thought to himself, if the contribution points go negative, he will be expelled from the sect. At the mountain's peak, Kuang Gaiet descended, calling out, Little junior brother, you do not have to be afraid of him. She stood with a contribution point score of 66,000 directly in front of Tran, saying, I have 60,000 contribution points. Is that enough? He felt his face flush, secretly thinking, indeed the softness is quite appealing. Seeing this, Chuan Hong turned to ask those behind him, Brothers, have not you lived your whole life for face? Help me gather some more contribution points, and I will pay you back double. The crowd quickly agreed. No problem, I will give you 250 points. I still have 300 points. I have some too. He raised his fist with a contribution point score of 1500. Declaring, we bet 1500. Tran, I will make you pay for your reckless behavior. Rays of light streaked past, heading towards the Sword Sect's discussion platform. Tran Ian stood straight, listening to the loud sounds. The outer disciple Tran Ian wins. The opponent lay on the ground, wiping the blood from his lips and cursing. Damn it. The people below looked at the arena above in disgust. This Tran Ian is really formidable. He has won 8 matches in a row. That is right, he is too strong, and he is just at the Kia refining stage. There, I think he is the #1 expert of the Heavenly Transformation Sword Sect. The outer disciple, Tran Ian, stands tall amidst the noise. It must be him. A pair of long legs stepped out of the line. Moving forward, the elder of the branch sect, Nam Kovo, smiled and introduced himself. I am Nam Kongvo, the head of the branch sect. I see you have a talent for swordsmanship. Extraordinary aptitude, and I want to take you as my personal disciple. Do you agree? He was startled to hear this, turning to look back. Immediately, Tran Ian clasped his hands and said, Disciple begs for acceptance. Master, please accept a bow from your disciple. Just then, Kuang Gaiet ran over calling for her father. He turned around and smiled, asking Gaiet. He stood still, dazed, watching her walk past him. Tran Ian's face turned bright red, staring in a daze without saying a word. Kuangvo looked at his daughter gently and asked, And Gaiet Nai, why are you here? Her face flushed as she smiled and replied, Of course, to cheer on my little junior brother. Hearing this, he smiled broadly at him, saying, How did you know I just accepted Tran Ian as a new disciple? Now, let me introduce you. He immediately clasped his hands, stammering, I greet my senior sister. Kuang Gaiet pointed over there playfully. Dad, you got it wrong. I am talking about him. I mean this junior brother Lam. Tran stood on the stage, startled as he looked over at the dark faces of Kung Vi and Tran Ian, silently wondering why he felt such hostility in their gazes. He frowned at them, letting out a cold huff, not knowing what tricks this kid used to charm and guide Nai in such a short time. With a new disciple in hand, he needed to see what this guy was really capable of. He raised his sword, radiating light, and said, "So it is you, Mrs. 8. I have heard a lot about you. Tron Ein. Wish to receive your guidance today." Tron scratched his nose nonchalantly and coldly refused. "Sorry, I am not free," he thought to himself, remembering that in his past life, this person was the #1 sword cultivator. Then he raised his hand, pointing behind him and said, "It is because I have already accepted his challenge." Tron Ein gasped, exclaiming, "You want to fight against a late-stage Foundation establishment?" He was shocked, thinking, is not that the Foundation establishment King Tun Hong? Kung Vi also spoke up, "If his cultivation is higher than yours, you could just refuse." Tun Hong remained silent, pondering. Indeed, the sword sect had a rule that someone with lower cultivation could refuse a challenge from someone of higher cultivation. I had intentionally kept this from Tron because I was afraid he would refuse me, but now that he knows, it seems this won't work out. He smiled, spreading his arms and said, "I know about that. However, my brother Veen likes to contribute points to me, so I reluctantly accept." Seeing this, Kung Vi frowned, wondering, does he really think so little of everyone? I truly do not understand what Ngait Ni sees in them. Kung Ngait cheered with her hands on her face. "Little junior brother, go for it." Tron raised his hand to hold the sword. "Vigis Han, you can make your move first." Tun Hong, glowing with purple light, drew his sword and replied, "So you are that confident, huh?" Then today, Vung Tun Hong dashed forward, swinging his sword and shouting, "I am here for your guidance." Just as Tun Hong struck down, Tron's figure vanished. He widened his eyes, thinking, has he disappeared? Tron appeared behind Tun Hong, smiling and saying, "Not bad speed, but still a step too slow." His eyes glowed red as he struck down fiercely. Tron swung his sword, hitting Tun Hong's back. Tun Hong turned to look behind him, crying out in pain, then quickly turned to retreat. His whole body radiated purple light as he raised his sword, thinking he had been careless earlier. Let us see how he handles this next move. The system's voice rang out, P1600, Sword Cultivator V Tun Hong, Late Stage Foundation Establishment, Vitality 7,400 per 9,000. Powerful purple sword energy surged toward Tron. He also raised his sword, using Crescent Moon Slash. Tun Hong's sword collided with Tron's. Then, he forcefully swung his sword upward, knocking Tun Hong's sword out of his hand. Immediately after, Tun Hong was sent flying by Tron. The surrounding disciples looked up in shock. Mouths agape, he flew far away, crashing hard onto the ground. Looking at Tun Hong lying on the ground, a voice announced, "The winner is Tron." Kung Ngait blushed, her eyes sparkling as she cheered. "Junior brother has won, Dad. Do you have anything to say?" Gong Wu raised an eyebrow, saying, "He won. Huh. This kid's move was beyond my expectation." He thought to himself, this little girl is completely defeated now. Then he scoffed, turned, and walked away. She watched his back and called out in confusion, "Whoa." Hatu looked at the system board in front of her and said, "Has everyone seen this?" Her face was flushed, and she excitedly declared, "I told you. How could Zichen lose?" On the screen, comments appeared one after another. Cracked Peace King. Some still questioned whether he was using a cheat. With that kind of agility and awareness, those weird moves are truly impressive. Bai Zichen is really something. The truth is, if you have a wife, do not love me. How could he even pull off moves like that? Why does it feel like he is a super player? Hatu, filled with affection, cupped her face in awe. He is the most handsome male god in Bahong. As the comments kept rolling in, "I only love Ha, the forever #1 big brother of Ha. Look at him, he is the true male god." Nearby, Tranine tightened his grip on his sword, wondering how this famous illusion of the Zon Huang in their sect was defeated by just one move. He stepped forward and called out, "Zichen." Tranine looked at him, acknowledging that Tran Mo was not as good today, but he believed it would not be long before that changed. He pointed directly at Zichen and declared, "I will definitely catch up to you. Just wait." Hearing this, he frowned slightly, thinking Tranian truly deserves to be called #1. His arrogance and mindset say it all. However, having been reborn and taking over the position of the Sword Master, I absolutely cannot let him have the title of the world's #1 sword god. Gong Guide approached, smiling and complimenting. "Junior brother, your strength has improved a lot. Not bad at all. No wonder you are my junior brother." Zichen laughed and replied, "It is mostly because of how amazing you are. Senior sister, if you had not pushed me to become stronger, would not I always have to rely on you for protection in the future?" She crossed her arms, not pleased, and questioned, "What is wrong with your senior sister protecting you? Are you looking down on me?" He laughed reassuringly, "Of course not. I just think, when will it be my turn to protect you, to shield you from rain and wind, to tread through thorns? By then, I will also have the courage to face your father and family. Hearing this, Gong and Gaiet's eyes widened in embarrassment. Junior brother, are you trying to find your father to show off? She chuckled teasingly. Actually, cultivation level is not the issue. I just like it, and I believe my family and father will support me, Zichen calmly inquired. Senior sister, do you have time recently? Gong and Gaiet smiled brightly, hesitantly asking, is it that you want me to help with a task? He laughed and denied, of course not. I just want to invite you to Fengku City to listen to music and enjoy the moon. I wonder if you would agree. He secretly calculated that if the favorability was above 60, then he could initiate physical contact in front of so many people. It is not good to act. It is better to take advantage of the hot iron and lure her outside. She blushed and shyly agreed. I can, but my father will return to the inner palace in 2 days, so I might not be able to go out. She felt embarrassed and wondered, does the little junior brother want to meet with me? Titran leaned in closer and said, it is fine. Just tell him you are going on a mission. Kung Gait's head was steaming as she stammered. Then that is fine. She turned to leave but not before reminding, I will head back now. And when the time comes, I will come find you. He smiled brightly as he watched her go. I will be waiting for you. Titran pursed his lips and thought. Soon he would be going on a date with the little junior brother. He was really looking forward to it. He calmly stepped down from the stage. Ayn Lin approached, raised her hand in greeting. Hello. Master Lam. She clasped her hands in a salute. Hello, Master. Your strength is really impressive. Even a late-stage foundation establishment disciple can't beat you. Tutran calmly replied. Ivan. Is there something wrong? Ayn Lin looked at him and introduced. Our Moon Shadow Guild would like your help to get through the difficult mode of the Thievev Inventrax. Tutran still did not look over and bluntly refused. I can't do that. The three of them froze, turning into statues on the spot. She saw him leave and quickly chased after him. Wait, why is that? You can set any conditions you want. Tutran still did not turn around to explain. The Vegan CSE is a secret realm for teams of over 100 people. The requirement here is not just individual ability, but the average level of the whole team. At least everyone needs to reach the mid-stage Ki refinement to pass. And more than that, Ayn Lin gently inquired. And more than that, he raised his hand and rubbed his chin. Denying it. Nothing. Even if I go to the Voon, yes. I can't do anything. You all should focus on improving your overall strength first. Tutran sighed, thinking he almost missed the chance to harvest spirit stones. But fortunately, he reacted in time. She still would not give up and quickly chased after him, asking, what about the D Quat Kuelen? He was startled and replied, the D the Quat Kuelen, that one is doable, but the difficulty is a bit higher. Ayn Lin smiled brightly and suggested, then you lead us there, and any conditions are up to you. Titran asked with a smile, is your guild leader coming with you? Ayn Lin hesitated and replied, of course our guild leader is going. What is the matter? Tutran rubbed his chin and exhaled, stating his conditions. If she goes, then I will go. I will take this job. She turned to leave but did not forget to emphasize. Make sure you do not have any bad thoughts about our guild leader. If her three friends find out, you will be in big trouble. He turned to leave, raising his hand and laughing. How bad could it be? Are you going to kill me? Besides, I have no interest in your guild leader. I just wanted to find her to borrow some money. Only Hio stood still watching Titran call out. Brother Lam, luckily, I found you. He eagerly clasped his hands and said, help us into the secret realm with a reward of 300,000. What do you think? The guy questioned with a serious face. Who are you? Ho forced a smile and replied, Lum, you truly have a short memory. You sold me that bow last time. He could not help but think, this guy made me blush last time, and now he has forgotten so quickly. The Z-Trend cleared his throat a few times and continued, is it you, Wong? How perfectly timed. But he thought otherwise. He actually came again. Even though I do not want to help him, refusing now would not be very appropriate. I need to quickly find an excuse to get past this. Then he reached out, grabbing Ayn Lin and pulling her along. Wong, you are late. I have already promised my girlfriend, and I am about to take her into the secret realm. Yi Trun looked intently at her. My dear, you go ahead and say it. I will help you into the secret realm. Let us go together. He thought he would just use Ayn Lin as a shield. She lowered her head and stammered. Aho mumbled, asking his friend, your girlfriend. The scene of Zetron showing off his bow flashed in his mind. Come see this, tears falling as I sell equipment. Who offers the highest price gets it. If it were not for marrying, I would not sell it. Then he chuckled coldly and questioned. I remember you are about to get married. Right? To have money for the wedding. You have sold quite a bit of equipment already. He thought to himself, is not this woman the one who fought me for the bow before? Zetron was stunned in place. Oh no. His eyes widened in realization. How could I forget this? Zetron pulled Ayn Lin forward with one hand while rubbing his chin and sighed. I am out of options. My friend, a rich lady was pursuing me, and since she was very attractive, I did not want to try anymore, so I broke up with her. Higo clenched his fist in anger. This woman is the one who played me twice. Just wait for me. In the forest, he pulled the girl and ran quickly. Once they got out of the mess, Sejitron let go and looked back at Heda Ann, who had just shot an arrow for him. If there is ever a chance, I will definitely repay her. Ein Lin heard this and glanced away. Refusing, no need for that. Outside the demon realm, at the entrance to the secret realm, a group stood still, chatting. For now, the team is short of a mage, requiring a mid-level equipment refiner. Please come in. Ingyizi ni. We need a shield and a caretaker. Just need a caretaker. Once we add that, we can get on the bus. 3 times a day for basic refining. Sejitron looked around, feeling a bit nostalgic. More and more players are getting involved. Ein Lin hurried forward and exclaimed, President, you are here. The group heard her voice and turned to look. She quickly ran over and asked, Hello. Lum, you finally made it. Please help us get through the secret realm. Whatever conditions you have, just say them. The Shitron held up 3 fingers straightforwardly. Not much, just 3 conditions. You raised a finger in request. First, to command the entry into the secret realm, you must follow my orders. Second, all the equipment obtained in the secret realm and all the necessary materials for sword cultivation and foundation establishment belong to me. Finally, you leaned close to Lekidie and added, as for the third condition, it is personal. I want to borrow some spirit stones from you. How many can you lend me? Lekidie hesitated and replied, You know that spirit stones are very important for the guild. The ratio of spirit stones to cash in the market has increased to 1 per 180. Litron raised his hand to assure her, I won't borrow for free. How much do you need? I will return 130% to you, and I promise to pay you back in full within 5 days. Lekidie touched her chin in agreement. All right, I will lend you 50,000. You glanced at the notification that appeared. Spirit stones plus 50,000. Litron raised his hand to urge. Okay, I will definitely pay you back in 5 days. Let us go into the secret realm. Lohosiminta practiced at the late stage Kai refinement, while 2 of the Dina stood still at the mid-stage Kai refinement. Next, they both entered the dungeon door simultaneously. Notifications appeared one after another. The Venanth Guild's difficulty level. Progress 52%. Tretchingite Studios difficulty level. Progress 50%. Tinvin Studios difficulty level. Progress 49%. The Extreme Guild's difficulty level. Progress 47%. The Niguite Indian Guild's Hell Mode. Progress 0%. Ein Ling gasped, unable to believe it. Wait, is this Hell Mode? Why did we end up in Hell level like this? 2 of the Dian asked. Scared. Master Lam, did you choose wrong? Iji turned around to explain. Actually, the Nightquake demonic realm is not difficult. The challenge lies in tight coordination and strategic rotations. As long as we solve these 2 issues, we can smoothly pass through the secret realm. Next, you led the way, saying, just follow me and do not get lost. I guarantee you will get through. The Z-Tren glanced back, thinking that he was not too familiar with this secret realm, but it was just right for him to find some gear. The group suddenly stopped to look at a small house right in front of them. Outside the house, a lantern swayed in the wind. She cried in fear, Ein Lin, this place is too scary. I am afraid I will see terrifying things. She gently stroked Tuthodene's hand to comfort her. What are you afraid of? We are here. After all, those things you see in the movies are just fake. Suddenly, she turned around in confusion when she heard Lekha calling. Ein Lin, she pointed to the ground and said, There is a human hand under your feet. Ein Lin's face turned pale as she froze in shock. After a moment, she jumped up and screamed. President, you are so mean. That is just awful. Lekidie covered her mouth and laughed. Have you seen how she screams? Just then, Lekidie's group was startled by a strange sound. From within the fog, a Tumkeeper emerged with a cane. He had one eye missing and bared his teeth as he stared at the group. Ein Lin and Teothi done and hugged each other and screamed in terror. The Gravekeeper stood still watching the group and said, Another 5 people walk into their doom. Hurry up, that is another 5 lives added. He radiated a green light, saying, This demon lord is too dangerous. No one can survive except me. The Gravekeeper, Leffy Z, turned to the trembling group and comforted them. Don't be scared. Z Tremby quickly urged. Let us go. Ignore him. Just follow me. The Gravekeeper immediately turned to stop them. Wait. Young man, if you are so determined to go, could you help me with something? He turned back and replied. Go ahead. Angiris. Finally. We are getting to the point. In my past life, I spent half a day talking to that old man. It was such a waste of time. I later realized that if I just ignored him, he would quickly reveal the task. He calmly recounted. 20 years ago, my wife was killed by a ghost here, so I became the Gravekeeper in hopes of finding her relics. A white scarf, a staff from the wilds, a mysterious skill. The Gravekeeper brought out a white handkerchief to request help. Unfortunately, my power is too weak, so I can go up the mountain. If you find a white handkerchief, please bring it to me. I am willing to give you 2 pieces of mysterious equipment. The Z-Tren crossed his arms and laughed in agreement. All right. We will take this mission. Luffy da. From behind, said. A white handkerchief can be exchanged for 2 pieces of mysterious equipment. No wonder the difficulty of robbing the underworld is so high. He watched the group leave and continued. Thank you. I will wait for your news at the foot of the mountain. The group hurried ahead, and T-Tron stopped to look at the purple mist before them. From within the mist, skulls quickly emerged, startling Einlin. Why are there so many ghosts? There must be dozens in this place. Luffy D quickly used a major spell to remind everyone. This is the hell mode, so the number of demons can be small. Everyone, get into defensive positions. Seemage rushed forward in response. Leave it to me. She charged into the purple mist, kicking the demons inside away. Then, the demons opened their mouths and laughed maniacally. Tutron immediately rushed in, swinging his arm to strike at them. Streams of blue light fell, and notifications of spirit stones appeared. Einlin stared in amazement. Is that Master Rin? What level of luck do you have? He touched his hair and smiled. That is a secret. They saw a giant spirit behind Tutron and shouted. Master Lam. Be careful. He scoffed and thrust his sword back fiercely. The black bones quickly dissolved, leaving only a white handkerchief on the sword. She raised her fist and said, Hey, it fell out. This is the handkerchief of the Gravekeeper's late wife. Even if we go back now to complete the task, we can still get those 2 pieces of mysterious equipment. Zetron took the handkerchief and asked, Don't you think about the useless North World? If it really works like this, would not it be better if no one tackled the secret realm and just used this method to get the equipment? He turned his head forward, calling out, If you want to get through the secret realm, you have to seize the moment. Follow me. T-Tron led the group through the forest. Ahead, a spirit hung in the air, lamenting, My fate is so miserable. Everyone was startled. Looking in that direction, the ghost murmured, Finally, someone has come to join me. She tilted her head back and screamed loudly. T-Tron's group watched as the white mist dissipated. Einlin looked at the skeleton reaching for her leg, panicking and shouting, This is the president. What should we do now? He slammed his sword down, yelling, You are just a skeleton, and you still want to behave. T-Tron pressed the sword down hard, growling, Do you think you are Brook Chuck? Then he swung the sword up, pointing it at the wicked ghost. T-Tron unleashed a beam of blue light, but it missed the target. He was startled, wide-eyed, thinking, Has it disappeared? One of her hands covered T-Tron's mouth along with a sound of admiration. This young man is quite handsome. The ghost sat on his shoulder, smiling and asking, Would you be willing to be a ghost couple with me? She stroked T-Tron's face, laughing. Actually, you could become a ghost. Then we can cultivate together, and your power will surely increase much faster than now. Hearing this, he frowned and thought, I have really encountered a live ghost. How do I break this trick? Then, T-Tron swung his hand back, shouting, Shut up. Only a ghost would want to be a ghost couple. The ghost behind him asked. Little brother, do not you want that? T-Tron coldly replied. What a waste of words. The ghost's face turned fierce as she continued. Then you are done for. She flew up high, spreading her arms and declaring, I will extract your soul, making it so you can't escape me. He stood still, watching the sharp spikes rise from the ground, then swung his sword, chopping at the surroundings. Next, T-Tron looked at Left DD's group and commanded, You all, come with me. She tightened her grip on the staff, responding that she understood. Left ED ordered Dina in line. She helped the Master Lam attack, immediately drawing her sword in agreement. Understood. Luffy continued to assign tasks. Lilhotzi assisted with control, and she immediately responded that she accepted the order. The command continued to sound. 2 of the Dean paid attention to the back, startled and replied, Yes, yes. Left E raised her hand to order everyone to charge together, then began using the solar lunar shield. Instantly, Tutron and Einlein rushed forward, swinging their swords to cut through the sharp spikes. The ghost's hair arose, quickly wrapping around them. She looked up, her hair continuously growing and lunging toward the group. At the same time, Sima T had rushed in front of the ghost. She kicked and quickly called for Lum, hoping for those 2. Tutron nearby also raised his sword and charged in. He raised the sword in his hand. Looking calm, the ghost gritted her teeth and shouted, Don't mess this up. Strands of hair from all directions rushed to wrap around the sword. She swept through, slicing the hair off, followed by a wave of sword energy slashing across the demon's head. Tutron swung his sword, splitting her body in 2. Seeing this, the lean hugged her chin and cheered. We did it. Lefty closed her eyes and sighed in relief. Einlein looked at the pile of items in front of her, excited. Could it be due to the luck of Master Lam? So many pieces of equipment just dropped. The pile of items included recovery potions, a 2,000 gold defensive charm, a weapon of spiritual grade, a 1314 gold ancient sword energy, 233 gold, spiritual grade poisonous charm, and a spiritual grade ancient powder. The Videnen covered her mouth and smiled, saying, With this luck, if you bought a lottery ticket, you would be rich by now. She stood beside her, laughing along, It would not be bad to use this to open equipment in the 8 desolations. Right, if a few spiritual items were opened. It would be like winning the jackpot. Luffy looked at him, suggesting Mither. Lum should pick these items first, even if he was not a sword cultivator. He could take them if he liked. Nitron sat down to start choosing. Then I won't be polite any longer. Spiritual item. The notification sound rang out. 1 defensive charm. 1 spiritual weapon of dual sword energy. On the screen, lines of text introduced the defensive charm with a power level of 5 and 3 defenses, along with the skill of gathering energy in the palm and attacking the target, dealing damage similar to a basic attack. The cooldown time is 90 seconds, and any player can use it. The dual sword energy weapon can trigger an attack, and on the 3rd strike, the sword energy remains inside the opponent, which can be detonated within 2 minutes, stacking cooldown time of 10 seconds, requiring a sword cultivator at the Ki refining stage. He stepped forward, urging to continue. The screen displayed a notification for the Moonshadow Guild. Hell form. Progress 60%. In the forest, T-Trun and the others walked toward the distant darkness. The Gravekeeper turned his back, waiting. Einlein pointed at him and said, "Everyone look. Is not that the Gravekeeper? Let us quickly hand him the handkerchief." He grabbed her hand to stop her, saying, "Wait a minute." T-Trun's face was dark as he reminded her, "Going over there is like handing over your life." Einlein turned back, puzzled, and asked, "What do you mean?" He calmly replied, "Don't you find it strange? He said he would wait for us at the foot of the mountain before. Why is he here now? Have you ever thought about where the boss is?" Einlin was startled, unsure of what he meant. Is he also the boss of the Dark Grave? T-Trun playfully flicked her forehead. Although not very quick-witted, she was not too dumb either. Luffy Dung, hearing this, excitedly inquired, "How could that be? If he is the boss, then why would he give us a quest?" He frowned slightly as he spoke. "This is the biggest trap in this dungeon. Many players have lost their lives here before. Experienced players will choose not to take on their quests and directly engage in the boss battle at the start. But if they do that, they won't be able to defeat the female spirit and won't receive any additional rewards." She smiled brightly and said, "So that is how it is? Lamb, thank you so much. Without you, we would not know how many quest rewards we would have lost." Just then, the Gravekeeper turned back and laughed ominously. He raised his hand and demanded, "Have you all arrived? Have you found the relic of my late wife yet? If you have found it, hand it over to me." The Gravekeeper's hand reached out in promise. "And then I will give you 2 pieces of legendary treasures." A wave of sword energy appeared, slicing toward him. Emperor Tran struck out with his sword, urging everyone to take action. Along with that, Hub decreased by 240. He turned his head to glance back, recalling how he was tricked by this guy in his past life. And it took several rounds of fighting to get through this secret realm. In this life, there is no way I am making the same mistake as before. The Gravekeeper stood silently, with no sound, and from the wound, a hand emerged. The Demon King tore through the layers and pushed himself up off the ground. He opened his mouth wide and shouted, "I am the Demon King, sentencing you all to death." The Demon King raised his staff, and the skull on it opened its mouth to spew out dark energy, which transformed into black crows rushing forward. Ein Lin looked at the swarm of crows in shock. "What is that?" Tutron raised his sword and struck at them, then turned back to HLN. "The D-Nen, quickly use your skill to disperse those crows." She immediately summoned a blue umbrella. The one threw the umbrella high into the sky. T-Trinchin shouted down, "You all deal with the crows, and I will handle the boss." He then tightened his grip on the sword and charged toward the Demon King. The corner of T-Tron's mouth slightly curled. No one understands better than him that magical cultivation fears close combat the most. He swung the sword, using the sword energy to strike at him. The Demon King looked up, opened his mouth wide to scream, and a notification appeared on the screen. The Undead Demon King. Boss level. Strength, late stage foundation establishment. 10,760 per 11,000. Attack 118. Defense 102. Speed 100. Spirit Shield 10. Will 10. Group Skill Chaotic Dance. Dark Mist Body Technique. Demon Dog Contract. And Extinguish Demonic Energy. Immediately after, his figure transformed into a red mist and disappeared. Tuchitron turned his head and saw the dark mist gathering behind him. He called out to Left D and the others, taking advantage of this moment to rush in together. Instantly, T-Tron raised his sword high, gently caressing it, saying, "Thibawo, you swing your staff and use the Earthly Fire Guardian, and see me, tighten your fist to gather energy for a powerful strike." Einlin gripped her sword tightly, using the Great Flame Slash. Everyone attacked the Demon King simultaneously, causing him to fall. The Demon King knelt down, supporting himself on the ground. Groaning, Tutron pointed his sword straight to the sky, summoning the Phoenix Dance. He looked up at the flashes of light above. Waves of sword energy simultaneously stabbed down, and the system sound rang out, activating the silent state. Dealt 840 damage. He smiled, gripping the real steel beast, pulling it out and saying, "Little bear, I am leaving you to handle things next. Tutron forcefully threw it over, telling it to smash the boss and then he would take it to eat bamboo shoots. The group around Ai Lin watched the creature fly by, excitedly praising it. That bear is so cute, I want one too. This must be the creature on the list of favored beasts. I never would have guessed it belonged to Master Lam. It landed on the ground, facing the Demon King and roared, then part of his body vanished. Next, the creature gently descended to the ground. As it landed, a blue stone tablet appeared behind it. The people around Ai Lin approached, reaching out to pinch its face as the creature teased. You are really amazing. So cute. Come here, let me pet you. Over there. Tutron stood still with his arms crossed, staring at the stone tablet in front of him. He covered his face with his hand, unable to hold back a curse. Oh my gosh, Tutron thought. It actually dropped a cultivation equipment. On the ground were various pieces of equipment. Mysterious level, Shadow Burial Staff. Mysterious skills, Demon Kai Eradication, Demon Dog Contract. Recovery Potions. Endurance Potions. Heavenly Treasures. Black Essence. Mysterious Artifacts, Shadow Burial Treasures. He bent down to pick up the Black Essence, deciding to leave. Just this alone would be enough. Even if he had to dig for treasures in the sand, he could find 2 heavenly treasures. Just one more piece and he would have all 6 types of spiritual energy. Then he could break through to the heavenly realm. System notifications appeared one after another. Congratulations on passing the Shadow Burial Demon Realm. Completion time 7.56 seconds. Hell level rating. Perfect. Reward for each member 500 cultivation points plus 1500 points for all members. Luffy DZ saw Tutron standing still and quickly approached. She smiled gently and bowed her head in gratitude. Thank you. Brother Lam, you have helped me acquire so much magical gear. I will buy back these items. I won't let you lose out. He raised the black essence in his hand, smiling in refusal. No need. I already said before, these items belong to you. Besides, I won't lose out either. Luffy D widened her eyes and thought, is that black essence? Tutron turned around and smiled goodbye. If there is nothing else, I will head home. He raised his hand, advising, you girls should leave this place soon too. You girls are the first guild to pass this level. Einlein ran over and shouted. Leader. Tutron's voice is echoing. If you do not leave now, the players stuck at the gate will block you and ask for your experience. Seeing this, Einlein said, Master Lam is leaving so quickly. I have not even had a chance to thank him. Luffy D replied with a smile. It is okay. There will be other opportunities. In another place, Tutron leaned against a tree and called out. Brother Ving, are you there? He looked around, deciding he needed to trick Vikino one more time. He appeared on the screen, asking. Brother Lam, you called me on video in Fonke City. It is bustling here. Inside the inn, the only Ho looked over, puzzled, and asked. Brother Lam, why did you call me here? Tutron replied. Isn't it that I came here specifically to apologize to you? He smiled and waved his hand in inquiry. What is with that? Life is precious, but love is worth even more. But if you and that girl succeed, would not that mean I contributed to a beautiful couple? You picked up the teapot to pour tea. Saying that, but it did not help Vong at all. I felt uneasy inside. Uko chimed it. That is a big issue. My friend, finding a wife is the most important thing. He had a big smile on his face, lifting his teacup to gauge the mood. But if my friend has helped Ngayat and get through this hurdle, then if you have time, please assist our wand the guild once. Oh noticed Tutron staring intensely below and asked seriously. What is wrong? Lam brother, is something bothering you? He sighed and lamented. Vong, it is not that I do not want to help. It is mainly because my girlfriend does not agree to let me help you. Who said the 2 guilds are fighting fiercely. So if I could help everyone, that would be great. He scratched his head and muttered. Sorry, Sister Ian leaned from the guild. I promise to compensate everyone later. He heard this and silently cursed. That woman is indeed wicked, always using the Ngayat and guild to fight against him. Then Tutron immediately set his teacup on the table and suggested. Brother Vong, how about this? Even though I can't help you, I can sell you the strategy for the underworld dungeon. He smirked and asked. I do not need much. Just give me 8,000 spirit stones. How does that sound? Uko jumped up in shock, exclaiming, 8,000 spirit stones. All right. Lam brother, you are truly generous. Let me transfer them to you right away. He was sweating profusely, clutching his chest, thinking that his entire guild combined would not even have 8,000 stones. If this goes through, they will be wiped out. Forget it. If I can raise a child, I can catch a wolf. If I do not spend spirit stones, I won't get the means to complete the dungeon. Tutron raised his hand and began to write down the answer. Brother Vong, wait a moment. I will write it down for you right now. Uko pointed at the system screen above and asked. Lam brother, can you just give me the file directly? Why do it this way? He calmly replied. Brother Vong, you do not understand. The more primitive it is, the more secretive it becomes. He took it and said, "So that is how it is? Lum brother truly needs the code." And then Ho turned around and smiled. "Thanks. My brother. I am off to challenge the underworld dungeon at hell level now." Tron sat quietly in his chair, clasped his hands, and smiled, saying, "Take care, Brother Vong." He saw this and smiled faintly, thinking he is still as confident as in his previous life, believing everything will be fine with guidance. But he would not expect that with their strength, even with guidance, they would be chased down mercilessly. Outside the Funkuk city at night, Tron stood still in front of a pharmacy. He walked inside, placed a bag of money on the counter, and said, "Madam, please package up the poison pills in the store for me." Tron raised his hand and requested, "Take as many as you have. I will take them all." The pharmacy owner laughed, holding a book, and reminded him, "The poison pills in my store are not cheap." She jumped down from the medicine shelf. He saw the owner open the bag and asked, "Is this enough?" Tron leaned against the counter, laughing, and added, "If it is not enough, I will add more money." She calmly replied, "It is enough." The pharmacy owner approached him, praising him. "Little brother, you really have a talent for finding spirit stones." She came closer with a smile and suggested, "How about you open a shop with me?" The pharmacy owner lay on the counter and laughed, saying, "This shop, I am giving it to you." Tron stared blankly at her figure, pondering that he seemed to always find a way to unlock different gameplay styles. Then, he turned and walked toward the door, rejecting her. "Sorry, boss. My mind is not here." The Tron closed his eyes, blushing and silently reflecting. Confused thoughts. He did not want confused thoughts. He wanted to be a sword cultivator. His eyes lit up, his whole body filled with fighting spirit. Just then, the pharmacy owner came over and playfully patted Tron on the back. "All right then, let me go pack some poison pills for you. Little brother, wait for me." He blushed, watching her figure walk away, lost in thought. "I regret it now. Is it too late?" The pharmacy owner leaned against the door, teasing him. "Little brother, come back when you have time." Tron responded with a bright smile. "Definitely. For sure." He walked down the road, calculating that this time he had stocked up over 200,000 poison pills, and next time he would make a fortune from them. The other players still did not know that this type of poison was the key to clearing the Tom of the Poison King. Asidihun picked up a vial and examined it, thinking that without this vial, if he got poisoned, he would not be able to pass the trial. "By then, I will sell the medicine in my hands at a high price. That way, I can make some money." He stepped out of the city gate, deciding that while his cultivation was sufficient, he still needed to find a place to gather materials before advancing to the 6th realm of spiritual energy. After a while, in a place rich in spiritual energy, Tech VM, Tron descended from the sky to the ground. He felt his blood constantly depleting and thought to himself, "This place has the most fire spiritual energy." Just then, a red scorpion shot up from the ground in front of Tron. Suddenly, it lunged at him. Tron raised his sword, smoothly gliding past it and sending away. The red scorpion's eyes widened as it fell from above, then it immediately jumped up and scurried away. Seeing this, he immediately chased after it and shouted, "Where do you think you are running?" Tron threw his sword with force, stabbing the red scorpion. It was struck and flew backward a distance. When he got closer, he saw fragments of fire spiritual energy. One piece of spirit stone. One piece of spirit stone. Tron picked it up, mumbling to himself, "What a pity, the quality of the fire spirit stone is too low." The screen displayed an introduction. Fire spiritual energy fragments, containing a small amount of fire spiritual energy. Collect 50 pieces to form a complete fire spiritual energy. In the end, he could only murmur, "Forget it. I will just collect them for now. I can sell them for money later." Tron tightly gripped his sword, looking at the cliff in front of him, contemplating that if he wanted a higher purity, he still had to come to this place. Then you raised your hand to your mouth and shouted, "The Firefox King inside, come out and accept your death." The dark red tails flared up, and the Firefox 3 tails charged out from within, angrily questioned, "You bastard, who are you calling a Firefox King?" The screen displayed a message, "Firefox 3 tails monster. Boss level, QI training stage, up 4,500 per 4,500. Attack 60, defense 55, speed 75. Skill, Flame Tail Deception. Wind Claw. Tail Strike." Tron raised his sword and exclaimed, "I never expected that little fire fox you grew up to become a fox spirit." The firefox swung its hand, using Flame Tail Deception, sending 2 streams of fire at him. Shouting, "Shut up." You watched the flames coming down, swiftly dodging to avoid them. She gritted her teeth and said, "You are really quick on your feet." Tron rushed forward, teasing, "You look like a fox. If you are not happy, do you dare to roast me?" He then swung his sword towards the firefox. "You want to get hit? She crossed her arms and said sharply, "Don't mess with me." The firefox immediately unleashed the wind claw attack, T-Tron saw the crescent energy blades coming at him and quickly turned to retreat. The energy from her formed into whirlwinds. You swung your sword while declaring a counterattack. The Firefox's eyes widened, wondering what was happening. She tilted her head back, releasing her pressure to dispel it. The Firefox was hit and flew backward. Then her figure completely transformed back to her original form. Next, T-Tron summoned the real steel beast and gave instructions. Unidet. This is your meal. You probably have not evolved yet and only know how to eat vegetarian food. Right, I remember that the real steel beast is not picky at all. You let it go and said, "Go on." The Firefox turned her head, startled and confused. Looking back, the real steel beast grew larger, opening its mouth wide and laughing bizarrely, rushing at the Firefox, who screamed in panic. After a long while, it sat still on a rock and burped. T-Tron behind him asked, "How do you feel now?" You clasped your hands behind your back and inquired, "Are you satisfied this time?" It exhaled and replied, "It is okay. But generally, it has been a while since I have eaten meat, so this is not enough." T-Tron bent down on one knee, looking at the fire spirit in his hand and said, "This is pretty good. The fire spirit energy with 100% purity smells really nice." The system notification appeared. Fire spirit energy, containing fire system spirit energy, is one of the 6 paths of spirit energy. Purity 100%, gold coins 3,654, spirit stones 1, martial skill spirit grade, fire fist gold coin 1698. You whispered, "There are still 5 more types of spirit energy. Let us go look for them elsewhere." At that moment, a sound rang out from outside the phone. T-Tron in the modern world instantly opened his eyes. He saw the words "exit the game" on the screen and picked up the phone to answer. Nunham Lam, holding a stack of books with her phone wedged between her shoulder and ear, smiled and asked, "Tu Lumity, our school is on break. Can you help me move some stuff? I want to stay at your place until school starts." T-Tron's voice rang out. "Okay, I will be right there." He hung up, deep in thought, just when Ren Lam, a gym enthusiast, moved here. In his mind, T-Tron envisioned himself exercising non-stop, calculating if asking her to help him create a workout plan would be okay. He had to work hard to improve his physical condition as much as possible in the next 5 years. He looked at himself in the mirror and muttered that in a few years, the world would completely change. There would be no peace, and humanity would enter an era of war. T-Tron walked out of the room with his hands in his pockets, saying that peaceful life would no longer exist. Upon arrival, Renlam stood next to her suitcase, waving hello. "Why are you so slow? I can't wait to get back and play games in my cabin." T-Tron quickly ran over, puzzled. "So fast. Aren't you still at school?" She calmly replied, "Yes, I came here because it is really close." Renlam left her suitcase and said with a smile, "You are in charge of my luggage." He cheered inwardly. "Be home. Here I come." T-Tron smiled faintly, watching her figure leave, but suddenly he stiffened in place. T-Tron, his face dark, looked at the suitcase filled with workout gear and thought, "What kind of toy is this?" He picked up the suitcase and asked, "Have you talked to your parents yet? They won't come to take you back, right?" Ren Lam replied calmly, "No. I told them I am traveling with a friend. That friend of mine will help me cover this up." T-Tron crossed his arms and complained, "If your parents find out, I can take the responsibility for that." She put on her helmet and lay back on the chair, interrupting, "Stop being so slow. Little lamb, tell me quickly how to play this game." T-Tron scoffed and introduced, "First, you need to verify your real name. Then log into the game and choose a class based on your interests, selecting from 4 main classes: Kuai Cultivator, Body Cultivator, Medical Cultivator, and Magic Cultivator." The screen displayed a login message. Ren Lam immediately exclaimed, and then a welcoming voice rang out. "Welcome to Beat Home. Please enter your character, Ed." She looked puzzled and asked, "Is this the beginning of creating a character?" A message appeared. Character creation. Choose face. Choose body shape. Choose physique. Choose attributes. Ren Lam looked at the figure on the screen and inquired, "So this is what is called the character model, right?" Her avatar appeared in the game, saying, "This is how it looks." She gently landed on the ground, and then a fairy appeared before Ren Lam, smiling and saying, "Mortal, I will guide you on the path of cultivation." Her eyes sparkled with admiration. "The fairy is so beautiful." She extended her hand, saying, "Please accept the blessing." Her figure immediately floated in the air, and lines of text appeared. "Congratulations, you have received the innate talent." Immovable King. Lam looked at her hands, questioning, "The immobile king, huh?" The girl released a scroll and said, "You can now choose your birthplace." She stared thoughtfully at the scroll. Birthplace. T-Tron appeared, arms crossed. Introducing, choose your birthplace based on your profession. Vina Nen Island is the most suitable for cultivating magic. Wallenguide Ho Island is best for medical practitioners. Vien Island is for Kai cultivation, and Hofong Island is suitable for physical cultivation. Numum Lam turned to call for Tu Lamimt. She walked closer, reaching out to touch his chin in admiration. Tu Lumity, your costume looks great. Titran smiled lightly in thanks. You are too kind. So what innate talent have you received? Next, Lam waved her hand, saying, look here. The screen shows the details. Immobile King. Immobile King. Basic points allocated. Each time you level up, attack and defense increase by 5 points. The damage from physical skills will be 10%, and physical quality is 20%. Titran jumped in shock, exclaiming, this is a European-type character. This luck truly feels like a talent created for physical cultivation. Lam, hearing this, pointed decisively at a spot. Then I choose physical cultivation. He recalled that in his past life, only 2 people had the Immobile King talent, and their ranks on the heavenly ranking were not low. He did not expect this girl Lam to have such a smooth start. Not bad. Promising. After finishing, she turned to ask, what is next, or should we go straight to the newbie village to take on a mission? Titran raised his hand to stop her. Not so fast. First you come with me to Fiancase City, sell some items, exchange for spirit stones. Then I can buy you some gear. In Fiancase City, the sound of deliveries echoed continuously. Come on. Let us take a look. Titran led Lam to the Butch Throwaway Ebum, where they heard someone shout, we have top-quality spirit medicine here. The two looked at each other in confusion, wondering why they could not find any poison in any pharmacy. How can we go for the poison test if we can't afford it? Is it just a game mechanic from the north? This is just the early stage of the game. There are very few alchemists, and it is basically impossible to self-create poison. Titran covered his mouth with his hand, coughed lightly, and inquired, gentlemen, I just happen to have some poison. 8 spirit stones per vial. What do you all think? He thought happily. If successful, would not he make 16 times the profit on this shipment? The two looked at each other, exchanging glances. Soon after, a crowd rushed over shouting, someone's selling poison. Really, finally. We can buy poison now. Boss, give me a vial. Me too. Titran raised the poison and laughed. Everyone, do not rush. Line up. I have plenty of goods here. Lam thought to herself in confusion. Can the game really be played like this? Little Lamzy has some skills after all. Suddenly, a loud shout made everyone turn to look. Titran Tukiat smiled lightly and said, it really is you. The crowd immediately erupted in chatter. Who is this girl? Is she an acquaintance trying to cut in line? Even if she is beautiful, she can jump ahead. Resources are limited. Those who arrive first get served first. Tukiat approached, smiling brightly. I saw your name on the game list. At first I could not believe it. I never expected you to be so skilled in the game. But deep down I cursed. That bastard Lamvo then opened the portal, giving him a taste of sweetness first. Then I will take a little poison and have him lead me in the game. Titran frowned and coldly laughed, thinking that this damned girl is getting free poison. She played with her hair in a sulky manner. Why have not you come to find me lately? Don't you miss me? The people around them laughed and exchanged glances. Are they lovers or just friends? This is juicy gossip. Lam walked over and pinched his waist hard, reminding him, little Lamzy, do not forget, she treats other guys the same way. Titran pleaded in pain. Be gentle, please. Tukiat grasped his hand and murmured, Titran, have you forgotten what you told me? He coldly replied, I can never forget what you said. She lowered her head and reproached, then why are you still playing games with Lam? Didn't you say she is the only one in your heart? She raised her hand, threw her arm around Titran, pulling him close. Lam hugged his head, pressing it against her chest, and declared with a smile, sorry, what little Lamzy told you is in the past. Please keep your distance from him, because little Lamzy is my boyfriend. Titran's face turned completely red, his mind in chaos. Tukiat frowned and yelled, Lam, I know your dad is the principal, but let me tell you, I am not afraid of you. Titran and I have not broken up. He is my boyfriend. Just so you know, he calmly replied, but we have already ended things. Tukiat was taken aback. Titran, why? He laughed and retorted, why? Can't you figure out what is going on in your head? Titran's expression darkened as he questioned. When you were dating me, you were flirting with Agata Kai every day, and even eating the candy he had. Do you think I do not know what is going on? Tukiat pretended to be sad and stammered. Titran, it is all a misunderstanding. Let me explain. Then, he immediately raised a photo, with this photo as evidence. What else can you explain? The crowd immediately started discussing. Turns out it is a father-daughter situation. Titran grabbed Lam's shoulder and announced, right, let me reiterate. I am not her boyfriend. I am her precious and fiancé. We are getting married soon. Lam snorted coldly. Satisfied now, little Lamzy, this guy is quite something. She raised her hand and laughed, telling Takit to go wherever she wants and not to obstruct us from making money anymore. Hearing this, she rushed over, sweating profusely. The crowd behind threw objects, and Takit shouted, that is right, hurry up and leave. Get lost. Do not interfere with our shopping. She frowned. Threatening. All right then. Tron. Nunham Lam, you two idiots. I will remember this, and you will see. That night, Tron looked at the pile of money on the ground and said, 1 bag of money is 100 spirit stones. He sat down on the ground and sighed. The harvest is decent. But it took a whole day. If this continues, the efficiency will be too low. Tron turned to Nem Lam, handing him a bag of spirit stones with instructions. Use these spirit stones to buy some equipment. Then head to Ho Feng Chu to complete the beginner's mission. Just do as I say. Do not take any messy quests in the beginner village. Go straight to the guild leader. That is where the real opportunities are. She asked. Confused. What about you? Tron stood up, leaning on his hands. Laughing loudly, of course. I will find a more effective way to make money. You just wait and become a wealthy lady. Alone, Tron walked into the forest, quietly calculating that if the entire Mfachotvo was controlled by the Tim Long royal family, with his reputation, he could probably buy a piece of land to open a pharmacy. He imagined his future, knowing that in the next 5 years, property prices in Bihong would far exceed those in the real world. If he started now, he would not suffer losses or inflated prices. From above, a wolf noticed Tron's approaching figure. It stared at him. Growling, Tron glanced over and gasped. He brandished his sword and shouted, You wolf, are you here to give me treasure? The wolf radiated a red glow and lunged at him. Tron thrust his sword straight into it. He fell to the ground, the wolf's body collapsing behind him. Suddenly, a cry for help rang out. Help! Tron looked over in confusion, and a notification appeared on the screen. Opportunity activated. The princess of the Tim Long royal family is asking for your help. Will you accept? Inglimo ran out from the forest, desperately calling, Help me, please. With tears in her eyes, Sini Yuremov of the Tim Long royal family pleaded. Esteemed friend, I am the princess of the Tim Long royal family. Can you go to Fiji in Kugif then to inform my father? Tell him that the one who tried to kill me is from U Hunzine, and he will surely reward you. Hearing this, Tron frowned in thought, recalling a story in Bat Hong about a grand princess of the Tim Long royal family who was targeted by a demonic sect while out and met a tragic end at the hands of a demon. He put his hands on his hips, looking at her, and asked breathlessly, Why is a royal princess like you here in the middle of the night? Ingam sobbed as she recounted. On the way, we were ambushed by the demon clan. In the chaos, my guard and I got separated, and I just ran. Then, Tron held his sword in front of her. Saying it was enough, he looked at the demon clan in the distance and shouted, You demons are bold to chase the Tim Long princess. I see you are tired of living. They immediately laughed loudly, mocking him. You arrogant brat. Do you know who we are? If you want to be a hero, then today will be your last day. Tron raised a talisman, gathering purple energy to provoke them. Then come at me. He pinched the paper between his fingers, raising it high. A flash of purple light burst from Tron's fingers. The demon clan's eyes widened in surprise. This moment is when Fi Yen appears coldly questioning, Who dares to harm my disciple? He pointed his sword at them, saying, Master, it is them. All of them are demonic cultivators. They want to take the life of my disciple. And they even say they will make you lose your only disciple, so no one will care for you in your old age, leaving you to be alone for life. The demons were startled, looking at him with doubt. She immediately reached out to strike, saying, Dare to harm my disciple, then you all shall go to hell. They were hit by the purple light from Fi Yen and gradually disappeared, screaming in pain. Damn it. Damn. Heavenly Sword Sect. Tran gave a thumbs up, smiling in praise. Master is amazing. Master is powerful. Master is the most beautiful. Then she immediately turned to question. Disciple, why are you here? It has been a long time since you returned to the sect. Do not you want to go back? He scratched his head and replied, How dare I? I plan to go to the Hidden Dragon royal family to buy a piece of land. If I open a shop and make money, I can also give you more fruit. Master. Fi Yen pinched a talisman between her fingers, instructing, If that is the case, hurry back. Take this original spirit talisman. If anything happens, just find me. Tran took it and replied, Thank you, Master. Once I finish my tasks, I will return quickly. After that, her figure quickly disappeared. She behind smiled brightly, thanking the young master for his help. The favor of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Dongam will never forget. My Hidden Dragon royal family is extremely grateful. A reminder appeared on the screen. Successfully rescuing the Crown Princess of the Hidden Dragon royal family. Receiving 10 favor points from the Crown Princess. 5,000 reputation points in all cities of Motin Cha. Tran smiled proudly. Apart from defending against demons, that is the task of our righteous cultivators. The princess does not need to worry. With this reputation, I can choose a place to settle in Fuongguk City at will. She blushed and shyly replied, You are too humble, but you saving me is the truth. He closed his eyes, smiling and declaring, I oppose and fight for survival. These are the 8 words that righteous cultivators like me remember deeply. The system then displayed, Dongam's favor towards you increased by 5. Current favor level is 15 points. Pleasant conversation. She raised both hands, asking, "Can you take me back to the palace? My father will surely treat you as a distinguished guest." Treating with respect, the screen displayed a reminder. Dongam's attitude towards you has increased to respect. Detran immediately agreed. "All right, then please lead the way." Princess. He looked around the royal palace and could not help but exclaim, "No wonder the royal family. This hall looks truly magnificent." Sethan looked down from above and asked, "I heard that the disciple of Thin Dim Kim Tinto saved Princess Ying Yim, the third prince of the Tim Long royal family." Citrithan stood still waiting, her face filled with joy as she called out, "Big brother." Tutron immediately clasped his hands and bowed. "I pay my respects to your highness. The disciple of Thim Dim Kim Ting you mentioned is me." Hearing this, he smiled and asked, "You have done a great service. As your royal brother, am very grateful. If you have any wishes, just speak up." He raised his head and replied, "I do have a matter. I hope the royal family can assist me. I wonder if your highness could help me find a piece of land to open a shop." Sethan raised her hand and tossed a scroll over, smiling and saying, "It is a small matter. I happen to have a shop here. I grant it to you." Tutron received it and opened it to look. "Thank you, your highness." He looked inside excitedly, thinking this location, "This decoration is just perfect. This time I will make another fortune." At the Team Long Pharmacy, Tutron was holding the property certificate in his hand. He had to admit it was indeed the royal family's property. Truly impressive. This is a big opportunity. Moreover, the location of this shop is simply outstanding. The location is central, with a lot of foot traffic. Just then someone called out, "Young master, come play here." "Young master, have some tea." The girl beside Ho-Oh sweetly invited, "Let me perform some music for you, especially a flute piece." Tutron immediately put on a flirtatious expression, right next to Lu Thuengait, so he deliberately winked and flirted. The young ladies by Lokyu Thuengait were in a flurry. "The young master is so handsome, so charming, come over quickly." Gripping the ample curves in his hands made Tutron feel excited. He had to develop seriously. DC Nipi Lum a pharmaceutical tycoon with a market value of 100 trillion. In a few years, this shop could be worth as much as a large enterprise with a market value in the hundreds of billions. After that, he coldly walked into a tavern. The 3 servants immediately greeted him respectfully. Welcoming the treasury master, the gentleman spoke up. "Hello, young Master Lamb. We have received the decree. From now on, you will be the new owner of this time-long pharmacy." The girl beside him whispered, "Hello, manager. I know a little about pharmacology and hope I can assist you." In contrast to her, the next woman was very confident. "Manager, just leave the shop to me. Rest assured, I will keep this place clean and tidy." Detrine felt reassured by these words. "All right, he will report back later." "Manager, here are the records of our Team Long Pharmacy. Please take a look," he seriously declared. "By the way, from now on this place is no longer the Team Long Pharmacy but my domain, and from this moment on, it will be renamed." The staff who received the news fell backward in shock. "Oh, by the way, Detron announces the new rules. Remember that our shop will temporarily only sell poison medicine, and we will only sell 10,000 bottles a day before closing for rest." They were a bit confused. What? Only selling 10,000 bottles of poison medicine? What if that is not enough to meet demand? He simply asked a good question and proposed a solution. At that time, just say the medicine is out of stock, and we must wait for Ung to return before selling more. Detron stepped outside. The sounds of sales echoed everywhere. The new shop is selling poison medicine. "Hey everyone, come buy some for your missions." After meeting the staff, he assessed them positively. These 3 employees seemed quite reliable. He could now return to his sect with peace of mind. The sky quickly turned to a gentle sunlight and shifted into the afternoon. Detron knelt down in respect. "Master, I am back." Fi Yen, who was reading a book, looked up. "You are back," he immediately replied. "Yes, master." He thought to himself that after such a long time away, his master must have missed him. There is an old saying that being away for a bit is better than a new marriage. To his surprise, she asked a question that left Detron speechless. "You are back so soon. You saved the eldest princess of the time-long royal family, so the royal family must treat you well, right? Didn't the emperor take you as a son-in-law?" He widened his eyes in shock, feeling caught off guard. Although frightened, Detron firmly asserted, "No way. Do not even think about taking a disciple as a son-in-law. Even if you offered me the throne, I would never agree." Detron was born a disciple of the sword sect and shall die as one. Suddenly, Fian used a bit of magic, and his body was immediately controlled. She could see through Hungtron but still intentionally interrogated him. "Is that true?" Detron awkwardly assured. "Of course, master. You have done so much for me, and I will always remember it. Your kindness is deep, and I honor my teacher, as long as the sun and moon shine." Then he presented a bag. This was a gift that he, Sen, brought back for his master, hoping she would like it. There is a saying, a disciple without a master is like a gem in the house, while a disciple without a master is like a handful of grass, unless the disciple turns to dust. Otherwise they will cling to their master for a lifetime without worry. Master. How about I put this on you? Immediately, the system announced continuously. Affection +5, affection +5, affection +5. Fi-yun has a favorable impression of you, +5 points, with a current favorability of 50 points, and a spiritual connection. T-Tron slowly lifted Fi-yun's hand, feeling that the master's power was about to reach its peak. While kissing her delicate hand, she reminded her disciple, who then flattered her, "The master looks beautiful wearing this bracelet." Just like in the ancient poem, the hibiscus cannot compare to a beautiful woman. The breeze from the water palace brings the scent of pearls. Flowers can rival a beautifully adorned person, and the wind from the aquatic palace carries a fragrant aroma. Fi-yun really blushed at these words. "You wicked disciple. All you know is sweet talk. Your mouth is like greased. By the way, have you gathered all the materials for your foundation establishment?" "Just waiting for that," T-Tron reported immediately. "Master, your disciple is ready. I can establish my foundation at any time." He secretly felt delighted, having waited for this statement, and she gave the order right away. "If that is the case, then you should go into seclusion and break through your foundation." However, T-Tron faced a clear difficulty. "Master, when I break through, I might encounter the Thunder Tribulation." Fi-yun understood and replied, "Then you can break through here. I will protect you." Not wanting to waste any more time, he immediately sat down to cultivate. At that moment, the system announced a breakthrough to the initial stage of foundation establishment, adding 20 to all combat attributes, 10 to vitality, 2000 health, 2000 mana, and activating the extraordinary talent for fate alteration, doubling all combat attributes. The extraordinary talent for fate alteration was activated, and the contrarian ability granted a random new reward. The Eye of Providence, when fighting against other cultivators, has a 20% chance of learning skills from opponents. With a 30-day cooldown, in 30 minutes, the heavenly tribulation will descend. Please be careful. The sky began to rumble with heavy thunder. She prepared to unleash a surge of power and create a protective shield for T-Tron. This action from Fi-yun gave him a boost of confidence. "Little Yang, one day I will deal with your father. I am not afraid because I have someone protecting me now." After a while, the shield dissipated. She gently looked down at T-Tron before revealing honestly, "Disciple, I fear that you will no longer be able to rely on me for protection against tribulations in the future." Hearing this, he fell over while sitting. T-Tron could not understand why. Fi-yun commented that "It is not that I do not want to protect you, but I observed that the two paths of Thunder Tribulation are extremely furious. Their power exceeds my expectations. If I continue to shield you from the tribulation, each time it will become more terrifying, and I fear that even I won't be able to withstand it." Furthermore, for cultivators who have not experienced the Thunder Tribulation for purification, their physical and spiritual bodies will not benefit their path in cultivation. T-Tron silently wept. The protection is over. Soon after, she delivered some good news. "But you should not worry too much, as there are ways to deal with the Thunder Tribulation." He eagerly wanted to know what it was. Fi-yun seriously revealed there is a Thunder Marsh to the west. From there, she instructed, you can go there to cultivate hard, and it is best to find the Thunder Dragon there and take its life. Obtaining the Thunder Spirit Heart and refining the Thunder Spirit Body will ensure you won't have to fear the Thunder Tribulation anymore. It was only then that T-Tron joyfully remembered. That is right, there is still the Thunder Marsh area, although it is very dangerous there. I took the risk to enter it in my previous life, but this time, my master gave me a protection talisman, and I also have Little Thunder Dragon, so there is no need to worry. So, I quickly set off, thanking my master for the guidance. I am heading to the Thunder Marsh for my training, Fi-yun specifically reminded. You must remember, the Thunder Marsh is not only a land of thunder but also a lawless area, with dangers lurking everywhere, and the protection talisman won't work there. This information really made T-Tron feel like turning to stone. There is no place to escape the thunder calamity, and without the talisman, tears flowed like a river. Before long, he arrived at the Thunder Marsh. The scenery here was desolate, and with the rain and wind, it looked truly terrifying. As T-Tron stepped onto this remote land, he had a firm belief that even without his master's protection, he must still be a brave man. Just as his thoughts ended, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck, splitting a tree in two. Oh my god! He did not dare to be so bold anymore and had to pull out the umbrella. Now grateful for it, luckily, his master gave him this umbrella to shield against lightning. T-Tron recalled Fi-yun's concern from earlier. Disciple, take this umbrella. It can help you withstand the lightning of the Thunder Marsh. This time, you can only rely on yourself. He took the umbrella and intentionally touched her hand. Thank you, master. In the future, I will definitely repay you well. Fi-yun shyly withdrew her hand. At that moment, T-Tron decided to run straight ahead. There was a saying in the book about the 9 rivers path leading to the land of the silkworm. The Thunder Marsh's Thunder Dragon has a human shell, and beneath its belly is the thunder itself, which is the Thunder God. What I am looking for is the thunder dragon to find the heart of the thunder spirit from it, to protect myself from the coming tribulation. He took a leap and jumped high. Below him in the marsh, there was a bloodthirsty lightning monster. Initial crystallization strength, blood T 13,000 per 13,000, strength 135, defense 160, speed 130, heart protection 30, lightning resistance 40%. Tran quickly summoned the real beast. Beast form. It is time to train. Help me subdue that lightning monster. It will be your meal. It had just made a move and already injured the lightning monster quite a bit. A P3300. Next, the real beast used the Thunder Fury Inner Strike, and the system continuously announced at 500 Gev 500 P500. He felt proud again, as the beast form was also a lightning attribute spirit beast, so its combat power was not inferior to this lightning monster. This time, Tron charged in himself, while the beast controlled it, and he unleashed a concentrated strike. Then Tron landed dramatically. Not finishing off that monster, he rewarded his pet. This lightning monster is yours. Go ahead and feast. Loyalty increased by 1. A pile of gold coins lay on the ground, and there was even a set of armor among them. But Tron scoffed. This armor is terrible. Wearing it slows down speed, more suitable for tank players. It would be better to give it to Nam Lam. The lightning crystal still has some use. The system announced the loot from the bloodthirsty lightning monster. The special item has been automatically added to the inventory. You are surprised, yet you are still pulling out a special item. The system appears again. Special item. Bloodthirsty Dragon Egg. The egg can hatch into a 100% bloodthirsty dragon, ready to take a master. With that, Tron wants to test himself. Is the bloodthirsty dragon really that formidable? While you were focused on the notification board, someone arrived. Immediately, Tron sensed this presence and glanced over. It was 2 female members of the young master of the 1U sect. They were arrogantly issuing commands. Hey, kid, hand over the bloodthirsty dragon certificate, and we will let you go. He turned his head back to focus on the system board. Ladies, a gentleman loves money the right way. I earned this certificate through battle. You think you can just rob me like that? I do not think it is going to end well. The blonde one immediately threatened. The one getting robbed is actually you. Do you see the signal flare in my hand? As soon as we signal, powerful experts will come here to handle things. I advise you to be wise. But Tron showed no fear. Who are you trying to scare? You think I will believe that? This attitude successfully irritated the long-haired girl. You little brat. We do not have time to play with you. Let me tell you, we are from the young master of the Wanyu sect. This time, the young master brought thousands of experts to the Thunder Marsh to find the Thunder Dragon. Do you think you can pretend not to know? Hearing this, he recalled, Wanyu sect, that is the most famous demon cultivation sect from my past life. According to Tron's information, in the Bihong, sects also have their own levels, generally divided into third rate, second rate, and first rate sects. As for the major sects, the super sect, the Wanyu sect is indeed a super sect, strength not inferior to the Teen Din Kim sect. Although the two sects have never fought or interacted much, the Teen Din Kim sect has only Lun Fian at the Wu Hao stage, while Wanyu sect has 2. For these 3 eggs, there is no need to offend this super sect, or it could lead to great chaos, so he had to grit his teeth and throw the recently acquired achievements to those 2. She lowered her bow. Good, consider yourself wise. But the gaze of the person beside him fell on the real beast, then brazenly demanded, is that real beast your pet? Hand it over too. This time, it was too much for Tron. Aren't you two being a bit excessive? The long-haired girl immediately shot an arrow at him. Tron reacted quickly, instantly drawing his sword to slice the arrow in mid-air. This made the blonde girl frown in annoyance. Before they could act, the pet struck, knocking both of them over with one move. She screamed, why can't I move? In the current situation, she successfully scared the blonde girl. What do you want to do? But he assured her, do not worry. I want to hit a woman. Then came their high-pitched screams. Wait, stop, don't do that. It tickles. Now both of them are being blinded by Tron, with their mouths tightly covered. Where did you pull out a feather from? I should not hit women, but you all have to pay for your actions. Right. Tron cruelly poked them with the feather, making them laugh uncontrollably. Big bro, hero, please spare us. We really can't take it anymore. We know we have messed up. We should not have stolen your stuff. Tron mocked. Letting you go is possible, but can your boss really spare me? Well, there is no other way to ensure that. Big bro, please let us go. We won't tell the young master. Yet Tron actually untied them. And just like that, their true colors were revealed. You think just because I asked you to let me go, you actually would? You are such a fool. Then, they set off fireworks as a signal. You are done for. The young master will be here any second now. While the long-haired girl was laughing mockingly, a sword suddenly pierced through her. You are finished. Your actions are very decisive. I said not to hit women. But I never said I would not send them off. Now it is just the blonde facing off. You bastard. She used her magical power to try to catch Tron. Just as the giant arm was about to reach him, another source of power surged out, forcing her to stop. Tutron used his sword to eliminate the blonde. The overwhelming force made her spit out a large mouthful of blood, finally collapsing on the ground. Face to face with the long-haired girl, he coldly stated, "You 3 times have broken your word, challenging my limits. This is the price you have to pay for your actions." Finished. Tutron called out to the beast, "Ung Ding Ti, let us go." Raindrops still poured down, and someone's footsteps splashed heavily on the surface of the water. Tin Hun stood before the corpse of his ally, and a subordinate behind spoke up. "Young master, you seem sorrowful over this loss." Yet he harshly scolds, "The signal was to use when you discovered Li Long. Yet these 2 good-for-nothings called me here to save them, wasting my time. Chop them up and feed them to Lucky Gesh." The subordinate immediately accepted the order. The hot blood in Tin Hen began to boil. But who would have thought someone would dare touch a member of my Ven Yu tongue? Truly asking for trouble. I must find him. He angrily crushed the source of spiritual power in his hand, tearing it out to extract the soul. Ni Tren had hidden behind a tree, witnessing the entire scene. Loli Dient, an outstanding figure among the young cultists, always acted with a bold and ruthless heart. Later, when the world merged, he led the cult to attack real cities multiple times, turning players and city dwellers into his cult followers. Now, the feud with Lel Tin Hun has begun, and the next actions must be extremely cautious. Right now, he has one desire. If only the master could come to support him at this moment. But the master is meant to protect, not to come and defend. Of course, it is only the female master. The male ones do not count. Somewhere, the sound of singing echoed throughout the room. Fi Yen is confused. Someone is badmouthing her. She must have added too many chilies. Right after that, a palace maid cheerfully walks in. "Master, these are the items you wanted." She continues to read her book and requests. "Very well. Just place them on the table." Seeing the necessary items makes Fi Yen even happier. Not bad at all, with hasty spirit fish, pork of the 7th moon flower, and snow duck from the white water all gathered. Thinking of the future makes her excited. Once she learns how to cook, she can treat Tuni to a lavish meal. The flames burst forth and stretched out like a stream of red blood. Now they are swirling around Tutran. The source of the fire comes from the enlightenment beast, and it is charging toward him fiercely. Therefore, Tutran thinks, not bad luck after all, just having offended the Wan Yao sect, and now encountering the enlightenment beast. The bigger the wave, the prissier the fish. Great opportunities often hide in such dangerous places. In an instant, he swings his hand, performing the Yang Moon Slash. A single stroke sends them flying. However, the enlightenment beast stands firm without a hint of fear. Tutran's sword is now engulfed in fierce flames. Once again, he strikes hard, causing several hairs to fly off. This successfully provokes the ferocious creature. The smoke billows up, obscuring the space. In no time, Tutran delivers another painful blow to the enlightenment beast. Then, the system announces congratulations to player Tutran for completing the first boss elimination quest of the Golden Dan realm, gaining 3,000 reputation points, and receiving a random mystical equipment reward, a heart fruit, and an honor medal. And congratulations to all the lucky players. Hoping to catch up, it has fallen defeated to the ground. At the same time, the system's voice rings out, receiving the Northern Bright Soul capturing Cable Fee 1. This reward astonishes even him. As it dropped the Northern Bright Soul capturing, it is truly unexpected. This is the most important material of Heavenly Tao crystallization. Although alternatives can be found, they do not work as well. The system continues to provide information about the mystical shoes with a speed of 23.7% evasion, and 100 points of strength increase when not fighting, along with the skill No Trace, which conceals movement without needing activation. Tutran excitedly puts them on. This is a great item. Wearing it would drastically increase speed without leaving any trace. In the peak period of his past life, a pair like this was worth as much as an apartment. And besides, the other 3 items are not bad either. The sword for flying can traverse worlds beautifully. Though he does not need the chain bow and the universe talisman, they can still be sold in the shop. He feels a sharp sensation and immediately realizes someone is coming. The hairs of the enlightenment beast are floating in the air. The people from the Wan Yao sect have tracked him down. A subordinate sees the remnants before him and grows suspicious. Young master, in this chaotic area, could someone have discovered the Thunder Dragon? But the spirit denies it. It is not the Thunder Dragon. There are burn marks everywhere. It must be the enlightenment beast. As soon as he finishes speaking, their eyes land on the monster. He is not surprised by this, indeed. That only heightens the curiosity within my soul. It seems the sword practitioner who killed our disciple from the Wan Yao sect truly has some skill. I really want to find him to see what kind of character he is. At this moment, Tutran had moved to another location, and since he had not completed his mission yet, he felt a bit discouraged. After searching for half a day without finding Lucky Long, the further he progressed in the Be Home game, the more patience he needed. Usually, it takes a lot of time to find materials or equipment, so it is better to say that I am experiencing a different life rather than just playing a game. Just then, something caught Tutran's attention. Suddenly he rushed over. Sister Fang, now that you know my identity, I have no way to keep you here anymore. Tutran quickly noticed that Than Trek was in trouble. Butch D had just dealt her a painful blow and crossed his arms with a smug expression. Remember our bond in the sect. I will send you to hell quickly, and do not blame my senior brother for being cruel. Than Trek lay helplessly on the ground, reminding him, Olindee, I really did not expect you to be a henchman of the evil sect. If the sect leader knew, he would definitely punish you. Yet he felt very confident. The sect leader would not find out because you would be going to hell today. Just as he was about to eliminate his prey, a voice rang out. Goodness. What is happening? Butch D immediately looked up to see who it was. He stood high up, deliberately intervening to save the day. Namo Glyn Bodhisattva said that once you become a monk, you have to manage many affairs. Seeing money makes you bright-eyed. Seeing beauty makes you shy. In short, let that girl go. If there is anything, just come to me. He found it quite ridiculous. Where did this monk come from? Not in the temple ringing the bell, but running here to meddle. Then I will send you back to the west to meet Buddha. Meanwhile, Beach D was still bewildered while T-Tron continued to tease. Buddha was compassionate. All grievances in the world arise from taking lives. Why does not this benefactor put down the weapon and become a Buddha right here? He was driven mad by the provocation. Beach D turned around and saw his prey was gone. Where did she go? Thantrek was also nowhere to be seen. Did she take the chance to escape? He angrily searched. Get out here. Indeed, the evil sect. In the blink of an eye, the person was gone. Not even a trace left behind. Could it be that this person knows the earth-sinking technique? T-Tron moved as fast as the wind and had embraced her without him even noticing. Of course, there would not be any footprints. My new equipment is designed to tread the mountains and rivers like this. Thantrek lay in his arms, secretly marveling. This handsome monk is so charming. But why is he saving me? T-Tron landed and informed her. Let us hide in this cave for now. It is hard to be discovered here. Phew, he probably won't catch up anymore. She quietly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, little master, for your assistance. The grace of Buddha. Thantrux, I will remember in my heart. T-Tron humbly replied. Don't be polite. I am not a disciple of the Buddha, nor am I a practitioner at all. Thantree still has questions. No matter what, you saved my life, and I need to express my gratitude. I just do not understand why you decided to help me. You had a chance to show your integrity, which is obviously for the greater good. As a righteous cultivator, I can stand by and watch you be killed by the demonic cultivators. Those words touched her heart. He is truly a handsome and kind person. The system immediately updated, increasing Thantree's affection for you by 30 points, bringing the total to 30 points. Riding together on horseback, T-Tron felt excited, and his affection score instantly increased by another 30 points. That is true. But why does this name sound so familiar? It took him a moment to remember who this was. I remember now. Thantree is the most promising inner disciple of the Hanwei sect. Moreover, she once accomplished something truly great. She saved the entire city of Jianglong. After the world merged, the city of Jianglong was attacked by demonic creatures. At that time, Thantree happened to pass through Jianglong. Seeing this, she resolutely joined the army of Jianglong, using her medical skills to save countless injured soldiers and civilians. In the end, she fought on the front lines against the demonic creatures until the very end. But after all, Thantree was just a healer, and in terms of combat strength, she was not a match for those powerful demonic beings. During the fierce battle, her fate became uncertain. Later, the soldiers found Thantree among a pile of demonic corpses, and by the time they found her, she had already lost her breath. One of her arms was bitten off by a monster, and even her beautiful face was destroyed. Later, the city of Jinglang erected a statue of her in the central square to express their gratitude and respect for Thantree. There is something T-Tron noticed. According to the storyline, Thantree clearly could live until this world merges, so why is she being eliminated by BHD right now? In Bahome, if one NPC is killed by another S, they disappear forever. Could it be that the story of Beat Hong has changed? She gently handed you an item. Lum Dao. I hope you can accept this letter. Tu Trinangiti VC accepted it. It was a letter of recommendation for the Hanwei sect. After reading it, he silently guessed that Thantree wanted to recruit him into the Hanwei sect. At that moment, the system displayed a letter from an inner disciple of the Hanwei sect, stating that anyone holding this letter could directly go to the Hainee sect and qualify to become an inner disciple. The prerequisite is that they have not joined another sect or withdrawn from a sect they have joined. Tu-Tron could already foresee the consequences. If his master found out, he would be in big trouble. It was hard to build a good relationship with his master, and he absolutely could not afford to lose it. He then replied to Thantree, acknowledging her good intentions. But he had already taken a master. I will accept this letter of recommendation on your behalf for now. If I encounter any suitable talents in the future, I will definitely recommend them to your sect. In fact, T-Tron had already planned. Thu Tite was very suitable for the Hanwei sect, and he wanted to see if she intended to join later. Hearing this, Thantree spoke softly. If Lum Daohu does not want to join the Hanwei sect, I want to force you. What is your plan next? Thantree reluctantly revealed that she was initially ordered by her master to find Lucky Long in the Thunder Pool with Butch Da, but unexpectedly ran into this situation along the way. Tron was a bit surprised. She was also looking for Looky Long. Then Truck confirmed it. Yes. My master needs the blood essence of Lai Long to refine a kind of low-grade elixir. The Long Height Zane. Could it be that you are also here to find it? He shared, but my goal is Looky Long's heart. She understood. I see. Then Truck happily suggested. Then how about we look for it together? You want the heart. And I need the Long Height. Tron immediately agreed. Alright. Let us work together. It will be beneficial for both of us. However, you should be aware that the Venue sect is also looking for Looky Long. And moreover, your senior brother is likely still searching for you in this thunder pool. So we need to be more careful. Now then Truck understood clearly. No wonder Bitch D was so eager to deal with her. Tron then asked, is there anything else inside? She recounted everything. Butch D, I fear he has betrayed the master. He wants to offer Looky Long to the Venue sect. To keep me in the dark, the best way is to eliminate me, and when he returns to the sect, it will be revealed that I was devoured by a strange beast. You still do not understand why the Venma sect is so eager to find Looky Long. Do you? That is why Thantraki shared what she knew. It is said that recently the demon sect has been making a big fuss. Tron seriously contemplated everything. Seems the situation is developing faster, and the great demon war is about to begin. Suddenly, it was the next day. You stood in front of the cave, stretching and feeling refreshed. What a rare sunny day. She secretly had feelings for Tron. This was the first time she slept next to someone of the opposite sex. Lum. Not only are you handsome, but you are also very upright. You are a good man, worthy of trust, the system immediately reported. Then Tree's affection for you increased by 5 points, now totaling 35 points. Together day and night, you turned back, grinning with satisfaction. After one night, the affection increased by 5 points. If this continues for a few more nights, could I be falling for this achievement? Then you heard a strange noise. Tron immediately pulled her. It is Bat. We need to hide. Where did the monster Vine and Kine come from to attack the two of them? Seeing both evade, it ferociously leaped to chase after them. You were truly surprised. Luin and Si Ding Kang. This is the strongest strange beast in Lucky Trutch aside from Leaky Long. Has this guy been sleeping deep in the cave all this time? Than Tree boldly stepped forward. Lum. Step back. I will protect you. And she began to unleash her magic from the umbrella. Then Treesty spun beautifully. Tron stood there feeling like he was being underestimated. On the cliff, someone was observing your position. Butch D, having witnessed everything, felt satisfied. Luckily, you made such a loud commotion. Finally, I found you just in time to use the strength of this Lai Kang beast to eliminate you. He seized the opportunity to dive down for revenge. Where is that fake monk running to? Dare to trick me. Now I will deal with you first. She was taken aback by this appearance. Butch D, she bravely declared again. Lum, I can repay your kindness to Thantrek, but I want to let you die because of me. I will help you block the beast and him. You quickly get out of here. Tron felt a bit worried. This girl could not even defeat her senior brother. 1 against 2. Is not that looking for a grave? At that moment, the sky rolled, and thunder rumbled fiercely. You had waited for this moment for a long time, wearing down your shoes without finding it. Looky Long appeared, so I have even less reason to leave now. Tron, pleased, swung his sword and charged up, already mapping out the order in which to kill. First, handle Lin Kang, then kill Bitch D, and finally eliminate Looky Long. But at that moment, it roared fiercely, attacking wildly. Lily Kang was scared out of its wits, running away in a panic. Seeing that scene, he scoffed. Running away? Is this really the legendary bloodline suppression? I did not expect it to be so scared that it ran headfirst into a tree and died, hugging the tree while waiting for help. Then Truck exclaimed in shock. Oh my god! Duong Kang just self-destructed. Tron was at a loss for words. The descendant of the divine fate must be terrified. Perhaps it thinks that Lei Long is here to kill it. That is just ridiculous. The two of them instinctively became serious again. As the smoke behind them gradually dissipated, she calmly assessed the situation. There was a strong disturbance, and several unknown presences were approaching. He immediately recognized them as members of the Wan Yao sect. The two of us are no match for them. Over here, Beach D covered his face and laughed maniacally. You guys are definitely dead. But when he turned back, he was stunned. What is happening here? Where is everyone? Why can't I see anyone? Just then, a group of spirit souls appeared, and he coldly shouted, Have you found Lei Long? Why are not you making a move? What are you waiting for? Do you still want to join our Wan Yao sect? Beach D hurriedly bowed his head. Humbled. I want to. Of course I do. Young master. This is the first time I have seen Lei Long, and it scared me a bit, so I did not have time to report to everyone. Did you bring your subordinates? Tin Hun scoffed coldly. Waste. He waved his hand, launching a fierce suppression attack. You beast. Are not you gonna die quietly? It howled in pain, the sound tearing through the sky. From afar, Tron silently breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he managed to activate the stealth skill. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to handle. Then Truck anxiously asked, Lumda, what should we do next? In his view, A notification for the Earth-grade stealth skill appeared, allowing him to hide and disappear without a sound. He could move normally during this time, but he would not be able to use spiritual power, or else he would be exposed. It lasts for 30 minutes. Titron turned to instruct. First, you go to the small town by the river, in the west of Lazy. Wait for me there. Once I get Li Long's heart, I will come find you. Then Truck hesitated for a moment, looking at him worriedly. How can you handle so many of them alone? Lumda, do not worry. We are in this together. If we have to fight, let us fight together. Titron felt slightly embarrassed, pretending to cough. Clearly, the two of us are no match for them, so there is no need to waste one of our lives. Take this and leave here first. If I do not show up in a day, you must take this umbrella to find my master and ask for her help. He sighed inwardly. Master, I really do not want to drag you into this, but the path of cultivation is full of ups and downs. Only by holding onto someone's leg can we go further. Then Truck turned to leave but still reminded him. Lumda. Be careful. I will definitely wait for you in the small town. Her heart heavy, as Lumdo had saved her multiple times, even choosing to sacrifice his life for her escape with such great grace. I announce that Than Truck's affection for you has increased by 20, bringing the current level of affection to 55 points, with no distance between you. Meanwhile, Lui Long is still thrashing in pain. Tutron quietly observed, silently assessing. No wonder the master of Venue Vayu Tung fought with Lui Long as if he were just playing with a snake. The concealment is about to wear off. It is time to prepare for action. The group of Tin Hun landed, their faces emotionless. He tightened the staff in his hand, ready to deliver a final blow. A strike came down. Roaring in despair, Tin Hun looked at it with disdain. How dare a beast like you claim to be a dragon? Truly laughable. Immediately, Bitch D hurriedly knelt to the ground, his voice respectful and flattering. Young master, this stab is very dirty. Please do not get your hands dirty. Let me help you get the heart and soul essence. Tin Hun nodded slightly. Go. He happily went right away. Understood. But suddenly, a chilling sound echoed. A level earth magical artifact, a hellish horn made from teeth, could activate the hellish sound, dealing 1000 points of basic skill damage to cultivators within a 1000 M range, and could make the beasts under the crystallization stage fight for you temporarily. Titron blew into it, feeling a flicker of pride. The ancestor was right. Fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Meeting Yin Kang was not just luck, but the treasures that fell from it had helped me a lot. The hellish sound resonated, shaking everyone to the core. Tin Hun's face darkened. Was that the sound of the horn just now? What happened? Before he could think much, swarms of beasts surged from afar like a tidal wave, rushing wildly towards them. He immediately growled an order. Are these beasts crazy? Go handle them. Underlings in unison. Understood. Meanwhile, Beach D was completely unaware, still fumbling around Lucky Long's body. Muttering, Lucky Long's heart must be here. Right, a toad the size of a basket suddenly jumped onto his face. Beach D turned in surprise, and before he could react, the toad jumped straight onto his face, causing him to scream in panic. What the hell is this? Get off me. It is too hot. My face. Taking the opportunity, a figure appeared like a ghost, reaching straight into the spot where Beach Dia had just touched, pulling out a sparkling object. Titron's mind echoed with victorious thoughts. You want to fight me? You guys are still too inexperienced. Lucky Lin's heart, Lui Long's trophy, Lucky Long's soul essence. Beach D struggled for a moment before finally pulling the toad off, covering his eyes and cursing. Where did this weird toad come from? Get lost. You damned thing. It is hurting my eyes. But before he could calm down, he suddenly realized. What? Lucky Long's heart was stolen, and the soul essence is nowhere to be found either. Tin Hun shouted coldly. Alini Yifi. What is wrong with you? Why are not you bringing the stuff out for me? Beach D trembled like a wet dog, hurriedly replying. Young master, I can't see anything that fell from Lukai Long. Without saying another word, he reached out, then lifted Bitch D like a chick, his gaze deep and penetrating. Alini Yifi. You sure have some guts. Dare to take advantage of the young master's possessions. The spirit roared, throwing him far away. Do you want to die? Bai Yi exclaimed, blood pouring out continuously. Young master, I did not do it. Even if you gave me 100 lives, I would not dare to do something so foolish. Please believe me. Just then, the effect of the invisibility skill wore off. Zichen gradually appeared. Without hesitation, he tightly clutched the bag and ran away under the shocked gazes of his subordinates. Before disappearing, he glanced back, just in time to hear him scream in despair. Young master, look at that kid. He has an invisibility spell. It must be him. Zichen forced a smile. You guys keep talking. I have something to do, so I will be going now. After saying that, he immediately dashed away on his sword, silently cursing himself to run faster, or else his life would be in danger. Zichen soared into the sky, the spirit behind him seething with killing intent. Dare to steal from me? Don't you want to live anymore? He taunted while chasing after him. Kid, drop the stuff. I will spare your life, but you are just running and mocking. Who do you think you are fooling? Let me go. I would be a fool to believe that. The spirit scoffed, striking out with a palm. Zichen was hit and fell hard. Fortunately, he was still alive, cold sweat pouring out. This is really dangerous. I need to hurry to the teleportation array in the border town. Shifting scenes to a peaceful village. Then Truck turned her head and caught sight of a familiar figure rushing towards her. Realizing it was Zichen, she shouted, Lin, I am here. But right behind, the spirit is also hot on your heels. You can escape. Then Truck's expression changed when she saw him. The evil spirit is here too. Without hesitation, she gathered her strength, her hands forming seals, the hum temim technique, adding 30 points to all combat attributes for 30 seconds. The transformation surprised. I am faster now. This is then Truck's power. Zichen caught up to her, immediately swinging his sword, the cold blue light flashing. Moonbone slash. A wave of icy air surged out. He was unexpectedly frozen. The display activated. Freezing status activated. Lasting for 3 seconds. Zichen quickly grabbed Than Truck's hand. Hurry. 3 seconds is enough. She stood frozen, quickly throwing out a diamond stone, her voice serious. As long as we activate the teleportation array, we can escape from here. The 4-sided stone spun, the light growing brighter, but the spirit had broken free from the ice. Sneering, with my endurance, I will only be frozen for a second at most, prepare to die. He summoned a gigantic spear. An overwhelming aura radiated. Without hesitation, the spirit swung his hand and threw it straight. The spear flew with bone-chilling intent towards the two. Zichen's face turned pale. Damn it. There is no time left. Than Truck squeezed her eyes shut, tears streaming down, secretly in despair. It is over. Just then, a burst of green light suddenly enveloped them both. A deafening explosion. Dust swirling, engulfing everything. When the smoke cleared, only a deep pit remained. He coldly observed, a mocking tone. Running fast, but the aura before the impact had vanished. The spirit in the hat continued. But I remember your faces now. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Tutron and Than Trekkie fell to the ground. Breathless, he gently wiped the sweat from his forehead, considering it a safe escape. Thank goodness. After all, the spirit is a ghost. If he were to come here, the VD9 royal family would definitely kill him immediately. Zichen turned to Than Treksh, his voice serious. Be careful of Vin and Mating's backup. We should quickly return to our sect. She looked slightly dazed, her heart fluttering. Is this a goodbye? I do not know when we will meet again. Holding back her emotions, Than Trekkie reluctantly grasped his hand. That is fine. Lum. Take care. We will meet again. But deep down, she silently wished they could meet again right away. Tutron gently nodded in response, hoping to meet again. In their exchanged glances, a moment of warmth made his heart race. Being looked at like this by a woman was indeed a bit embarrassing. At Then Din Kim Tinga's sword hall, Tutron beamed as he called out, Master, I am back. Fi Yin was already waiting. My good disciple is back, a smile blooming like a flower on her lips. But when his gaze met that smile, he suddenly felt a chill. Wait, that smile from the master seems a bit strange. Could it be that I have upset her? He did not dare hesitate. Isidian immediately took out all the spoils. Master, I have not disgraced your orders. This is a Thunder Dragon's equipment. I brought it back for you. The items inside included the Thunder Dragon's soul essence, mysterious grade equipment, a shadow crystal bracelet, earth grade alchemy skills, earth grade spirit techniques, a thunder armor, and 3 elixirs. He breathed a sigh of relief inside, unsure what Master wanted, but figured he should obediently present the spoils first. Fi Yin glanced over, her eyes slightly surprised. Did you really defeat the Thunder Dragon by yourself? He lowered his head and changed the subject. This story is quite long. Master should collect the spoils first, but she seemed curious and uninterested in the items. You took these items, but I do not need them. I am just very curious. How did you defeat the Thunder Dragon with no other choice? Tikatron had to tell the truth. It was not him who killed the Thunder Dragon, but he secretly stole it. This answer left Fi Yin a bit confused. Stole it. Huh. He confirmed again. Yes. That is one way to put it. She pondered for a moment, then turned to him gently. All right, come to my room, and tell me in detail about the training at Thunder Marsh. Inside, Fi Yin felt an indescribable joy. Truly, her disciple had worked hard, but I also have a surprise prepared for him. He will find out soon. Zitron happily replied. Okay. In the room, he recounted everything clearly, and she gently nodded. So that is how it is? It seems you not only obtained the heart of the Thunder Spirit but also met Ven Zio Ho. Fi Yin turned her face away, bit sulky. Looks like that Than Trekkie is quite beautiful. Worth the risk for you to save her. Hearing that, Tron pretended to be noble. The disciple just could not stand seeing the righteous monk being murdered by demons. He absolutely would not look at her beautiful face. Moreover, in this world, who besides the master would dare to say they are beautiful? Isn't that just making oneself look bad? Fi Yin glanced over, her gaze piercing through his heart, bluntly exposing him. If that Than Trike were a man, would you still step in? Tron hurriedly replied, putting on a righteous front. Of course. I would definitely help, she responded indifferently. I will temporarily trust you. Then he bowed and said, if there is nothing else. Master. I will take my leave to wash up and rest. To his surprise, Fiyuan smiled and invited him. Today, wash up at my place. I have prepared some elixirs to help you break through again. A few inappropriate thoughts popped up into Tron's mind. The master actually allowed him to bathe in her private quarters, but reality hit him as Fiyuan waved her hand dismissively. The warm water is already prepared. Go take a bath. I will wait for you outside. Tron was frozen in place. Was he really expected to bathe by himself? He should not be thinking about that. He slowly sat down in the bathtub. The warm water soaked into his skin, so comfortable that Tron could not help but let out a sound. The echo of his exclamation made Fiyuan blush furiously. She could only pretend to scold him. You foolish disciple. Just bathe. Why are you yelling? Hurry up and wash. I have a surprise for you later. He was surprised. The master had prepared a surprise for him. If there was no surprise, then he really did not want to leave this place at all. After all, the master's elixirs were very effective. If he continued soaking, he would break through again. But just as he was feeling elated, a terrifying thought struck him. If he broke through, would not he have to face the lightning tribulation? A bolt of lightning suddenly struck the tower. In the bathtub, Tron splashed water around, his hair standing on end. Thinking he had obtained the heart of the Thunder Dragon, so he should be able to withstand the tribulation himself, he tightly shut his eyes, channeling the hidden green heart deep within his chest, as flashes of lightning rained down. But the barriers Tron erected firmly protected his body. Just then, the door gently opened, and Fiyuan walked in. Without stopping, she calmly approached the bathtub. He opened his eyes in shock, his face turning beet red. Unexpectedly, Fiyuan leaned down and kissed Tron on the lips. The two of them became entwined in the warm mist. Tron, while asleep, mumbled, Master, then suddenly woke up, shouting, Master. The loud cry surprised Fiyuan, and he suddenly realized, so it was just a dream. But it seems like he really did break through. Did he manage to withstand the lightning tribulation? The system notified him of successfully passing through 300 lightning strikes and receiving a medal of achievement. Achievement medal for the lightning calamity successor. All skills consume 20% mana points for damage. At that moment, she spoke tenderly. Good disciple. Congratulations. You faced the lightning tribulation all on your own. Tron scratched his head, feeling shy, acknowledging it was all thanks to his master's dedicated guidance. Without my master giving me courage and great encouragement, I definitely would not have made it. Yin just smiled. Go on. Hurry and see the gift that I have prepared for you. Hearing about the gift, he replied joyfully. But as he stood up, he realized he had not put on his clothes yet. Tron quickly covered himself, feeling embarrassed. Hey, where are my clothes? While putting on his clothes, he hurriedly ran to thank his master. He thought excitedly, whatever my master gave me must be something good, but I wonder if it is a magical weapon or an extraordinary secret manual. Before them appeared a lavish feast. Tron was momentarily stunned, looking at the food. Unsure of what it was, he chose not to look. Fiyuan blushed slightly and replied, the surprise is right next to you. Where else could you go? Tron asked back in surprise. Master, are you saying that this food is the surprise you prepared for your disciple? She sat at the table, flaunting her alluring figure, and smiled gently. That is right. I made this while you were unconscious. Eat it while it is still hot. Looking at the feast, he felt a bit uneasy, wondering if all this food was safe to eat. But if he did not eat, his master would surely be displeased. If the master is unhappy, the least that could happen is a drop in favor, and at worst, I could be kicked out of the sect. Tron asked with a hint of worry. Master, what is that black thing? The disciple with poor eyesight could not tell, and Fiyuan happily replied. It is a rough dish called a flour pig with wings, made from pork and pigeon wings. It seems like the temperature was not controlled well, so it looks a bit burnt. He could only pick up a piece with his chopsticks. Encouraging himself, he thought, it is just a little burnt, so it is still edible. Right? Fiyuan's eager gaze left Tron with no way out. He forced himself to swallow the bitterness but could not help exclaiming, it is too bitter. No, it is actually pretty good. Your cooking skills are truly amazing, he said, which only made her more enthusiastic. Really? Then you should eat more. Eat until you are full. Dishes immediately followed one after another like an onslaught. Super pungent hit for 300 damage. Super sore hit for 300 damage. Tongue burning hit for 300 damage. Fiyuan moved closer to him, cheerfully introducing, now, try another dish. But on the system, his favorability increased by 55 points, becoming more intimate. Tron looked at the bowl of food with a strange smell. Feeling uncertain. Is this fish? Why does it feel so slimy like rice water? She excitedly explained. This dish is called Clear Central Sea Spirit Fish. The steamed spirit fish is made from the spirit fish of the Hunhai. You have just finished your tribulation. Your body is still weak. Eating this will be very nourishing. Then Fi Yin scooped a large spoonful for him. Detran picked up the bowl, feeling horrified. Do I really have to eat this? It had a taste that was really off, but seeing her expression, he made up his mind. Forget it. It has come to this. I might as well eat it and consider it buying a smile from a beauty. This made Fi Yin puzzled. What is wrong with you, disciple? Without bothering to explain, Detran tilted his head and gulped down the bowl of soup, thinking to himself, whatever, it is not poison anyway. But as soon as he finished eating, his mind became hazy. This is so good. This dish is even better than Drunken Immortal's feast. After saying that, Detran's vision spun, feeling like the world was turning upside down. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground, causing her to panic and cry out. The disciple's system appeared, taking 1500 damage from poison for 5 seconds. Detran struggled to speak in a weak voice. Master, I have remembered. Although the spirit fish of Hunhai is a delicacy, it has a poison sac. Did the cook remove the poison sac? She was stunned, covering her mouth with her hand. I forgot. Seeing him foaming at the mouth, Fi Yin screamed. Disciple. Detran. Before passing out, he silently complained. Was the master intentional or accidental? She frantically shook him. Disciple. What is wrong with you? Wake up. Disciple. He felt truly speechless at that moment. Oh God. The food was hard to swallow, and the master's cooking was poisonous. Fi Yin hugged Detran, her voice full of regret. It is all the master's fault for forgetting to remove the poison sac. In a few days, when I finish my seclusion, I will prepare a bigger feast for you. He heard this and was shaken, opening his eyes. Detran thought. Food aside, I also got to touch her tiny hand. I took a huge risk to increase my favorability, so I should at least get to touch a bit. Right? You whined. Master. Do you really have to carry me? Fi Yin gently explained. If you have already passed the tribulation, I can rest assured to retreat and contemplate. Tutron pretended to be pitiful. It turns out all the departures were calculated. Master. You will also leave me. Right? She did not expect him to say that, and blushed in embarrassment. Fi Yin avoided the topic, scolding. What are you talking about? I am just going into seclusion, not leaving you. Tutron prodded, trying to dig deeper. Really? She still could not bring herself to look him in the eye. How could I not? How could I ever leave you? Tutron suddenly stood up, seriously expressing. Master, you must be careful during your seclusion. I will always wait for you, even if the world is desolate and the sea is dry. I will wait for you. Fi Yin was stunned, unable to think of anything. I understand, Master, she said. At that moment the system notification sounded. Favorability 60. No distance. Then she stood up, causing MC Tutron to fall. Alright, I'm off. He did not feel pain and instead smirked, imagining that he had gained some favor, just a little more, and when he crossed 70, it would be possible. It really makes one look forward to it. Outside the mansion, Fi Yin's voice echoed with caution. After I enter seclusion, you must be more careful. Do not indulge in the mortal world. No playing around. Tutron responded clearly. She continued to nag, saying he should not go picking flowers or chasing butterflies, and definitely should not meet any royal princesses. The female cultivator listened intently. He turned away, knowing all too well that other than waiting for her, he would not think about them. Fi Yin was finally satisfied and left. Suddenly she stopped. Tutron jumped. Right. Fi Yin took out some treasures, this time in seclusion. I might be gone for a few months. Here's the secret manual and this magical item. Take them first. He gladly accepted, thanking his master profusely. He was secretly delighted. Indeed, his master was generous. It was definitely not just that feast. Not stopping there, she mentioned that she had 2 more tasks for him to do. Tutron readily agreed. Master, just tell me. Don't say only 2 tasks. Even if it were 100 or 1,000, I would not bat an eye. Fiona contentedly assigned the task, saying that in a few days it would be the birthday of Seong Nek, a member of the time-long royal family. Si Hing and Si had invited all the major sects to the banquet. You will go in my place. He raised his hand to signal that it was no problem. Yes, Master. I will think about it. I thought it would be a tough job, but it turns out I get to enjoy free food and drink. She continued. The second task is that the Eastern Sword Sect has a branch in the border area of Mavizan Shu called the Ng Kim Si sects. Recently, we have not been able to contact them for some reason. You will go in my place and find out the reason. Report back to the sect immediately after. You go now. I need to start my seclusion. Tutron performed a bow. Got it, Master. I will definitely complete the mission perfectly. Then he calmly analyzed that logically. The plot of the Sword Master CC should be updated after the second great battle between good and evil. As expected, the plot is speeding up. In the courtyard, Tutron walks leisurely when suddenly a flying fan appears out of nowhere. He could catch it with his eyes closed. When Tutron opened his eyes, surprise was evident in his gaze as he looked at Kong and Gait, who was smiling in front of him. He exclaimed, "Senior sister." She sat on the roof greeting him. "Little junior brother, it has been a while. I just saw a heavenly tribulation at the Back Mountain Sword Pavilion. It must be your thunder tribulation. Right, T-Tron proudly replied. Of course. I have broken through again, but I still have not made a pact with you. Senior sister, tonight, I will take you to Phoenix Song City. Okay, Kung and Gai generously forgave him, considering it a sign that he was being sensible. After so long, I thought you had forgotten about your senior sister. In a flash, she jumped down closer to him. Kung and Gai sighed. But we can't go together. If my father and grandfather find out, they definitely won't let me go out. Si-Trun gently touched her head in agreement. Okay, then we will go one at a time. I will wait for you at the east gate of Phoenix Song City. Deep down, he was also nervous. She was afraid of her father, and he was afraid of his master too. Although master is in seclusion, if she finds out he has an appointment with her little sister, the hard-earned favor he built up to 60 might be lost. The scene shift to Phoenix Song City, bustling at night. Look at this delicious hawthorn candy. Lots of hawthorn candy. The Si-Trun is standing there buying snacks. Boss, give me 2 of the big ones. The boss cheerfully replied. Coming right up, Kung Guide hurriedly ran over. Little junior brother, you look exquisite today. Before Kung and Guide could react, a skewer of candy was shoved into her mouth. Annoyed, she shouted. Little junior brother, what are you doing? How annoying. He was startled. I thought girls like sweet stuff. Kung and Guide criticized. I got tired of those kinds of snacks when I was little. Suddenly, T-Trun blushed and complimented her. Senior sister, you are really beautiful. Even your angry look is beautiful. She was soothed by his sweet words and let it go for now. The sweetness of the hawthorn candy can't compare to your words. Let us go ahead. He looked around cautiously, making sure no one was following. Right, no one noticed us. Right, Kung and Guide dismissed his worries. No, I have been very careful, but T-Tron still felt anxious inside. If the master found out, it would be bad. Though he kept a calm exterior, I know a theater where talented musicians play beautiful melodies and dance gracefully. Let us go check it out first. Kung Guide felt flustered by his closeness. Alright, let us take charge. In a theater, gentle hands appeared, revealing musicians dancing gracefully. She ate fruit while watching the performance. Unable to stand his intense gaze, Kung Guide turned and asked, Little junior brother, why are you staring at me? Why are not you watching the show? T-Tron replied slickly. How can the performance compare to you? Senior sister, you do not need to worry about me. You watch your show. I will watch my senior sister. Just then, someone from the restaurant brought out the items. Young hero Lith, I have brought the items you requested. Thank you very much, he said gratefully. Then T-Tron presented the item. This is something I specially prepared for you. She was surprised. This is a romance story. The title of the book is The Overbearing Prince Fell in Love with Me. Kung and Guide was deeply moved, hugging the book tightly. Little junior brother. Thank you. You are so good to me, buying me a romance novel. Only you would treat me like this. My father and family would not. He winked. Senior sister, I remember you said we should not act like strangers. I understand this little principle that girls' hearts are tender. Right, she wondered. Little junior brother, will you always treat me like this? The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Kung and Guide felt a bit disappointed. But then T-Tron unexpectedly hugged her face from behind. Of course, I am not talented and my heart is narrow, so I can only care for you. Senior sister, he recalled that in his previous life, to pursue girls, he had to learn how to flirt every day. T-Tron took out a necklace. I carefully chose and bought this for you. Senior sister, I think you will look beautiful wearing it. Let me put the necklace on you. Senior sister, a notification appeared. Affection level 70 points. Harmonious couples create beautiful melodies together. T-Tron read eagerly. Success. He leaned in to check. How is it? Senior sister, does it look good? He was secretly plotting. This time he could safely touch her hand. Unexpectedly, Kung and Guide boldly gave him a kiss on the cheek. Other players were buzzing, amazed that someone got kissed by an MP's beauty. I could not even get a word out. I have also fallen for an MP's senior sister in the sect and have been pursuing her for a long time. Yet she does not even pay attention to me. Why is that? This Impa sister is really beautiful. Why did not I have luck like this? As they left, she suddenly announced, Right, my father will take me to VNBN City for the Sword Sect tournament. I will have to leave the Sword Sect for a while. T-Tron was astonished. The Sword Sect tournament, he began to ponder. It is held once a year. Only disciples of the Sword Sect at the Crystal Water level and above can participate. In my past life, I also participated in similar activities at my cultivation sect, but my rank was low. Z-Trun stopped, smiling as he said, Then says Treki will surely defeat her opponent. With 4 legs in the air, begging on the ground for mercy, Kung and Guide was amused. Then I will borrow the luck from little junior brother. Little junior brother, I will take first place and give that reward to you. On the outside, he shyly declined, wondering why she was being so kind. But inside, he felt pleased. The Sword Sect really is a great place. Everywhere has big opportunities. She fell silent, her embarrassment still evident. Soon, Kung Guide had to say goodbye. Little junior brother, I am heading back now. Titran did not forget to remind her. Take care, sis. I will wait for you to return victorious. But whether she wins or not is secondary. As long as she returns safely, he will be at ease. She flustered and ran off, while he stood there calculating. Time was pressing. Men needed to grasp his dream seal. On the way, someone was selling something. It was a high-grade spirit beast pill. Starting price 120 spirit stones. The crowd grumbled. Why is it so expensive? Titran curiously took a look, seeming to discover something. The system presented an analysis. The spirit beast pill can help spirit beasts below the crystallization level break through, enhancing their cultivation. Auction price is 120 spirit stones. Immediately, he pulled out his wallet and asked, Do you still have stock, boss? I want all 200 pieces. The owner seized the opportunity. Yes. You are my boss now. The scene shifted. A black paw of a beast appeared. Titran observed the real beast and thought carefully. With this bear's physique, taking the medicine would indeed be effective. This spirit beast pill is worth buying. Moreover, the current price is low, but in a few months, it will double, and any excess stock sold can earn a lot more. The scene changed, and the players began discussing as soon as they saw him. Wait, is not that Titran? He really is from the Heavenly Sword sect. They glanced at him, exclaiming in amazement, I have never seen a real beast like that so plump. He is truly impressive. There is a saying, the talented get struck by lightning. People like him most likely just entered the dungeon to count their days. Look, he chose the hell mode. Those who entered the local hell half a month ago have only cleared 80% of the levels. I wonder who gave him the courage. Suddenly, a cloth waved. It turned out someone was starting a betting game. Anyone want to place bets? Let us bet on who will clear the secret realm first. Titran or the guys who entered half a month ago. The others chimed in. The one who entered half a month ago was Tidelandrung. His innate talent is the soul spirit synchronization. Incredibly powerful. So what are you waiting for? I bet 5 spirit stones. T Lean Ding will win first. Alright, I will wager 3 spirit stones. I bet 5. 2 stones. Amidst the bustle, someone broke the atmosphere with a bag of coins. Here are 100 spirit stones. I bet Titran will win first. He Fiiti is confident of winning. How could the man she has her eyes on lose? The crowd is stunned by her. Who is this girl? She is going big. That is good. When that guy Lum loses, we can make a fortune. Titran observes closely ahead, her gaze sharp. In front of him, there is not a soul around, an unusual quiet. Titran goes deeper inside before she sees the townspeople. Minding Yim is indeed one of the classic secret realms of Bi Hong. Min Yim and Di Quat Kulan are different. It has its own script. Furthermore, this script is very tragic. Anyone who passes the trial can't help but cry afterward. Many people lose their sanity while searching for the boss and try to change the storyline. Even when facing the final boss, they dare not strike. Suddenly, the sound of hooves thundered as a carriage stopped on the street. Inside, the beautiful Ai-Ni gently lifted the curtain. She gracefully stepped down from the carriage. Ai-Ni handed a paper to the person in front of her. Sir, please review the content and order to follow the path. She obediently followed, her appearance delicate and graceful. The boys around looked on enviously, and it was obvious she was a flirt. The scene shifts to another area, and it is now late afternoon. Ai-Ni softly negotiates. Mayor, I have been married for many years but still cannot have children. So I want to continue my husband's lineage who is out fighting. I heard that you can buy a child here. A friend introduced me, so I came over. The mayor welcomes her warmly. I see. It is my honor to help you. Madam, please follow me. They arrived at a room filled with newborns. He smiled brightly and said, Madam, you can choose from these children, but you must keep our village a secret. Ai-Ni, though scared, turned her head and replied softly, Don't worry, I will keep it a secret. The mayor had picked up a stick at some point, so I felt secure. He struck Ai-Ni on the head because you can't get out of here. 2 thugs, who had been waiting, finally entered, looking quite pleased. This girl's figure is truly beautiful. Indeed, it has been years since we have had such quality merchandise. I could not hold back when I arrived. A guy with a scar on his forehead came over to inquire. Mayor, you decide how to split this. The guy had been secretly observing from outside. He stroked his chin and said, Let us do this. All the money from the carriage is yours, but she belongs to me. The ringleader reminded, I am telling you, in this remote place, what we need least is money. Have you forgotten? Why did we brothers start this from the beginning? He chimed in, That is right. Robbing money. Robbing food. Robbing women. And now that we are well fed and warm, the only thing lacking is the woman. The leader slowly stood up in disgust. So how do you all suggest we divide this? The man had a piece of fried food on his forehead. Looking pleased, just like before, each person helps her back home to be a bride in 2 days. He continued, If she is pregnant, a little blood will confirm her claim. Whoever the child belongs to, that woman belongs to him. He quickly took the lead, saying, "Then I will go first." No objections. Right, the leader sighed, reminding, "All right then, just take it easy. Do not mess it up." The leader agreed. "All right, 2 days later I will bring her to you, so hurry back." After saying that, he hurriedly closed the door and stood there for a moment, then turned to look at her with a sly smile. Time passed. Autumn came, and everyone continued with their usual activities. As the rainy season arrived, everyone rushed to escape the rain. Before long, summer came, and the place was still bustling until that cold winter. A drop of blood fell into a bowl of water, 2 drops mingling together. The man lifted the bowl, laughing joyfully. "It is mine. She belongs to me." The other 2 sighed one after another, surprised that the child was from the one-eyed dragon, noting that many women had died at his hands, feeling disappointed that they had not had enough fun. Hearing this, the one-eyed dragon turned around to warn, "What are you 2 muttering about behind my back?" At that moment, the leader hurried to mediate. "All right, the results are in. Let us not break the rules anymore. She belongs to the one-eyed dragon." At that time, the one-eyed dragon grabbed One-Eye's hair and pulled her along. "Come on girls, follow me and enjoy the blessing." The subordinates behind immediately shouted, "One-Eyed, take it easy. Leave some soup for us too." "That is right." Hearing this, he burst out laughing, pulling One-Eye even harder. "Now that she is mine, you still want soup? Dream on. Watch how I make her suffer." At this moment, One-Eye was almost out of strength, her body limp and unable to resist. On the porch, Tutron quietly observed, feeling a heavy sense of helplessness, letting out a soft sigh. Suddenly, the roar of the one-eyed dragon echoed, tearing through the silent space. "You wretch, how dare you!" accompanied by footsteps of killing. "Kill them." When they rushed in, the sight before them left everyone in shock. He had fallen face down in the water trough. One man exclaimed in horror, "What?" The other immediately guessed it must be that woman. The leader approached, his eyes flashing as he noticed the bloodstains still splattered on the snow. He shouted loudly, giving orders, "Quick, chase after her. She is injured and can't have run far." Immediately, the crowd scattered everywhere, checking over there. "Well, here there are footprints. Have they been found yet? Search carefully. In this cold, she can't have gone far. That girl. There are bloodstains here." One knee, holding a knife, was breathing heavily. Each step felt heavy, her legs trembling as the cold snow weighed her down. Finally, she collapsed onto the white ground, and they rushed over. One shouting, "I found her. She is over there." A man grabbed Idane's hair and yanked her up, shouting in her face, "Where do you filthy scum think you are running off to?" She moaned in pain. The man turned to the chief and asked, "Boss, what do we do now? Should we report it to the authorities?" He immediately bellowed, "Reporting it to the authorities? Are you out of your mind? What would the officials say if they knew about what happened here?" The subordinate was not reassured and continued, "So how should we handle this now? Should we take her back?" The chief coldly decided, "I have already called everyone from the district to catch her. Now that we have found her, it is best if no one else sees her to avoid unnecessary troubles later." He finished, and Dijin Kim raised his weapon. "Then I will take care of this." In the last moment, tears glistening in Nahai's eyes, formed a gentle smile as she choked out, calling for her husband. Moments later, the heavy sound of a blade echoed through the night. A guard grumbled about the burial work. "We have not even had our fun a few times. Why does all the dirty work fall on us?" The man beside him lowered his voice to remind him, "Can you please shut up for a moment? It is freezing here. Hurry up and finish so we can go to sleep." It is true the boss is ruthless. He had their hands and feet chopped off. Up high, Tutron sat silently on a branch, his eyes darkened, as a crow cawed hoarsely in the night. Elsewhere, a man with tousled hair frowned in confusion. Recently, several people had gone missing without explanation, all of them connected to the previous incident. "Do you think it could be ghosts?" The leader snapped, "You are insane. That happened months ago. What ghosts could there be now?" Just then, a man rushed in. "Sir, it is not good. Sir, something big has happened." Everyone hurried to the scene. The sight left them all speechless. The leader was furious. "This is bad. All limbs chopped off and hung up far from home." The man with the messy hair lamented, "Who could have done this? How cruel." The chief's face went pale as he ordered, "Hurry and report to the authorities." Memories of the past surged back, making him tremble. Also, quickly go invite a sorcerer. In the quiet forest, a faint sound echoed. "It is over now. Wake up from the dream." Tutron carried the national flag on his shoulder, thoughts ringing in his mind. No doubt, this is a dream, an endless dream that brings sorrow. He began to dig into the ground, thinking that if he were a new player, he would have likely succumbed to slaughtering the entire village, only to realize he had failed at this stage. This was merely a dreamscape, which is why he had to stand on the sidelines. In Aine's memories and dreams, he sought clues to find the final boss. While searching, Tutron picked up a finger bone and frowned slightly. He tossed it aside and quickly realized he had found something. An old ring. Its dim light shimmering. Tutron lifted it to examine it and smiled faintly. This was the token of love between Ai and her husband. And it was also the source of her strength. At that moment, sparks suddenly flickered to life. He remained seated, aware that this ring was crucial for progressing through the stage. Just as she turned to leave, flames erupted, consuming the night, and a glowing red hand reached out to grab a stone. In that moment, Ai figure appeared, but she was no longer the gentle girl she once was. Instead, she had transformed into a roaring demon. Tutron turned back, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It is true, you die as a ghost, and ghosts die as you. Ai opened her mouth full of sharp teeth and screamed, the bizarre arms on her body writhing incessantly. Tutron turned, his sword flashing as he sliced off the arms growing from her back. His voice grew serious. I empathize with your situation, but it is time to let go. Ai screamed, fiercely refusing. No. Tutron took another step, his demeanor resolute. The ones she hated were already dead. Killing the innocent is not worth it. Do not live in pain any longer. Ai screamed again, wildly resisting. No. He shot up into the air, his voice of persuasion still echoing. Her life story was truly tragic, but that was not a reason for her to stay and do evil. The great grudge has been reported. Let go of your obsession. With a swing of his sword, the light cut through the sky, and the demonic arms were finally shattered, reincarnating and moving on. The Z-Tronthun struck with precision, while Ai tried to escape, screaming in agony. She looked up at the sky, despair pouring from her. A column of blood erupted from Ai's mouth, staining the entire space red. Immediately, the system notification sounded. Monster. Tier Boss. Strength. Late-stage body refinement. Life 14,101 per 15,000. Attack 121. Defense 100. Speed 106. Mental protection 11. Meeting mind 15. Skill Bloodstorm Invasion. Self-heal. Vengeful spirit father strength of potential. Tutron looked up, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The spirit shield was working. He bent down to gain momentum, then jumped high, charging straight and high. Tutron maneuvered along her body, using the force to elevate his sword energy. Just as he was about to reach Ai's mouth, he paused for a moment before launching a fierce attack. A scream of pain tore from her throat, but immediately after, Ai bent down, frantically devouring the sliced parts of her body. She bit and swallowed everything to recover, consuming it all for herself. Tutron's inner thoughts trembled. She began to heal herself. No, I can't keep dragging this out. I need to win quickly. The thought flashed, and he immediately changed his strategy. Phoenix Emperor Tutron wielded his sword, unleashing a great blaze, and once again, Ai screamed ferociously. Finally, she collapsed before his blade, her blood count dropping to 0. Tutron turned to see the empty scene before him. In another illusion, Ai's hand flailed in despair. No, I can't accept this, she crawled, forcing out broken words filled with resentment. I must kill them all. Suddenly, a warm voice rang out. Ai froze at the words, which pierced deeply into her heart. Her body began to change, the demonic form fading, revealing the silhouette of a human again. Ai's eyes widened, tears streaming down as she trembled. She embraced the figure before her, sobbing. Husband. Husband. I miss you so much. The late husband shed tears, softly replying, My dear, I am late. At that moment, Ai panicked, her voice trembling. Husband. How did you get here? His body was riddled with arrows. What a disgrace. In the last great battle, the entire squad was wiped out. I could sense it. That is why I was able to come to your side. My dear. I'm sorry. It is all because of me. I should not have let you come here alone, making you suffer like this. It is all my fault. I am truly a worthless scoundrel. Tears of happiness continued to fall from Ai. It is okay. Husband. I never blamed you. From now on, we will never have to suffer again. The two gradually began to fade away. Behind Tutron's back, he stood still, his gaze filled with regret. Good night. Only a still silhouette remained. She left behind a withered skeleton. Tutron stepped forward and bent down to pick up the ring, whispering, Final key prop. He slowly slid the ring onto the finger of the skeleton. In an instant, the skeleton turned to dust, merging into the void. Immediately, the system notification echoed repeatedly. Mystic Grade. Nightmare Cloak. Mystic Grade Movement Technique. Flight Technique. Mystic Grade. Haunting Blade. He marveled at the gear appearing on him. 3 Mystic Grade items dropped at once. The system announced, congratulating player Tutron for being the first to clear the Hell-level Nightmare Secret Realm of Beat Hong, awarding 300 prestige points and a bone. Wishing all martial players prosperity. The news instantly caused a stir. Countless people discussed it excitedly. Tutron cleared the level, while Tithalinding was still stuck at 80%. It is over. The Spirit Stones I bet. The level Tutron cleared was indeed a Hell-level nightmare. Eth also looked up at the sky, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Palom truly is a powerhouse among powerhouses, effortlessly clearing the hell level. Idol, I will always follow and support you. The crowd grew louder. Some exclaimed that someone really cleared the hell level nightmare. Why was not it me? Numum Lamb turned around, her gaze fixed on the news board. Little Lamb cleared the level again, saying that. Numum Lamb excitedly ran off. I did not expect Little Lamb to be so strong. I need to flatter him first, she happily called him, her voice full of anticipation. Little Lamb, I completed the newbie mission. Now I am coming to find you. Don't forget to pay me back for the travel expenses. Tutron replied with some annoyance. You, a wealthy lady, want me to pay you back for travel expenses? Hearing that, Numlam hurried to the teleport stone, running while scolding. Let me find you then. Wait for me outside the city. You stingy person, aiming to reach Chu Hofeng City. She stood at the city outskirts waiting, but her mouth would not stay quiet. You stingy person, not even willing to return my travel expenses. Looks like he wants a beating. Just one good fight will do. In her frustration, Omum Lamb's prominent chest caught the attention of a group of men. The one behind stepped forward calling out. Hey beautiful. We are here to take you to the secret realm. While the brown-haired guy shot her a flirtatious glance. We are all extraordinary cultivators. Normal realms are no problem. I can definitely protect you. Ren Lamb's eyes were filled with disdain, and in this defeated state, he still wanted to flirt with girls, which irritated him, so he hurriedly flexed his biceps. Little sister, you are in the early stage of cultivation and you still dare to be picky. The two guys laughed loudly, warning her not to get gored by a wild boar. She smirked slightly, a provocative smile appearing. If you want to take me with you, you need to ask my brother first. Ren Lamb's gaze quickly shifted behind, where he quietly appeared. If you have my brother's approval, I will go with you. The guy with the messy hair looked confused. Where did this guy come from? How did we not notice him at all? The other guy suddenly seemed to remember something, and it looked like he was about to panic. All three of them inhaled sharply. Dong Than's mouth trembled. Zhang Chen. It is him, the legendary figure, the top expert of the 8 wilderness. No way, is not Zhang Chen from the Zamok Xian. This is Ziwa Feng. To silence them, he sternly shouted, you are too loud. If you keep making noise, I will smash all your teeth. Ren Lam pointed at the three of them, feigning a pout. Brother, do these guys want to challenge you or what? Before he could finish, the three were already sweating in fear and stammering as they ran away. No, we have things to do. We will take our leave. Sorry for bothering you. She turned back and shot a teasing glance at Zhang Chen. Surprised by Little Lamb's fame, he simply replied, is that so? Just normal. Ren Lam immediately held out her hand, demanding a compliment, puffing up with pride. Where's my fruit? Didn't you say you would give me the fruit? He handed the gift to her, looking helpless. He remembered this clearly. Just as Ren Lam took it, the system chimed in. Spirit item. Storm gloves. Strength plus 11. Comprehension plus 8. Vitality plus 300. Skill. Explosive fist. Her eyes sparkled, cradling the item as if it were a treasure. Wasn't this the glove on the artifact list? Ren Lam beamed with joy, so happy that she could not let go. Not only that, Zhang Chen pointed at the screen, raising his voice generously. There is also a technique and 2 defensive spirit items for you. The 2 defensive items are not expensive. They sell for 20,000. And the gloves could sell for 800,000 without a problem. The fire fist skill is about 500,000. After hearing that, Long's eyes sparkled as she smiled sweetly. Little Lamb, you are so nice. Seeing that the time was ripe, he excitedly asked. So when will you pay me? I won't take much. Just give me a discount of 20 to 30%. Ren Lam lightly tugged at her clothes, throwing flirtatious glances. Where would I get that much money? Or do you want to pay with your body? Zhang Chen quickly waved his hands. Let us skip that, I have a reputation. She squinted, feeling annoyed that he did not take the bait. Zhang Chen's expression darkened, his gaze wary. Was he using this trick to hook her? In his past life, he had fallen for such deceit and ended up getting hurt. So if he believed it again, he would truly be a fool. Suddenly, Ren Lam returned the iron gloves. I only need 2 protective outfits. The gloves in the book. You can sell them. They are too expensive. I can't afford them. Detran smiled slightly. Just take it. I was just joking. This was originally prepared for you. If I really wanted to sell it, I would have sold it long ago. After saying that, Detran stuffed it straight into her arms. Nemlam felt even more guilty. But this thing is worth 12 million. If you do not sell it now, later on when there are more items, its value will drop drastically. Detran gently reassured her. Using these items will make you stronger, and you will be able to drop better items to return to me. So do not worry about it. She hesitated because of her self-doubt. But I am not good at games, and I do not have any talent. Investing in me is a waste. You should focus on training someone else. Detran gently patted her head, encouraging her. Who says you do not have talent? The immovable king is not a talent. Catching wild beasts is different from regular computer games. I dare say you will become a top player in this game. Manam Lam blushed for a moment. Really? Detran answered without hesitation. Of course, your talent is that good. Plus you have my guidance. Even a pig can do it. Before he could finish, Detran received a punch out of nowhere. She yelled angrily. You are the pig. Detran flew away, letting out a scream, then got hit again. He fell to the ground, his face bruised. Looking up, he saw Lam standing with her hands on her hips. Looking stern, I have a favor to ask of you. When I joined the sect, an elder in the inner hall took notice of me. That old man said he wanted to take me as an inner disciple, but I have to complete a mission. Please help me. Lamdeheap. Detran felt wronged and almost cried. After just hitting her, now she wants him to help with a mission. What kind of attitude is that? In the tea house, Detran reluctantly asked. Tell me. What mission? Let me see if it is difficult, she seriously explained. He told me to go to the Tu lake and catch a red fish, so I do not know how hard it is. Upon hearing that, he immediately jumped up. Then let us go. When they reached Tu lake, Nemlam's eyes widened. Oh, we are going right away. Tu lake seems very far. Do we need to teleport there? Detran cheerfully replied. No need. We can fly straight there. Your level is not high enough right now, so get on. I will carry you. Without hesitation, she happily jumped onto Detran's back, her soft body pressed against him, making him blush deeply, blood rushing from his nose. Even so, Detran seriously reminded her, I'm flying. Hold on tight. Do not fall off. As they took off, Nemlam joyfully shouted, higher. Let us go higher. She clung to his shoulder, but her breasts kept pressing against him more and more. Detran's nose bled uncontrollably. Nemlam was confused, not understanding why. Just then, he lost his balance, causing both of them to fall to the ground on top of each other. She shyly exclaimed, Little lamb, can you handle this? Detran got up, awkwardly denying it. Nonsense. How could I not handle it? Sit tight. Do not fidget too much. The scene shifts to the Lake of Love, and Detran's mind is swirling with thoughts. The Lake of Love is very famous in Hofeng-chu. It has a type of fish called zichenu, known for its fresh taste and tender meat, which also contains a unique spiritual energy. If you bring 6 new fish to the auction house, you can sell it for a good amount of spiritual stones. That is why many newcomers love to go there to fish and make money. However, at the bottom of the Lake of Love, there are the Hiyu, and Ixich fish are their food. Once they notice someone trying to steal their food, they will immediately attack. The strength of Hiyu is usually at the mid-stage of Kwai refinement, but they prefer to live in groups. A weak newcomer like Lam would find it hard to take any fish away. Even if she caught one, they landed on a rock, and he exclaimed, We are here. After admiring the view for a moment, Detran commented, This spot is decent. It seems like someone has set up camp here before. Fishing for Xichnu entirely depends on luck. If luck is not on your side, you might end up sitting here all day. She suddenly remembered that she forgot to bring a fishing rod. He quickly pulled out a string, testing its strength, thinking about how you do not need a rod in the game. This will do. The system notes that this spider silk is made from 100-year-old spider thread, so you definitely won't go home empty-handed. Detran threw the hook into the water and casually handed the string to Lam. You need to hold on tight. There is only one thread here. Just take your time fishing. I will lie down and rest a bit. After saying that, Detran lay back on the rock, covering his face with a fan and fell asleep. She struggled to hold the string while murmuring, If I knew this task was so simple, I would not have bothered you. I could have done it myself. Detran, eyes closed, lazily replied, Wait a bit. You want to think that way later. Just then, a fish suddenly bit the hook. Lam panicked and pulled the string, her eyes shining bright. It is biting. Little Lemon Tea. Look quickly. Lam had just caught a fish when suddenly a whole school of fish leaped out of the water. Detran seemed to have anticipated it and immediately stood up with his fan. Hey girl, do you know how hard this task is? Dawn Tea panic. I am here with you, she shouted loudly, throwing the fish towards him. Little Lemon Tea, catch it and hold it tight for me. Detran caught it but looked confused. Meanwhile, Lam clenched her fists, her spirit erupting. She charged into the sharp jaws of the fish. Lam spun around, delivering a kick right to the top of the gray fish head. Her eyes were fierce, filled with the will to fight. Quick as lightning, she firmly gripped the fish's belly with one hand and grabbed its sharp nose with the other. Lam roared as she threw the fish with all her strength. It slammed into its companions, causing chaos among them, and they all fell straight into the lake. Seizing the opportunity, she unleashed her power. Lam unleashed a series of techniques, fiercely attacking the fish with explosive punches, fiery fists, and penetrating strikes. Detran watched in shock, his eyes wide. When everything was quiet, she landed next to him, still pulling along the fish she had just caught. Lam was out of breath, constantly complaining that these spirit beasts did not know any martial arts, and yet they bullied the weak. Luckily, my fists are strong enough. Detran secretly admired her. In his past life, if he had teamed up with Lam and Hong at the same time, perhaps his achievements would not have been as high as hers. It had to be said, the cultivation path really suited her. Thinking about it, he gently sat down, turned his back. Let us go. Hurry back to turn in the mission. If those spirit beasts catch up, we will have to fight again. Come on. I will take you through the teleportation. Nemlam shyly declined. Actually, I can go back by myself. Despite that, she still let Tron carry her, her mouth agape in surprise. But how could he be this fast? He coldly replied. You should turn in the mission early to avoid a long night full of dreams. The two took off, flying through the clouds. Lam suddenly spoke up. By the way, I am going to the gym later. Are you coming? Tron eagerly replied. Let us go. Why not? You can train me as you like. She blushed slightly, her voice a bit shy. All right. I will train you outside the game. And in the game, it will be your turn to train me. Tron choked again, thinking something was off, as if there was an extra word missing that should not be left out. In the break room, Tron was lounging on a chair, relaxing with his eyes closed. Just then, Numlam walked in wearing sports attire. She casually shook him awake. Little Lindsay, it is time to go exercise with me. Tron groaned, removed his blindfold, and sighed. It is only 6 o'clock. Is not that a bit early? Numlam ignored him. Stop talking and get up. You are the one who asked me to train you. If you regret it now, it is too late. Let us go run. Tron was dragged along, whining that he was going. His face accidentally brushed against her chest, and a tense thought crossed his mind. Numlam bent down and caught his strange gaze. Her face flushed, and she immediately punched him. What are you looking at? You pervert. Outside, the birds were chirping cheerfully. Numlam ran ahead, her breathing steady. Behind her, Tron staggered, running while complaining. I can't take it anymore. Let me rest a bit. She turned her head, a mocking smile on her face. You are too weak. Tron plopped down on the ground, resigned to his fate. Yes, I am weak. All right, let me take a break. Numlam checked the time on her phone. All right, a 5-minute break. He thought to himself. No wonder it took months to regain full strength after the game merged with reality. Serious training is a must. Just then, she suddenly pointed to a corner. Little Lindsay, look at that little girl over there. A little girl with pink hair and 2 buns, holding a stuffed animal while squatting. Numlam could not help but exclaim. She is so cute. Tron instinctively glanced in the direction she pointed, noticing a woman with a stunning figure gently stroking the girl's head. His face turned bright red, his gaze seemingly fixated on that woman. She really is adorable. Tron paused, a thought rising in his mind. That woman looks so familiar. Where have I seen her before? Numlam urged. Come on, let us go home. Seeing him standing still, she turned back with suspicion. In an instant, Numlam grabbed Tron by the neck without mercy, her voice filled with anger. Whoa, I did not expect you to be this kind of person. Xiao Lindsay, I told you to watch her, yet you keep staring at her mother. Why, you like married women that much? Tron struggled and yelled. You crazy. What are you doing? I just thought she looked familiar. Let me go. She rubbed her temples in annoyance and scoffed. Seriously, even my dog has a better excuse than you. Stop pretending. Let us go. Keep running. Tron was dragged away, panting and complaining. Didn't you say we could take a 5-minute break? It has not even been a minute. Numlam let go and dashed ahead, leaving a curt remark to stop the nonsense. After a while, Tron, exhausted, trudged back, breathing heavily. In his mind, he kept grumbling. I did not say that, did I? It is only the first time and we are running like this. I can take it. Even though I am just a weakling in real life, I am not like that in the game. Losing face in reality, I will regain it tenfold in the game. As soon as he put on the virtual reality glasses, Tron landed with a burst of flames, his spirit igniting. His eyes were sharp, and he exuded an incredible coolness. Observing the surroundings, Tron confirmed this was the place. He ventured deeper into the cave, thoughts swirling in his mind about a segment from his past life called Master of the Whole Server. That show interviewed top players to share gaming experiences and success stories. The #1 sword god from his previous life, Tron Ein, once said his first opportunity came when he stumbled upon a cave with 2 skeletons inside. Judging by the traces around, it was clear these 2 were top masters, but it was unknown what grudges led them to duel here. In the end, both exhausted, they perished on the spot. From the outside, one seemed to be a sword cultivator, while the other appeared to be a Buddhist practitioner. Tron once mentioned that beside the sword cultivator was a secret skill, which he left behind because it conflicted with his own cultivation method. At that moment, the system displayed a notification for the legendary sword skill, Windblade Ring, launching a circular sword formation with a radius of 50 meters, dealing 500 damage per second for 5 seconds to enemies trapped within. If an enemy dies in the formation, the duration resets. If one forcibly escapes the sword formation, they will be marked with a sword seal for 10 seconds, reducing their speed by 30% and putting them in a state of armor break. Tron tucked the book away, feeling satisfied. Indeed, this is something even the sword god could not help but brag about. This skill is really strong. I need to study it closely. He respectfully clasped his hands towards the two skeletons, thanking the two seniors for leaving behind the secret skill. The junior bows in gratitude, wishing them peace. Just as he finished speaking, the two skeletons suddenly collapsed, shattering and leaving Tutron in confusion. Right there, a golden scripture fell out. You quickly grab it. Opening it, the system displays the notification of the divine Buddha seal, a secret technique not revealed outside the Buddhist school, summoning the Buddha seal from the heavens, dealing 2,000 damage to enemies within a 100 m radius, and an additional 20% damage to demons and evil cultivators. Cooldown time is 30 minutes, consuming 1,000 mana points. Any player who has reached Foundation Establishment can learn it, but outsiders will be pursued for learning it. Zichen was delighted. Is there more reward? Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, startling him and breaking his focus. Returning to reality, Zichen irritably removed the virtual reality device, shouting, "Who keeps knocking on the door? It is so annoying." From the kitchen, Lam hurried out, sounding flustered. Could it be that my parents found out I snuck out and came to bring me back? He groggily scratched his head. Still unsure, Zichen pressed his eye to the peephole. Let me check, but outside was just an empty space, making him feel a bit suspicious. No one was there. Suddenly, Zichen jumped in fright, a chill running down his spine. Mumbling in fear, could it be a ghost? She stepped closer, cautiously asking, "What is wrong?" There is no one at the door. Just then, the knocking came again, more urgent, startling both of them. Zichen cautiously turned the lock, his heart racing. Could it really be a ghost? But when the door opened, only a cold breeze rushed in, and a clear voice rang out, "Hey, handsome." Both leaned down to look in the direction of the voice. Right at the door stood a small girl, her round, innocent eyes looking up at him, asking softly, "Are you Lam Zichen?" He slowly sat down facing the girl, speaking gently, "What is up? What do you need from me?" Noli Eden obediently replied, "I came to check on my house." Zichen frowned, a bit puzzled. "Check on your house? You mean you are the owner?" Noli immediately nodded vigorously. Lam bent down, smiling gently at the girl in front of her. "Isn't this the girl I saw on the street this morning? Oh my, she is so cute. She is so small but already the owner of a room. She is really impressive." Noli Yigig ignored the two of them, casually walking into the house. "Excuse me." The girl glanced back slightly, a hint of apology on her face. Only Yin looked around carefully. Everything was tidy and clean. She nodded in satisfaction and turned to Zichen. "Big bro, I have finished checking. You did great. The room is very clean. But I have one more question," he politely replied. "Go ahead." "Owner," Noli Ying straightforwardly asked, making both pause and exchange glances. "Are you two a couple? Why are you sharing a room?" Lam immediately smiled, putting her arm around Zichen. "Little sister, we are not a couple. Just roommates. Good friends." The girl mischievously glanced at her, saying with implication, "Then meet. Lam should pay attention to protect himself." This made Lam chuckle. She tilted her head and asked, "Little sister, what do you mean by that? Do I look like a bad person?" Li Zieping blinked, quickly hiding behind him. She peeked out, whispering, "I think Lam is a handsome guy, and handsome guys are easily taken advantage of." Lam immediately got angry, turning to shout in his face, "Hey Xiao Lams, answer me honestly. Is this girl the one you are here for? Is this who you want to take revenge on me during morning exercise?" Titran hurriedly shielded Naitang, anxiously justifying, "What am I, petty like that?" But her fury still had not subsided. "Who knows why this kid keeps hanging around you? I am close to the girl like this, yet she is scared of me. Where's the logic in that?" Titran chuckled lightly. "I do not know about that, but kids have sharp eyes. Who told you to be so fierce every day?" Suddenly, Lam remembered something, his face turning pale as he rushed toward the kitchen. "Oh no, this is bad." She was struggling with the dishes, muttering to herself, "Oh no, oh no." Naitang looked longingly at the table full of food. Seeing this, Lam turned to her, gently coaxing, "Little sister, have you eaten yet? If you want to eat, just tell me the truth. That bad brother did not send you here to annoy me, right?" Naitang calmly replied, "I did not come by myself." Her answer made Lam helplessly slap her forehead, sighing, "Well, I give up. Have you eaten yet? Or how about eating with me here?" The girl immediately turned away, but Nai refused. "No, my big sister says I can't eat food from strangers." Titran called after her softly, "Wait a minute. Little sister, it is so late. Your big sister might have already eaten. How about eating with your brother here? After we eat, how about I take you home?" Naitang blushed, while Lai replied, "Thank you, big brother." Lam was furious, a kid so young already learning to discriminate. He quickly tried to mediate. "It is okay. Kids do not know how to talk. Let us eat together, and I still have to go back to the sect after." Titran suddenly thought to himself, "It has been so long since I returned to the sect. I am going to get scolded by my master again. I wonder if my master has finished his seclusion yet. The meal gradually became cozy, and Nem Lam served food to the girl. Come on. Eat lots. Be careful not to choke. Just then, a sudden message came through for him. Lam, our Moon Shadow Guild has passed both the hard and extreme modes of the Divine King's Valley. Now there is only the Hell mode left. Are you free? Or can you come lead us? The conditions are still up to you, Titran replied. Wait for me to log on later, and I will contact you. After that, he curiously turned to Nai Tang. By the way, little sister, is your house far away or are you in the same building? Why have not I seen you before? The girl replied while eating. My aunt and I just moved here. My aunt is very beautiful and sings really well. Hearing this, a fairy image of that woman suddenly flashed into Tran's mind. Could it be that the person I saw this morning is the girl's aunt? But why does she look so familiar? As if I have met her somewhere before, like a light bulb going off in his mind. He slammed the table and shouted. I remember now. The other two were startled, immediately stopping their actions, their gazes turning towards Titran. He was still lost in thought, his face turning red unexpectedly. No way. Just then, a knock on the door followed by a clear voice of a woman calling out sounded from behind. Is anyone home? Dying Deason, are you inside? No, Dean joyfully said to Titran. Auntie is here to pick you up. He quickly stood up, feeling both shy and excited. Auntie, the door opened, and a charming woman walked in. Hello, I am your aunt. Here to take you home. In that moment, Titran confirmed his suspicion. It is really teen TV. The girl immediately rushed over, exclaiming, Auntie. Tiguva bent down joyfully to hug her, speaking affectionately. Dying Deason, why are you eating at someone else's house? He squinted at her, piecing together a familiar conclusion in his mind. Tin TV, the future otaku queen, was right in front of him, although she was not known yet and not famous. Once she integrated into the game world, her popularity would rival that of top stars. The songs of Fong that TUV would later cover would also be a huge hit. In that moment, Titran unconsciously reached out. Hello, may I ask if you are Teen TUV? His voice was full of excitement. She had her first song about the old study desk. It was really good. I like it a lot. Tiguvi was momentarily taken aback. Surprised, she asked, how did you know? No Lam frowned, secretly mocking. When did Tu Lumit start paying attention to unknown singers? Titran softly hummed a part of the song. The notes dancing on the blackboard seemed to leap to the other side. Her eyes gradually lit up as she listened to him sing, the lines on the oak desk connecting her to the past. Countless smiling faces in the notebook, warm memories with him. At this point, Tiguvi instinctively placed her hand on her chest and gently joined in. Today is a bit longer, with you by my side, quietly holding hands. Numlam enthusiastically clapped, praising, that was really good. Miss 10, your singing is amazing. Tiguve smiled, her voice trembling. Thank you all for liking my song. I thought no one was paying attention or liked it anymore. In fact, during this time, I struggled with whether or not to continue singing. Titran squinted, sincerely expressing that her songs were truly great. I am just one of the countless listeners of her music. I believe there will be many more people who will like your songs in the future. He encouraged her, so please keep going. Taiyuvai stared at him, her face gradually turning red. She was moved, bowed her head, and choked out. Thank you for your encouragement. I will keep trying. Just then, Numum Lam chimed him. I am someone who likes to speak the truth, and your song is really good. Oh, by the way, my name is Nemo Lam. Let us be friends from now on. Taguvi nodded, beaming with a bright smile. Of course, I am honored to be friends with you all. Suddenly, a small hand shot up, and me too. The little girl excitedly introduced herself. My name is Nda Dative. You can just call me Gaydekize. She looked at the girl and laughed. So you are Nda Dative. Who gave you that name? It sounds really nice and cute. The girl replied honestly. My mom named me that. Numum Lam exclaimed. Your mom is great at naming. Huh. Did she move here too? Naizithing lowered her head, trying to hold back her emotions. She passed away. So she could not move here. She was startled and quickly apologized. I am so sorry. I did not mean to. I just wanted to say your name is really nice. Z gently patted the girl's head, his tone softening. My mom is gone, and so is my dad. You are happier than I am. Z Dwayu Zdo. At least you still have someone small to take care of. Naizi twitting. Feeling sad, cried and rushed into his arms. Titran gently patted her back to comfort her, saying it is okay. You can take care of me in the future. So can we be good friends from now on? The girl looked up and smiled, nodding her head. The atmosphere became warmer. Nimlam gestured. Don't he just stand at the door? Come in and eat. He clasped his hands to take his leave first, saying, there is still something going on in the wild. I need to check it out. You all eat first. Do not wait for me. A little later, in the virtual world, Titran landed in a desolate secret realm. His gaze was determined. It was here, the secret realm of the Vichus. Suddenly, a loud voice caused the crowd to stir. Everyone, look who is here. A crowd gathered around Tron, clamoring to invite him. Hey buddy, I heard you are still a lone wolf. Are you interested in joining us to roam the four seas? Lam brother, come join our crazy battle gang. I will make you the vice leader. Your skills are impressive. I admire you a lot. Why not join my Yin to Pavilion? I will give you a bonus of 50,000 each month. What do you think? Tron skillfully declined. I appreciate the good intentions from all of you, but I am used to being alone, so I am not thinking about joining any organizations. Thank you, everyone. He thought to himself, if I can avoid trouble, there is no need to offend them. Living humbly and quietly making money is the real way to go. Just then, a shout rang out, and Lummi Tron, the president of the Blood Armor Association, stepped forward, his face full of hostility. It is about time to settle the score from before. Einlein rushed over, shouting, President Lam, the Great Master. He had not finished his sentence when Luffy D grasped the situation and immediately gave orders. Let us go over there. She rushed forward, coldly questioning, what do you bloodslaughter want? One of the members laughed derisively. Isn't he this President Jiang? Don't he be so hot-headed. My boss just wants to talk to Tron for a bit. No need to worry. Luffy D shoved him aside, saying, get out of the way. The guy insulted her, thinking, who does she think she is? You think our bloodslaughter is afraid of you? Luffy D glared back defiantly. Oh really? You want to make a move? He immediately turned pale. The voice of the bodyguard rang out, filled with mockery. Tron, you did well. The entire Moonshadow Guild is here because of you. How much of their soft rice have you eaten? He frowned, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing straight into the bloodthirsty group. The bodyguard boosted arrogantly. I am not going to chat with you. We need to discuss the incident at the Medicine Valley. Tron asked, confused. What do you want to explain? You have taken out many of my subordinates and even stole my boss kill, so asking for some compensation is not too much, right? He smirked, pretending to agree. Fair enough, so what do you want as compensation? The bodyguard seized the opportunity to raise the price. I want to make it hard for you. 10,000 spirit stones plus 3 pieces of equipment. I heard you have a pet too. Just give that to us, and we can let this slide. How about it? Tron's face showed a dangerous glint. He seemed quite pleased, thinking he was about to hit gold. A chick that has never seen the world, and already scared with just a few people. That is why the bodyguard tried to intimidate him. I know the Moonshadow Guild can help you, but my Bloodthirst Guild is much stronger than hers. Do you think they will fight to the death against us for you, even if they risk their lives? Can they really win? I advise you to obediently pay the compensation. I promise not to make it hard for you anymore. I might even invite you to join. Before he could finish, he suddenly froze. He struck boldly, one hit to the neck dealing 3,500 damage. The bodyguards were caught off guard because of this. Boss, it is over. Then Tron shouted, ask your guild leader how he wants to go to hell so I can prepare him a coffin tomorrow. His aura left everyone around in shock. Witnessing this scene, a furious man exclaimed, while the game system displayed, you have been killed, forced to log out. Do you want to resurrect your character? Do I? His whole body trembled violently. Damn it. How dare you? The guy shouted out orders. Deal with this brat for me. His name is in red. Destroy all his equipment. Damn him. The group received the order and rushed forward. Dare to touch our boss. Beat him up. The boss said to break all his equipment. Luffy D reacted quickly, immediately mobilizing to assist the Master Lam. The loud shouts echoed. The chaos was immense, and magical attacks were unleashed continuously. Earth spells. Ice spells. Gravity spells. At this moment, Tron made his move, an illusory figure, full of vitality, eliminating each one. Let us have a real fight here. Tron, do not provoke anyone, but I am definitely not afraid of anyone. Then he boldly unleashed a terrifying strike. The moon blade with such power took down nearly all the opponents. Damage dealt. 1,500. Damage dealt. 1,800. Damage dealt. 2,000. Not stopping there, Tron continued to unleash more attacks. Look how strong you have become. Everyone around is amazed. Oh, so the Blood Guild ended up like this. They are all rare treasures. And if they are all dead, then we can— While they were chatting happily, Tron glanced at them, and they immediately quieted down. Never mind, I was just joking. Can T poke the bear? She announced. Master Lam, the Blood Guild has been taken care of, so he smiled and reminded them to share the loot. Luffy D was a bit confused but still responded, okay. Thank you. Tron immediately expressed his gratitude. I should be the one thanking you all. Without everyone's help, I would not have been able to handle the Blood Guild alone. We have gathered enough gear. Now follow me to a place. His words made Lefty uneasy. Where to? Aren't we going through the Thiviving's house? Tron showed his thoughtfulness. Of course. He would take them to cleanse their auras. If they went to that red-named secret realm, dying there would mean losing both their levels and equipment. If Luffy comes back to ambush us, we are in trouble. This new information stunned Luffy's There is a quick way to remove the red name too. You confirm that, right? Then Tron led the group to the place he mentioned. After a while of moving, he announced, "We have arrived." She admired the beautiful scenery before her. Curious. "Master Lam, is this the place?" Tron replied. "This lake can cleanse your auras. Everyone jump in and wash off." The group looked at each other in confusion but ultimately ended up playfully splashing around below. How annoying. After finishing, Luffy D wanted to double-check. Did Master Lum mean that the red name could be washed away? "This is the first time I have heard of such a method." Tren added. "You can't just wash it off with water. Under this lake is a large demon stone, and the water has been contaminated by it, allowing it to cleanse the aura and remove the bad name." He hesitated as he mentioned this, and she wondered what he was hesitating about. Tren blushed and revealed, "It is nothing really, just that before bathing, you need to take off your outer clothes, leaving only the underwear that the System 1T allow you to remove." After hearing this, Lefty instinctively tightened her grip on the arrow in her hand to be more at ease. He suggested, "How about I go first, and you all wait until I am done?" Then Tron swiftly stripped off his clothes and jumped into the lake, splashing water everywhere, enough to soak Lucky D's group. Everyone was stunned, staring at the scene before them. Since he jumped down, the water's surface remained calm until Tron finally raised his head. The girls on the shore immediately were captivated. He showed them, "Look, everyone. The killing intent around me has lessened significantly. I am really not lying to you." However, Luffy D still hesitated. Master Lam, how long do you need to bathe?" Tren thought for a moment and replied, "About 4 hours or so." She was surprised that bathing could take that long. Members of Lucky D's group began to complain. "President, I still have classes to attend tonight. I promised to go out with my boyfriend in the evening, and he will be here to pick me up in an hour. I have to go pick up the kids too. Tonight, I also have to go to the hospital for a checkup, and I have surgery too." She had to think of a solution. "Then let us go together. That way, no one will feel awkward, and we can all strip down and jump in." "Master Lam, everyone needs your guidance here. Let us take a bath together and make the most of the time." Now there is only her left on the shore. Everyone at Tran is staring in bewilderment at the beautiful women in front of them. "Master Lam, I am here too. With these sweet flowers around, you can hide your embarrassment. Please do not." Then the surface of the water started to ripple. Seeing Tran lying still on the water, the group panicked. Master Lam, what happened to you?" They surrounded him, asking questions. "Are you okay?" Tran struggled to respond. "I've lied." "Really?" Their eyes were immediately drawn to his 8-pack abs. "Master Lam, I did not expect you to have such a great body. Can we touch it?" Tran was like a shy girl, hurriedly covering his body. "Wait, this is not really appropriate." His face turned completely red because those slender legs kept catching his eye. Seeing Lefty D made others want to protect her. Now Tran had to admit that usually, when dressed, he did not pay much attention. But he never expected Miss Jiang to have such a beautiful figure. Suddenly, Lefty D moved closer to him. "Miss Jiang, you are breathing hot air right onto me." "That is right. Master Lam, I have something to discuss with you." Tran responded awkwardly. "Go ahead." Lefty D seriously revealed that someone is actually investigating your identity and address. You need to be careful. Upon hearing this, he did not distance himself anymore. What happened next? Do you know who it is? Lefty D could only guess. "No, but it is definitely someone with a background. Otherwise, how could I not find out?" The way the two looked at each other sparked curiosity among the beautiful women around. When did the President and Master Lam get together? What is so strange about that? I noticed it from the very beginning. After a while of whispering to each other, they both separated, and Tran spoke up. Thank you. Miss Jiang. Now everyone, let us enjoy the divine energy in this lake. You must soak for at least 4 hours. The group happily joked around. President, come here. You are really annoying. Meanwhile, you just lie down and contemplate life. In the game, I could act tough because I had a powerful mentor to rely on, but in reality, I am just an ordinary character. If I am really targeted by someone with a background, I would be lucky to escape with my life. In my previous life, an ordinary player named H-Min accidentally obtained a top-grade magical artifact. Relying on this artifact, his strength skyrocketed, shining everywhere. But after being completely wiped, he was robbed of the artifact and handled by that person. It seems I have to be extremely careful. I absolutely cannot let this situation turn against me. Now he is very determined because Tran is someone who has already lost his life once. In this moment, Tran silently gives thanks. Luckily, Jiang Luckity reminded me. Otherwise I still would not have realized I was being watched. They often say that a big tree in the forest will be knocked down by the wind. A large tree attracts the wind. Although I do not need to pay attention to those petty people, I still need to take necessary protective measures. Fortunately, house prices are low now, and the money I earn from the game is enough to buy a house. Later, I will install cameras in the new house and buy an extra car to park in the underground parking lot of the neighborhood for cover. This way, anyone trying to find information about me will only discover my new room. By then, where I am living now will become a safe place. Right now, outside the chamber of Lunda Fien, Tutron called out loudly, "Master, are you there? Did your disciple come to find you for something?" As usual, he guessed, calculating that his master must have finished their closed-door training by now. Indeed, after a moment, he heard a familiar voice. "Good disciple, come in quickly." Tutron happily stepped inside. "Yes, master." But before him was a very hot scene. Tutron did not expect that after increasing his affection, he would witness such a sexy sight. She asked, "Good disciple, what do you need from me?" He stammered, "Well, I will keep it brief, but it is a long story, especially in this situation. Is this a cat? A snake? Or what? The specifics depend on the situation." Seeing his attitude, Fien could not help but laugh. She was excited by Tutron's thoughts. "What kind of cat and snake nonsense is this? Are you playing a word game with me?" Then he got straight to the point. "Master, I am opening a pharmacy in the city, but I am currently short on medicine, so I want to seek cooperation from our sect. I can represent the sales, and we can share the profits based on the ratio. Is that possible?" Hearing this, Fien asked, "Why do you want to open a shop in the city? Isn't what I give you enough?" Tutron denied and explained, "Of course not. I want to take advantage of my free time to earn some spirit stones, so I can buy beautiful jewelry for you and contribute more to the sect. If you need the spirit stones I earn, then I will gladly offer them all to you." Fien's face showed clear satisfaction. "Why would I want spirit stones that you worked hard to earn?" He immediately brushed it off. Not hard. Not hard. What belongs to the disciple is the master's, and what belongs to the master is still the master's." In the end, she had an answer. "All right, I will agree to this little matter. Tomorrow you go find Thanthen and then Katho Boi to discuss it." All this time, Tutron was just waiting for this answer. Indeed, having a strong backing is truly beneficial. Just when it seemed they had concluded the matter, he suddenly melted down like a puppy, causing Fien to feel confused. "What is it now?" Tutron asked. "Thank you, master. Have you been well these past few days?" "It has been a few days since we last met. I wonder if you have been eating well and sleeping soundly." She sighed and complained upon receiving his concern. "I have not been doing too well these past few days." He immediately activated his hot mode. "Why is that? Who has been bullying you so that I have to take their place?" Little did he know, the reason Fien was upset was quite trivial. Her cultivation level had been stuck at the peak of VFA for a long time. There were still no signs of a breakthrough, and every day at Kim Kung Sen, there was no one to talk to, so she just wanted to go into seclusion. Just like that, Tutron immediately saw the consequences. What? Another seclusion? Once the master goes into seclusion, it could be a few days or even a few years. If she goes into seclusion, where would I go to find a strong ally if I run into trouble? So he suggested that even a master like her, stuck at her level, might not achieve results even in seclusion. "I suggest you try a different method. Perhaps you will gain some insights." Hearing this, she also wanted to know what method, so she asked him to share. Tutron posed a question. "Master, how long has it been since you walked among the mortal world?" Fien replied, puzzled. "Among the mortals, it seems like it has been several hundred years." Now that he could point out the reason, "That must be it, master. It could be because you have been in Kimimting for too long. There is a saying, if you can't conquer yourself, how can you guide others?" Lacking understanding of the Tao, it is difficult. The worldly grievances claim to be enlightened, but they are merely a flickering light. Yet when all homes ignite their lights, true energy will emerge. Hearing Tutron's words, her expression showed signs of wavering. Next, he revealed that the mortal insights might help the master. "Master, you should descend to the mortal realm." Fien was still in shock. "Descend to the mortal realm?" Tutron winked playfully. "Master, let us go to the mortal realm together. We can go on a date." His words made her face flush with embarrassment at the mention of a date. At the same time, the system announced a 5-point increase in affinity. Despite her slight reaction, Fien still appeared shy. "You really do not know your place. I told you to take me to the mortal world to gain insights into the Tao. Who said I wanted to date you?" So Tutron corrected himself. "I misspoke. I should just go to the weapon room instead." "Master, please find a female disciple from the sect to accompany you." Fien stubbornly questioned him. "Are you dare enough not to go with me? Don't even think about touching the medicine or weapons." Her imposing aura made him break out in a cold sweat. The disciple was just joking. "How could I not go with my master?" "The fairy," Tutron assured. "Don't worry, with me as the guide, master will definitely be pleased." Upon hearing this, Fien was immediately excited. "So when do we leave? Where are we going to have fun?" Her gaze froze for a moment. Realizing her own reckless behavior, she returned to her aloof demeanor. "V little princess, it seems you do not truly understand the path," the Z-Tren eagerly revealed. "I heard there is an ice city called V No Thone in the northern part of Mu Tin Chu, near Biki Visit, where it snows all year round." Then, he used magic to show Fiyun the place he just mentioned. Not only that, but also introduced the stunning snowy scenery and the many snow sculptures. At night, everyone releases lanterns. Seeing the scene before her, she was in awe. The sky was filled with brilliant lights. It looked incredibly beautiful, T-Tren added. Not only that, but the hot springs in Viek City have recently become famous. Bathing in hot springs, drinking fine wine, and enjoying the snowy scenery are great ways for Master to relieve fatigue. That was enough to excite Fiyun. "So let us go to Vi Ying. When do we leave?" He humbly asked if they could wait until the disciple finished arranging the store first. In the end, she agreed. "All right, you arrange things quickly and then come to the sect to find me." "Understood." T-Tron bowed and confirmed. "Disciple understands. I promise to leave early and return early." At the same time, Fiyun said she would go find the two gentlemen, the Ui Thian Than and Thian Kai, to discuss the matter you just mentioned. He was really happy and thanked his master. T-Tron's mind was now soaring. He had succeeded, and his quality was solid. Later, he returned to the ordinary pharmacy, the head of the library. Now he could relax, with the sect leader backing him up. The matter was as good as settled. The system provided two options for representing the sect. "Do you want to upgrade the store? Yes or no?" Now Tron confidently pressed the button, initially satisfied with just getting 2 shares, but unexpectedly the two elders directly gave him 5 shares of profit. The very next moment, the system congratulated him on the successful upgrade. Not only that, he was about to achieve a new feat. Once Beat Home merged with the world, leveling up would no longer be a dream. Tron thought of each location and calculated the first floor of the equipment store. In the future, the first floor would specialize in selling equipment, so let us call it the Good Equipment Store. The second floor would be for auctions. The second floor, the auction area, will be called the Honest Auction House. As for the third floor, let us just call it the Enhancement Medicine Room that will only sell potency drugs in the future. The sweet voices of beautiful women awakened Tron. "Young master. Come here. Come play." Looking up, our ladies had sung for that day. Accordingly, he had another plan, finally arranging for some beautiful sisters. The system announced a recruitment of 20 staff members. Several beautiful women lined up at the door. "Welcome. Dear guests, may I ask what you need?" "Sir, the men are in a frenzy because of it, so I want something big." Tron believes that using beautiful people for marketing can be applied everywhere. The system appeared, capturing everyone's attention. An anonymous player is running a shop in Fangkaik City, selling potions, good equipment, and a real auction house. Today is the grand opening, and 3 days later, the first server-wide auction will take place. The special auction item is a legendary weapon. All players are invited to join. After reading, they could not help but marvel. Someone opened 3 shops at once. What kind of ability is that? It is still a shop in the city. No way. Absolutely no way. That is why they decided to head to Fangkaik City to check it out. Tron stretched his wrists. Fully prepared, finally ready to go. Next, it is time to go soak in the hot springs with the beautiful master. Just then, he received a call from the skilled Lefsi Lam, asking if he was free now. "How's the gathering for the video CISA exam going? Now you remember. Just a moment ago Quian agreed to take the Ningguai Guild through the dungeon. The current situation is putting Tron in a difficult spot. If he goes to the V Kifi exam, how will he explain it to his master? But if he does not go, how will he face the Main Nechen Guild? This is a bit tricky." Luffy D sent a reply message. "Okay, let us meet at the Viking Keksef." Meanwhile, Tron was still hesitating. After a while, he found a solution. He originally had an appointment with President Jiang, and he also had experience with the VDOC exam. After finishing the VKKS exam, he could look for his master, making it easier to enjoy their date. Tron began to execute his plan. A girl shouted loudly upon seeing him. "Everyone! Look, Lum is here." The crowd buzzed because of it. "That is right, it is him. Amazing. We are in for a treat this time." Lefty cheerfully welcomed him. "Lum, you made it." She did not forget to express her gratitude. "Lum, thank you for helping us through the secret realm. Whatever the conditions are, just let me know. Our Ingwiten Guild will definitely comply." Tron then stated, "The conditions are the same as before. Follow my lead. The sword equipment is mine. And we want to mention the rest." Hearing this, Luffy Ding immediately rejoiced. "No problem. Then I will give you the captain position, and you have full command of the team." Instantly, a captaincy board appeared above his head. After reviewing, Tron noted that there were too many martial artists in the team, and too few healers, needing at least over 100 healers. The others chimed in, "I am a healer." "Me too. I am also a healer." He asked again, "Which healers have learned the skill Tunch of Awe? Raise your hands." 2 girls eagerly raised their hands. I am about to learn 10F how. I have learned it already, Titran praised. Very good. That is the spirit. Finding a martial artist with over 8,000 health should not be hard. Right, the sturdy girls assured him. Of course, that is a given. Taking the opportunity, he requested that they form groups, each consisting of one healer and one martial artist. These two will stand at the front line. Ein Lin wondered. Master Lam, you are telling me that Y2 has to stand at the front of the team. Isn't he supposed to be at the back? Then, Titran immediately explained. The Fiend King Cave is different from a regular dungeon. These high blood cultivators need to be up front to absorb maximum damage and control the situation. The purification spell is very important, and the range for purification is too short. If he stands at the back, he won't be able to do it, so he has to be in front. Even so, she was still worried would the protector still be able to survive. That is why I assigned the tasks this way. That is why I made sure every team has a protector and specifically put them at the front. As long as the cultivator can hold up, the protector in front won't take much damage. Plus the other protectors can heal them. That is enough. Hearing that, Ein Lin felt delighted. That is right. Why did not I think of that? She realized something was off, her cheeks flushed, and she scratched her head awkwardly. You keep directing, I won't interrupt anymore. Titran reminded everyone to stay calm. No matter what happens, the front line must hold their position and not retreat before being defeated. You must complete your task of using all your skills. The people in the back should just fill in the gaps. We absolutely cannot let a single zombie through. That is it. Everyone must follow the rules as we enter. Finally, he asked, do you all understand? Everyone replied in unison. Understood, we get it. Witnessing this scene, Titran felt warm inside. This is how it should be. This feeling was real. The pinnacle of manhood is just like this. Now everyone was mentally prepared. So shall we set off? The spatial rift began to open, according to the information you provided. There is a legend about an elder from the Yin Corpse sect whose wife had an affair with the leader of a minor sect, placing a green hat on him. Once the elder found out, he was furious and turned the entire minor sect, from the leader to the disciples, into zombies, locking them away in this corpse-nurturing cave so they could never reincarnate. Titran shouted sternly, preparing to stabilize the formation. In front of the group were the hands of several zombies rising up. As soon as they saw humans, they sprang up and roared. He ordered the first team to charge in. The cultivators would deal damage while the healers would follow up. Titran specifically reminded. Be careful, do not use skills, only use normal attacks to face the first wave. The roars of the zombies echoed off the cliffs as both sides charged, sending dirt flying everywhere. Titran warned, don't let them through. While the battle was still tense, Ein Lin showed signs of fatigue. He continued to develop according to the plan. The second afternoon exam is coming up, the fourth batch of the development team. Prepare Lefith V. Upon hearing this, they immediately got into position and recited the incantation in unison. The incantation and ritual were performed simultaneously, while on the other side, several zombies were still howling, and in an instant, the formation successfully eliminated a few of them. They laughed proudly in the middle of Hung Ti-Yum. It seemed they would win this time, but Titran reminded, don't celebrate too soon. The fire system's preparations are underway. The team has received orders to line up seriously and get ready. The rockets shot up as they received the firing order. They soared down like a heavy rain onto the zombies. The rockets turned into huge flames, obliterating the zombies. His voice still echoed, yet, some of the zombies that caught fire were still able to get back up. They howled with eerie sounds, and Lucky D was confused. Why were they still moving? Nevertheless, Titran calmly reassured. Don't panic, he seriously commanded. Everyone, stand your ground, do your tasks well, and unleash all your skills. Everyone pay attention. This wave of zombies includes types that can unleash skills, so the front line must brace for impacts until we test the mothers. The team once again obeyed and carried out their duties. Mothers, heal. Yes. Ein Lin smiled happily. Her stamina was fully restored. Suddenly, the zombies opened their mouths wide. Titran quickly warned that the poison was being released. The assigned team immediately set up the purification shield without hesitation. In an instant, the shield spread out to protect everyone. As a result, the zombies' poison could not harm anyone. The system reported that the progress in the protected area had reached 90%. Ein Lin stood and looked at the defeated zombies in front of her. She breathed a sigh of relief. Surely this must be the last one. Afterwards, he also requested a tally of casualties. Everyone rested for 2 minutes to regain their strength. Ein Lin was truly delighted to report that the casualty rate was less than 2%. The whole group cheered excitedly. We are amazing. Are we about to clear this level? Lefid happily called out. Lum, you are truly an excellent commander and leader. I feel that you could definitely establish your own guild. Despite receiving the praise, Titran's expression was somewhat heavy. His voice became serious. A guild. I have no intention of forming a guild. Being free and independent is enough for me. Titran recalled his sad memories. In the past, I did establish a guild, but because I was always thinking about romance, I handed full control to Tiket and my good brother to manage. As a result, both betrayed me. She regretfully admitted that I spoke out of turn. Sorry. Lum, did I say something wrong earlier? He interrupted and denied any relation to you. Just recalling some unpleasant memories. And you do not need to worry about it. Therefore, Lefadi had faith that mountains and seas would one day reunite with rain. Rain and wind would eventually meet. And the things that weighed on his heart would finally be resolved. Everything would be alright. Lum, I believe you will achieve your ideals. Tutron was slightly taken aback but then smiled. Thank you. I am sure I can. His radiant smile made her speechless. After a moment of rest, Tutron announced that it was time to prepare for the final competition. You know well that the things before are not worth mentioning. This final trial is the toughest challenge in the secret realm. The ground began to shake, and from below, 2 gigantic leaves twisted upwards. Notification system. Monster King. Level Boss. Early stage crystallization power. Health 15,200 per 17,000. Attack 165. Defense 170. Speed 138. Spirit 25. Critical hit 20. Difficulty 6%. Poison resistance 70%. Skills. Iron Body. Thunderstorm. Millennium Poison Protection. King Power. He had a talisman stuck to his face. And the roar sounded completely different from the previous monsters. Zichen quickly assigned tasks, saying that high-level zombies would soon appear, and everyone needed to hold them back. This time, you personally charge in to handle this old man. With that, Zichen flew straight towards the mouth of the King of the Dead. Zichen charged up strongly, ready to show his sword. The gigantic hand of the King of the Dead spread out before him. Instantly, Zichen unleashed a phantom move and successfully dodged, causing his hand to smash into the ground. Zichen had to admit it was really dangerous. After that, he struck again. The Phoenix Spiral magic of Zichen was quite stunning, with 22 sword energies. Under this pressure, the King of the Dead had to use his hand to shield himself. A surge of magical power was rushing towards him. Before long, it went straight into the throat of the King of the Dead. He roared in pain. Without giving the opponent a chance to retaliate, he dealt a critical hit of 2460. The ground shook violently from the impact of this move. At that moment, Lakyu cheerfully reported, Master Lamb, we have taken care of the little monsters too. Zichen smiled back, indicating that they were done as well. The announcement board appeared. Congratulations on successfully clearing the King of the Dead dungeon at Hell level. All members receive 4,000 cultivation points. Clear time 20 minutes 25 seconds. Perfect ranking reward. All members receive an additional 1,000 cultivation points. Perfect reward bag for clearing the dungeon doubled. You can't hide your joy. We cleared the dungeon. The whole group swarmed around him. Master Lamb, I love you. Master Lamb, you are really amazing, God of men. From now on, you will always be my god. How about a hero's date? I am still single. Send me your location, and I will come find you. Send me the coordinates. I will log out and book a flight immediately. Zichen was overjoyed by this treatment. Everyone is being too polite right now at the Sword Hall. After completing the mission, he stood at the door reporting, Master, I am back. Long was secretly worried, being so late. I wonder if Master will scold me. Finally, the door opened. Come in. Fi Yan's voice sounded somewhat sulky. You even know how to come back. Why do I feel like you are reluctant to leave the mortal world? You care more than the sect 100 times over, Zichen assured. Master. You misunderstood. I absolutely do not cling to the mortal world. Aside from running the shop to earn some money to buy fruit for you in the future, I spend all my time cultivating. She looked a bit skeptical. Was that really true? So you are sure you are up for this? Of course. I always remember. Training day and night without ever slacking off. Tutron eagerly brings up the main topic. Oh right. Master. When are we heading to Naching Then? Fi Yan said there is no rush. Before we set off, I will help you improve your strength a bit. Follow me over here. Are you excited to help me boost my strength? Tutron's heart is overflowing with joy. Things are moving too quickly. She and you stood in the empty courtyard. Just the thought of it makes Tutron blush. Is Master really planning to do that right here? But suddenly, Fi Yan takes out a sword, and you start to overthink. Does Master have props too? This is getting serious. Seeing Tutron standing there in a daze, she calls out, Disciple. What are you thinking about? You quickly deny it, saying it is nothing. Then Fi Yan seriously requests, You take the sword and attack me with all your strength. Caught off guard, Tutron shyly refuses. How could I do that? A disciple can commit such a disrespectful act against their master? Your words leave her confused. Something about that sounds off. Fi Yan lets out a sigh and sets a condition. Here's the deal. If you can touch the hem of my robe, consider it a win. I will reward you with 2 gifts, but even if you lose, you will still get 1 gift. Tutron's eyes light up at this. There is a gift. The system presents 2 options. Activate the chance. Personal test of Lun Fi Yan. Accept. Decline. Accept. No need to hesitate. Tutron immediately agrees. Then it is settled. So I can use any method. Because I know the gifts Master gives are all extraordinary items. Then she clarifies. Of course, no matter what tricks you use, as long as you touch the hem of my robe, you win. Moreover, you can use any skills, but I will only use the strength of Trofsy realm. No skills. This simple rule makes T-Tron feel a bit hurt. How annoying. Am I being underestimated? Fiyuan smiles at you from across the way. T-Tron gets into position and loudly declares. Alright, then I won. Be polite. Master, if you lose, do not get mad. She reassures him once more. Am I really that petty? And your chances of winning? Fiyuan firmly states. Definitely not. Instantly, you channel power into the sword in your hand and spring towards her. T-Tron just moved, and Fiyuan already notices. Who would have thought her disciple would progress this quickly? Your reflexes are clearly quick, but you can catch up to her in an instant. Fiyuan is behind T-Tron, poking him in the back with a branch, then pushing hard, causing T-Tron to bend over and finally crash face first into the ground. You turn back to look at the one who struck so swiftly. She laughs and remarks, Disciple, you let your guard down too early. T-Tron could not accept this, so he demanded, do it again. Come on, and Fiyuan was not afraid to respond. Just charge at me. This time, he doubled his strength, and T-Tron swiftly rushed towards her, only to be countered by Fiyuan and sent flying back. He lost his momentum and could not break through her defenses. She simply smiled and took something out. Here, take this pill first, then rest a bit. After T-Tron put it in his mouth, the system announced that the Supreme Moon Slash was condensing magical power to unleash a crescent-shaped sword aura within a 30-meter range in front of those hit by the sword aura. They would suffer 800 points of skill damage plus the damage from his own attack, along with a 10-second slow effect, a 3-second freeze effect, consuming 500 points of magical power, and a 10% increase in swordsmanship quality from the Moon Slash skill that had reached the supreme level, making him feel invigorated. He was surprised that once the Moon Slash reached supreme level, it increased so much. The system continued to update, stating that the day's sword aura was now supreme, gathering power for 3 seconds, dealing basic damage to enemies within a 60-meter range. After hitting them, there was a 100% chance to trigger a dazed state lasting 3 seconds. After hitting them, there was a 5% chance to trigger a stun state lasting 4 seconds. During the stun, the opponent could not use skills, so T-Tron reevaluated, wondering if there was another surprising effect. Not bad at all. Moreover, both had reached the supreme level, and this had an extremely low probability of achieving such fortune. One must have all qualities. Many players spent 5 years without any skill reaching this level, and I only needed 1 pill from my master to have 2 skills that could reach supreme level. It really felt amazing to have such a strong backing. After a moment, Fiyuan asked, Disciple, your aptitude is not bad. Have you rested enough? Do you want to continue training with me? T-Tron, filled with energy, challenged her again, wanting to try one more time, simply because he thought that if he won, he could receive 2 gifts, so why not? Just going head to head, I definitely could not surpass my master, so I could only use underhanded tactics. Thus, T-Tron charged in again, and before he even made contact, she flicked him away and he fell flat on the ground. He ended up in a pathetic state, his eyes rolling back. Fiyuan saw this and froze, rushing over to check on him. I may have been a bit too rough. Fiyuan shook T-Tron. Disciple, are you okay? He felt secretly pleased. Gotcha. T-Tron laughed heartily. Master, you lost, yet you still won. While she was still bewildered, not understanding what happened, something suddenly startled him, making him sweat profusely. Fiyuan blushed and immediately stepped back. She slapped T-Tron hard and then moved away quickly. Fiyuan clutched her chest, breathing heavily, while he felt guilty and bowed his head to the ground. However, when he looked up, he saw her holding a branch in her hand. Fiyuan angrily struck T-Tron with it, and not only that, she chased him around the yard. T-Tron was terrified, running away as fast as he could. You screamed so loud it echoed throughout the courtyard. Once she was done, she questioned, do you still dare to be disrespectful to your master? Now T-Tron's face was all twisted. I did not mean to. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please, master, do not be angry, Fiyuan warned. This is the consequence of being disrespectful to your master. If you dare to offend again, I won't let it slide easily. Let us leave today's matter here. Once your injury is better, wait outside my chambers. Even so. Before leaving, she did not forget to toss you a pouch of medicine. This is from Sister Thengzan. You can use it yourself. T-Tron quickly grabbed the potion bottle, and at that moment, he could assure himself that, in reality, if the affection level was not high, he really needed to be more cautious. Although he almost got beaten to death by his master, he did not receive any notification about a decrease in affection. This proved that his master really was not angry. It is good that you are not angry. Besides, I even got to touch my master's chest. It felt amazing. Then T-Tron stood at the door and asked, Master, the Vi has arrived. Fiyuan allowed. Come in. So you calmly stepped inside the spacious room. T-Tron looked around but did not see anyone. Where is Master? Just then, Fi Yin appeared before him. Now she had changed into another outfit. He was stunned by her appearance. In his heart, he could not help but praise her. The fairy Haifam is just like this, Fi Yin reminded him. Didn't you say you would take me to Venung to understand the Tao? I just took a shower and casually changed clothes. What? Is it not beautiful? Hearing this, Tutron's face was about to reach the sky as he started his flattery. Using beautiful is too modest for you. You should be called extraordinarily beautiful, like a crane among chickens. In the eyes of lovers, you are like Tai Thi. Yet every time she heard this, she would shyly blush. Fi Yin turned away like a young girl. Ellen thinking only knows how to deceive me. Tutron explained at length. How could that be? Disciple always speaks the truth. She smiled and reminded him. All right, then let us set off. It is getting late. But he hesitated. Seeing this, Fi Yin was confused. What is wrong? Tutron scratched his head. Master, look at me. I want to take a shower and change clothes before we leave. Is that okay? Because he knew that the lower the cleanliness level in the bowl, the higher the chance of encountering NPCs. He had just fought with his master, and he was covered in sweat. She instructed, then I will wait for you to shower. There is a bathroom behind. The water inside is Heavenly Mountain spiritual water. Very good for the body. Hearing this, Tutron dashed straight inside. Okay. Thank you, master. He stood before the steam-filled bathtub. Delighted, Tutron was really curious. Is this where his master usually bathes? He quickly stepped inside to enjoy. It is so warm. The clothes fit perfectly. Just then, Fi Yin reminded from outside. Disciple, go outside first. That spot is where I just took a bath, so I have not changed the water yet. After hearing that, Detran felt like his nose was bleeding. With this, he considered himself taking a bath with his master. His gaze caught something. Looking at her underwear, Detran wondered what that was. Immediately, he realized, could it be that Detran's manly nature was awakening? Just a little peek would not hurt. Right. He picked it up to examine it, still warm from his master's touch. This was what his master was wearing just now. Right. Just the thought made him drool. Master. Right at that moment, Fi Yin walked in. Disciple, I have brought you some spirit water. You should change the water. What caught her eye was Detran holding her underwear, looking completely bewildered, while Fi Yin blushed with embarrassment. The next second, she forcefully pushed his head down into the basin of water. This mischievous, lustful brat, Detran silently cried inside. It is over. Really over. I just started to develop some feelings. Snowflakes danced in the air. The northern wind blew fiercely. He lost a full 10 points. And in the end, Fi Yin chased him out, making him kneel before her. Detran tried to explain. Master, if I told you it was just out of curiosity that I did that, would you believe me? He speculated that with things reaching this point, he could only adjust his attitude. Hoping for his master's forgiveness, she sternly replied, do you think I would believe that? Fi Yin covered her face in despair. I did not expect you to be this kind of person. You have disappointed me greatly. Next time, I definitely won't forgive you. Detran sincerely nodded and promised. I will remember today's lesson deeply. I won't dare do it again. He secretly sighed in relief. Thankfully his master did not continue to scold him. But after causing this trouble, she probably would not go out with him anymore. She stepped outside and reminded. All right, it is getting late. We should head out early and return early. Hearing that, Detran instantly felt joyful. Yes, yes, yes. On the way out, he was very excited. He did not expect it would not affect his master's plans to go out. Later, when they reach Vin Dong City, he must perform well to make up for everything lost. Both of them sat on the giant spirit beast. Fi Yin commanded. Than Chi, continue flying north. Detran complimented. Master, I did not expect your spirit beast to be Than Lone. She shared a bit. This is the Than Lone I saved in the Red U Extreme Land 300 years ago. It was originally a pair. Unfortunately, the male was killed by an early-stage mutated beast, the Bakes. I killed the BX to avenge this female. From then on, it recognized me as its master and named it Than Chi. This information surprised him. A mutated beast at the early stage. Is it really that easy to kill? Among bird-type spirit beasts, Than Lone is on par with Zook, Tat Fuong, Kohoch, and Tam Tukimo, only slightly inferior to the Phoenix. In his past life, he had only heard of it but never seen it in person. If he had not met his master in this life, it would have been hard to have the chance to see it. If his master put all her effort into it, it seems no one in the entire Bahong could rival her. Right, thinking that, Tetron curiously asked, Master, can you defeat Tri Ki Yenez? Fi Yin explained. Trefsi Muem is the most fearsome beast of Bait Hong. Its power has reached the immortal realm. Unless all the experts from Biat Hong work together, they might stand a chance against it, or wait until I reach the immortal realm. Perhaps then I can fight it. He smiled slightly, recalling that in his previous life, he lost to Trixie Su Mef, which allowed Akit to set him up, but for now, Trefi Wemem is the #1 boss of Bahog, and seeking revenge still has a long way to go. Soon, Then landed on the ground. She gently stepped down to take in the surroundings. Right before Yin was the vast Vidi Then, excited as he was. Upon arriving, Titran shrank back from the cold. Master, wait for me a moment. I need to buy a warm coat. Don't worry. She emitted a bit of power to help him feel less cold. Although you have reached the late stage of foundation establishment, your physique is still a bit weak. When we get back, I will find you a body refining manual. Titran expressed his gratitude to his master, feeling very excited. It was truly miraculous. He felt warm immediately. Following behind Yin, Titran could not help but wonder. Master, with your current physique, you must not fear the cold or the heat anymore. Right? She confirmed that it was indeed the case. Even if she fell into lava, it would not matter. This made him sincerely acknowledge that this was truly a powerful cultivator, not only unaffected by heat or cold, but their body also remained untainted by worldly dust, and they could live for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. It is said that the higher the cultivation, the stronger the physique. Therefore, for high-level experts like his master, ordinary flying swords or magical artifacts could not even inflict the slightest harm. Titran's mind wandered. So, was it the same when doing that? Isn't that like tempered glass? Seeing this, Yin shouted. What are you laughing at? Don't tell me you are thinking about something inappropriate. Titran fearfully denied it. No disciple would dare. He quickly redirected. Master, let us go. There are a lot of people over there. I will lead you to experience the bustling human world. As they entered the busy street, the sounds of commerce filled the air. Freshly baked pastries here, delicious and fragrant. Customers, come take a look. High-quality herbs, mid-grade herbs. We have everything. Hot steamed buns, just out of the oven. She completely agreed. You are right. It has been too long since I descended to the mortal realm. Seeking the Tao to become an immortal requires a pure heart, free from distractions. But one should not be isolated from the world. The bustling human world is the best balm for the heart. With an unstable Tao heart, how can one talk about transcending the mundane? Suddenly, Titran came over with a bag of goodies. Master, I bought red bean cakes. You should try some. Yin gently tasted it. Although it had been a long time since she ate these mortal dishes, she was surprised that the flavor was just as she remembered. So you are surprised. Master used to eat red bean cake before. She mentioned that when I was a little girl, my father took me to the street of Phum Tran. Back then, I had a lot of snacks, but time waits for no one. 100 years ago, my father and mother passed away together. As the story went on, Titran sadly reminisced about the past. It turns out the master was just like me, having lost all her family too. The disciple has been without parents since childhood. Yin noticed the expression on his face and felt guilty. I'm sorry. I might have brought up some unhappy memories for you. Titran replied. It is okay. I have been used to being alone for a long time. She gently placed her hand on his head, saying that from now on, she would be his family. This act startled Titran. It was the first time someone had spoken such words to him. Besides Thu Tight, the system panel appeared, and the affinity increased by 5. As hurried footsteps approached, the two of them remained in a tender moment. Where did the dummy from Chithan come from? Amitabha, this must be the disciple of Thin Dim Kim Tung. Titran. Right, he immediately went into a defensive stance. It is me. What do you want to teach? Titran felt uncomfortable. These sneaky bastards are really sharp. Luckily the master is here. The other party then introduced themselves. Lum Thiech. I am Trithan from Thane MT. We have come because of the Vang Sign Father and that you recited. Not wanting to drag this out, he requested. So just tell me what you want. The rough nun spoke up. Lum Thiech. This Vang Sin Fidian is a unique skill of my brother Chithan. Moreover, it is a Buddhist secret technique. He continued. Although I do not know where Lem the Chi learned this skill, if it becomes known that an outsider has mastered our Buddhist techniques, it will be difficult for our sect to stand in the world. I hope you will come with us so that the abbot can use secret methods to erase the Vang Seinfat from your mind. Hearing this, Titran laughed. Are you joking with me? She suddenly got angry. You stole our Buddhist technique first, and now you act so arrogant. Who gave you the courage? He glanced at Yin and continued his argument. When did you see me stealing from you? Have I ever dealt with your Buddhist disciples to steal from them? Chithan affirmed confidently. Although you did not eliminate my Buddhist disciple, you did learn the Buddhist technique. The nun spoke again. Any item belonging to our sect, if you are not one of us, you absolutely cannot secretly learn. It turns out he had a plan. Observing carefully, this kid has extraordinary talent. No wonder he, just a sword cultivator, could learn the Viving Sin Fa Tien. Such talent is indeed rare. If we could recruit him to work for our Buddhist sect, what would be the harm in letting him cultivate this technique? Chithan politely suggested. Lum Thiech, I still have another solution. Would you be willing to listen? Titran wanted to know too. He said to tell him. Chithan got straight to the point. Master Lam, you can learn the Buddha's seal of rebirth, which proves you have a connection with the Buddha family with such excellent roots. If you have talent for Buddhist cultivation, then why be a sword cultivator? You might as well join my heavenly sound temple. I guarantee the abbot will take you as a direct disciple, with limitless dharma connections. But after hearing this, Fi Yan's gaze turned sharp with that unexpected request. He could not understand how this monk was deceived. Just a moment ago, he said he learned the secret skills in secret, and now he wants to poach right in front of his master. My brain certainly was not fooled. I had to take this opportunity to show my loyalty to my master. Then he shouted loudly, "Shut up. That is simply absurd. Since I stepped into the Heavenly Flame Sword Sect, I live as a Sword Sect member and die as a Ghost Sword member. How could I betray my sect? Especially now, my master has been so gracious to me. Even if the Buddha comes, I would not obey." Finally, she could smile in relief. This kid has a sweet tongue. At that moment, the system announced a 5-point increase in favorability. The hot-tempered sister immediately demanded it. "Damn it. You really do not know your place." Brother Chi-Than does not need to waste words on him. He sternly instructed all disciples, "Capture this person and bring him back to Heavenly Sound Temple for the abbot to handle." They received the order and surrounded Tetron. Now Fi Yan spoke up. "Everyone, remind them that our sword sect is not so easily bullied." Immediately, Fi Yan unleashed a surge of demonic energy that sent the group flying, then slammed them to the ground, causing one to spit out a mouthful of blood. "You got a bit too bold, a bunch of fools. Have you seen anything yet? My sword master is not so easily bullied." Chi-Than did not expect this. Who is this person? This level of cultivation is something even a spiritual transformation like me can't fully see through. No wonder this kid did not feel intimidated. It turns out he has a strong backing. After that attack, he finally noticed Fi Yan. "May I ask, this esteemed disciple, what is your name?" She emphasized each word. "I am Luzin Fi Yan of the Heavenly Flame Sword Sect." That name shocked Chi-Than. Heavenly Flame Sword. Immediately, he and the other monks knelt down to pay their respects. "So it is the leader. I have heard the name Siyu Nagyang for a long time." Chi-Than, a small monk, humbly bowed to the leader. She angrily shouted, "You all are truly bold, daring to steal my sect's disciples right in front of me." Then Fi Yan questioned, "Do you think that after my father's death, without a successor for the sword sect, we could be bullied by others?" He tried to explain. "Master Lun, you misunderstand. I only said that because I see Chen Su is superior to Master Lun. Absolutely no hostility towards the sword sect." She firmly denied. "I do not see it that way. If I were not here, you would have certainly captured my disciple and taken her to your Chianum temple. There is even a possibility of pressuring her to cultivate. After all, your Buddhist sect has done this many times already." Now, Chi-Than was sincere. "Master Lun, our Buddhist sect does not engage in such practices. Today was indeed a misunderstanding. I hope you, can be magnanimous and not hold it against this little monk." "Good. Good. Only now do you understand the reason." Unexpectedly, this kid is a disciple of Master Lun. No wonder he looks down on our techniques. Not wanting to waste more time, Fi Yan issued an order. "Our Master 1T make things difficult for you. You just said you would take my disciple to Chinam Temple and keep her there for 3 days of reflection. And then this nun. You should come back with our master to the sword sect for 3 days at Tin Tu Nai." Hearing this, Than Chi immediately swooped down. The nun screamed as she was taken away. Chi-Than senior brother. He looked up, frozen in place. She then stated, 3 days later, "I will bring this nun to Chianam Temple and talk to your abbot. It has been a long time since I ensured anything with anyone, and at that time, I want to teach your abbot a few things." Now, Than Chi was soaring in the sky, and the nun was completely under control, lying helplessly beneath its foot. Tetron had a question. "Master, will this lead to a great war between the two sects?" But Fi Yan denied. "No. Those monks know very well that Chianam Temple is not a match for our sword sect." Hearing this, he could breathe a sigh of relief. If my actions lead to a great war between the two sects, I would become a great sinner. She suddenly remembered something. "By the way, why did you learn the ultimate techniques of the Buddhist sect? Could it be that you truly want to convert to their side?" Afraid Fi Yan would misunderstand, Tetron hurriedly explained, "Master, you misunderstood. Here's how it is. That day, I saw 2 skeletons in a cave. One skeleton belonged to a sword cultivator, and the other to a Buddhist cultivator. I thought those must be the remains of seniors, so I bowed to them 3 times. Unexpectedly, a Buddhist sutra fell down suddenly. If that is the case, has her worry lessened a bit? It seems this is your fortunate encounter." "I misunderstood. Learning another spiritual skill for self-defense is good too. That way when I am not around, you won't be afraid of being bullied anymore." After that, Fi Yan used her magic to take out a book, and he held it in his hand in confusion. "Master, she said this is the reward you received for winning against me earlier. Although you used that trick to win, I said I would do it." The system provides information on legendary techniques and floral transformation. During combat, each skill cast creates a layer of chi force. Each layer of chi force increases 2 points of attack power and 2 points of defense, stacking up to a maximum of 10 layers, transforming chi force into sword intent. Consuming one layer of Chi Force can activate an effect. Each layer of Chi Force deals at least 200 points of basic skill damage, with legendary and fatal origin realms increasing innate charm by 1 point, and a storage space of 1000 slots. Tron felt relieved, thinking he had used a despicable trick to gain great benefits from his master, who would surely be angry and might not even give him rewards anymore. Unexpectedly, the reward still came, and there were even 2 of them. It seems the master still cares about me a lot. Vancha flew through the clouds and then soared up to the high moon. Right now, Fi Yen and you are walking on a bridge, and she confides that after traveling to the mortal realm with you, she has truly gained some insights. I am preparing to go into seclusion for a while, and during this time, you should organize things well. Tron wondered, so how long will you be in seclusion? Fi Yen did not respond, which hurt him a bit. Are you just gonna leave me like this? Then she turned to reassure him. Don't worry, I have a feeling this will only be a short seclusion, maybe half a month at the quickest, or 2 months at the longest before I come out. Tron felt happy because of this. Then master, hurry and go into seclusion. No need to worry about me anymore. Long Su was secretly delighted, thinking he would have to wait for years, but just 2 months is bearable. Before leaving, Fi Yin promised. Alright, this time in Vi Then, you treated me to a lot of delicious food, so when I come out of seclusion, I will make some tasty dishes for you to taste. Suddenly, Tron recalled the scene of being beaten up by her quite miserably, so he messaged, Master, you can relax and go into seclusion. Really no need to work hard for me. At this time, at a certain tavern, the public auction of common medicinal herbs officially opened, with countless rare treasures. We sincerely invite all esteemed guests to join the auction. Whether you participate or not, there are attractive gifts. Tron and Lek Di stood on a high floor observing the crowd below. He had a plan. While his master was in seclusion, it was the perfect time to sell the moon treasures he had stolen from the Bloodshed Guild last time to earn some money. She was a bit confused. Master Lam, can these weapons really be auctioned? Tron assured her to rest easy. Immediately, the items were brought out, and the first auction item today was a spirit-grade sealing spear. This spear has superior attributes in the spirit-grade category. Purchased by our auction house from a master, the starting price is 200 spirit stones. Before long, the guests were bidding 220 spirit stones, 225 spirit stones, 230 spirit stones. A subordinate from the Bloodshed Guild reported, Boss, Tron is really selling the equipment we stole to the auction house. The assassin Cam Get ordered to investigate the background of this auction house owner, daring to go against our Bloodshed Guild to see if he could handle the consequences. From his high vantage point, he could not help but feel pleased. They could never guess that this shop belongs to me. The hunter immediately bid 500 spirit stones, and Zichen wanted to tease him, so he raised it to 599 spirit stones. The hunter looked up and saw the person he despised getting angrier. Zichen, you are here too, so he bid higher at 600 spirit stones, excitedly competing with 699 spirit stones. The hunter was determined not to lose. 700 spirit stones, with a plan to play dirty, waiting for him to shout 799 before he would stop bidding. Isn't Zichen very good? Then he spent 799 spirit stones to buy a spirit weapon and made a fool of himself. To his surprise, Zichen clapped happily, congratulating President Li for successfully trading at 700 spirit stones. The hunter was left confused. No way. Aren't they bidding anymore? It was only later that he realized. You bastard, Zichen dared to set me up. Not to mention, you even used a teasing tone. Don't be so uncivilized. We are bidding on something civilized here. Lefadi remarked from the side. Master Lam is really skilled. Zichen laughed with delight. Truly foolish, he secretly scorned. You want to drag me into this? You are still too inexperienced. Suddenly, Lefty brought up love affairs. Oh right. Master Lam, in real life, you must have had quite a few women pursuing you. Right? Have you ever liked someone? Zichen was caught off guard by the sudden question. Stammering a bit, not yet. He pondered a question in his mind. Why did President Zhang suddenly ask this? Then Zichen revealed. Actually, a long time ago I liked a girl, but she and my best friend deceived me, leading me to be tricked quite miserably. Lefadi was a bit surprised. How could that be? Now he did not care about it anymore. Thankfully it was all in the past. She was very willing to suggest, if you want. Can you tell me about it? Lefadi maintained her posture waiting for an answer. Seeing no response for a while, she felt guilty. Really sorry for bringing up your unhappy memories. But Zichen did not care much. It was all in the past. People should look forward. Without those events, I might still be lost in romantic feelings, and would not have the enlightenment to strive for my career. In truth, he did have some feelings. The enlightenment about his career would not exist. If he told Jiang Lefty that T-Kit and Aki not only harmed him but also wanted to eliminate him, he did not know what she would think, but it did not matter what others thought. Once heaven had given him a chance to live again, he had to seize this opportunity to live a brilliant life, making them pay in blood for their debts. Breaking off his train of thought, Zichen took a big gulp of wine, then stood up. President Zhang, I will take my leave now. I will only take 3 parts of the money earned from the auction. The rest you all can share. Luffy expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Master Lamb. Now she understands. She never expected that Master Lamb had such a painful past. No wonder every time I tried to probe, he said he did not want a date for now. Even so, when recalling the past, Tron still felt restless, mentioning unpleasant things, getting more and more frustrated. It has been a while since I trained. I might as well go out and exercise a bit. He returned to the modern world pretending to jog. Tron recognized his own progress. After several days of persistent training, his physical condition seemed to have really improved. In the past, running just 1 or 2 kilometers would exhaust him, but now he can easily run several kilometers without any problem. The sound of an argument can be heard somewhere. What kind of rundown university is this? What right do they have to expel my daughter? They claim my daughter has inappropriate behavior. Isn't it just that she hangs out with a few boyfriends? Rundown university like that is not worth attending anyway. There are countless rich young men pursuing my daughter. That is why it caught your attention. Is that the voice of Akit's mother? That woman over there is dragging her daughter. Taiyu Keat. Let us call some of your rich boyfriends to drive you around in their supercars in front of their school for your mom. My daughter must marry a prince of the human race in the future. Tron silently assessed that such absurd words could only be said by Keat's parents. From what he remembers, her parents were very pragmatic. Not just once did they criticize him for being poor. They often mocked and made things difficult for him. But why did she get expelled? As far as I remember, in the previous life, Keat was very well liked at school. Even the student council president pursued her. Her mother started scolding again. Taiyu Keat, hurry up and call your rich boyfriend over. Someone with money surely has connections. A lot of people asked around. Transferring to another university is still doable. Keat can only cry in despair. Mom, can you stop yelling? Those guys have all broken up with her. Now both her dad and mom are furious. What? She broke up with me. I have told you so many times. When looking for a boyfriend, just choose the richest one. That is all you need. Who told you to keep entangling yourself? Raising a bunch of backups for what? Kid expressed her thoughts, wondering why the rich young masters who used to surround her have all vanished. And some families have even gone bankrupt. In their circle, everyone says you are a jinx, so they all avoid you. No matter how hard you try to reach out, they do not pay you any mind. Hearing this, Tron was curious. What is going on? Could it be that Kid offended someone? Although he does not know who is targeting her, it would be great if someone took action against her. It is best to let Kid suffer like this. You just keep running by like a stranger, bothering her way. But her gaze lightly collided with Tron's. He glanced at them and assured, once I get stronger, it will be my turn for revenge. Someone's phone is ringing. The other person on the line announces, Miss, the matter you mentioned has been handled, and Kid has been expelled. The woman replied, I know. Now, Tron is heading to the boxing gym. Lam saw him and asked, back already? How's it going? How do you feel now? Tron replied, pretty good. After all, thanks to a great coach like you pushing me. That is right. Have you heard? Kid got expelled. I just saw her at the school gate. Do you know who Kid offended? Why did she suddenly get expelled? Suddenly, Tron realized. Wait, could it be her? Did she ask her parents to act? But Lam subtly denied it. What you said makes sense. Had I known this earlier, I would have asked my parents to get her expelled. If you had such a good idea, why did not you say it earlier? Letting others take action first. What a shame. Tron felt helpless with this person. Are you blaming me? Let us set this aside. Lam demanded. Today is a good day. Come here and practice with me for a bit. But you refused. No way. Tron's gaze turned suspicious. Is this girl planning to use me as a punching bag? So he turned towards the door. I need to get ready to shower and sleep. Before he could step out, he was pulled back. She grabbed Tron like a punching bag. Stop talking so much. Get over here. I will just hit you lightly. Just a little. I want to hit hard. He shouted in panic. Wait, in the end, I have to painfully accept the truth. There is no escaping today. Before the match, Tron reminded. Alright, just go easy. But as soon as he finished speaking, he got punched in the face and fell to the floor in pain. At that moment, Lam realized her excessive action and rushed over to check. Tron indignantly questioned. Didn't you say you would go easy? Lam apologized. Are you okay? Little lamb. I'm sorry. I really did not use much strength. Alright, let me be a bit gentler. Tron's cries of pain echoed outside. Still hurting. Can't you be any gentler? She admitted her fault. Who told me to be too happy and not pay attention to the force? It is my fault. All my fault. Is that enough? Tron easily bounced back up. It still hurts a lot. Hurry up and finish this, Lam assured. I will try to finish quickly. Just hang in there a little longer. Half an hour later, Tron looked like a stone statue. Meanwhile, she was still quite cheerful. Little lamb, your performance tonight was not bad. Go take a shower. You can go first. Then Tron slowly sat up, looking at her like a soulless corpse. What is life even about? Tron forcefully opened the door and left. Just finished showering and immediately lay down on the bed, feeling like his bones were about to shatter. Seriously, Where did that crazy woman get all her strength? He was so obsessed that thinking about her hand touching him was terrifying. At that moment, someone's slender hand was groping Tutron's thigh. Because of that, he got stimulated. A little higher, Tutron suddenly opened his eyes wide. He panicked and sat up. Right in front of him was Lam groping his body. She stared silently without saying a word. Tutron began to feel confused. No way. I already satisfied this crazy woman's fists. Do I have to satisfy her needs too? Suddenly, Lam crawled closer, making him even more scared. What are you doing? He wondered if he could still keep his innocence. Tutron noticed a strange scent. What is that? Instinctively, he picked up the jumping thing to see if she had applied medicine to his thigh. She had a tube of medicine while feeling guilty. Didn't I just go a bit too hard earlier? Tutron silently assessed. You know you are too rough, so Tutron comfortably lay back down. Alright, let us keep going. The way Lam applies the medicine makes you grit your teeth. That crazy old lady. Her technique is not bad. Those tiny fingers slowly glide over Tutron's skin. Just when everything was calm, you opened your eyes. Then, you panicked as you looked down at the swelling sweet potato under your pants. It seemed like his mouth was about to explode. Finally, Tutron could not hold back and shoved it into her mouth. Immediately, Lam slapped him across the face, then spat out the filthy thing in her mouth. Annoyed, she ran off, lamenty, putting all her energy into this. No wonder someone as weak as you would act this way. If this keeps up, I will just leave you be. Tutron could only helplessly sigh. Once his mind was clear, he stepped back into the system. Ahead, the crowd was very lively, and Tutron focused on reading the notice board. Inside, it stated that today's mission was the birthday of Siwang Nek, a member of the time-long royal family. Don't forget what the master instructed. Go pay your respects to him. Right now, this area is still crowded with people. In a formal room, a clear voice rang out. The leader of the Chi-Viam martial sect, all the disciples and the elder present, brought a black gem to pay respects. Master Chi-Vin of Thingyam Temple brought his disciple with 5 body seeds to pay respects. The Grand Elder of the CCTU Dao sect, Avidi the, brought his disciple Trive Sung with 5 9-section spiritual herbs to pay respects. The Grand Elder of the Lum Time Fop sect, Sufiyan, brought his disciple Inku Thai with 5 Earth Grade Bun Kung Ling Dan to pay respects. Those mentioned then stood up to pay their respects. The younger sister of Ding Yem was delighted. Sister, today is really lively. Seeing this, she was happy too. Aren't you the one who loves excitement? Today is fun. Right? The girl leaned into Ving Yam's ear and whispered. Sister, I have a secret to tell you. Yesterday when I went to the Queen's chambers, I heard her talking to the Empress Dowager, saying today's birthday celebration is to wish father a happy birthday and for you to choose a suitor. Xingyum immediately covered the girl's mouth. You are talking nonsense. I did not hear anything, but the girl insisted it was true. The Empress Dowager agreed too. She said to help keep an eye on father. I heard there will be more activities too. Just then, an announcement rang out. The direct disciple of the headmaster of Thin Din Kim sect, Tutron, brought a jade brick to pay respects. The room buzzed because of this. Thin Din Kim sect, the direct disciple of the headmaster. The headmaster of Thin Din Kim sect is Lun Fi Yan, the strongest expert in Mich Shu, with peak martial cultivation. Is this her direct disciple? He radiated an extraordinary aura, politely bowing and greeting the emperor. Tutrana representing Thin Din Kim sect to celebrate the emperor's longevity, wishing him many more years. Ingam saw him and was overjoyed. There is young Master Lam. Seeing Tutron, the emperor immediately stood up. No need for formalities. No need for formalities. I am already very pleased that Thin Din Kim sect can send someone here. You told me that the tutor is currently in seclusion, contemplating the heavenly path, and can't attend the celebration, so she specially sent a deity here, hoping that the honorable Setru won't hold it against her. Yet, the emperor laughed. It is fine. It is fine. Master Luna's seclusion is a significant matter. Sending her only disciple here shows the utmost respect for me. Seeing Ni, he cheerfully announced. Especially since you saved my daughter at the beginning. Niksh, will always remember this kindness. Then, he said softly, Lum Thigu Heap, please take a seat. Since seeing Tron, Izingim's cheeks have always been flushed. Hearing Hunga Niki's order, he politely sat down. The servants began bringing in delicious food. This surprised Tron a bit. The drool was flowing because of it. This dish is really something. He could not help but dive in and munch away. It is so delicious. The people around judged. Look at his eating style, and he is a disciple of Master Lun too. How embarrassing. Exactly. This is a banquet. He does not even understand a bit of etiquette. Sitting next to this guy is so unfortunate. Meanwhile, Tutron enjoyed himself, ignoring the crowd. All the food at this banquet was a treasure. The royal family is truly generous. Everything here is a heavenly treasure, a great supplement. Then he announced, thank you all for attending my birthday banquet, and I also appreciate the gifts from the clans. With give and take, please. Everyone move. Today, I have also prepared a gift for the young ones. After feasting heartily, he let out a loud burp. At this moment, outside the city, people were still bustling about. Soldiers stood in formation. guarding the gate. The crowd there was paying attention to some event. Nini stood here introducing. This place is the most important secret of the time-long royal family. The Tingkin Sexy inside contains all the secret techniques of the time-long royal family. All disciples from your clans can enter, and then the inner court will grant you a type of technique. But the kind of technique you can receive will depend on your luck. Gentlemen of wisdom, please come in. A man eagerly volunteered. Let me go first. He had a proud expression. Soon after, a notice appeared, congratulating the player from the Feng Fi room for receiving a spirit-level martial art. Seeing this, the people around discussed. Seems like this old fellow's luck is not very good. Huh. Right, only drawing a spirit-level martial technique. What a waste of this opportunity. Another fair-skinned man volunteered. Let me go next. The notice appeared again, congratulating the player. Thanjin Driism for receiving the Xuan level mental technique. Ziyiv. Immediately, the crowd started buzzing. I am next. I will line up as well. The notices kept appearing. Congratulations to the player trying Fion for receiving the spirit level martial technique. Quan Zia Thut. Congratulations to the player Tu Meng for receiving the earth level spirit technique. Choi Bovu Lin. Congratulations to player Vegament Phi for receiving the legendary martial art Feng Fai. With such disappointing results, they began to speculate. The items drawn that are not spirit level are still legendary, and there are very few earth level ones. It is hard to say if there are any heaven level ones. It is possible that Suna Asia has left the game. Though, items like heaven level ones are treasures that any sect would cherish and hide. Who would just give them away? It makes sense that the Qianlong royal family would not be so generous with us. Indeed, Nini had already planned this. Heaven level treasures do exist, but I have placed them deep within, making the chances of drawing them extremely low. After you all finish drawing, I will personally step in. This way, I can prove that the Longwang family is generous and perfectly shut the mouths of the world. With one shot, the Zizintron has been observing for a long time without any movement. You have quietly guessed that the more you draw now, the greater the chances of getting a yellow skin later. Let us see how it goes. Now he finally pays attention to Zitron. No wonder he is a disciple of Master Lan, so calm and patient. Unninistek stepped forward and reminded, young hero Lith, it is down to you now. Finally, Zitron made his move. Alright, then I will try my luck too. Zingyum excitedly cheered. Go for it. Young hero Lith, he stood before the grand door. After a moment, the system displayed a notification to the entire server. Player Ztron has received the first secret technique of body movement in Bat Home. Within 7 days, any player who defeats Ztron will receive this secret technique every other day. The actual location will be announced in the game hall, with 59 minutes and 59 seconds until the announcement. Those around were surprised. There really was someone who drew a heaven-level body technique. This is absolute hacking. In a moment of fortune, the system displayed the message, 59 minutes and 48 seconds. Heaven-level body technique. Human blood ring effect with a passive dodge increase of 15%. Speed increase of 20%. Active effect burns 20% of health. Forcibly teleports to a random location 100 miles away. And after teleporting, will enter a weakened state for 3 days. Weakened state. All combat stats reduced by 30%. Even he did not expect it. Luck had played a role, and he unexpectedly earned a heaven-level body technique. Indeed a good way to escape fate. Unfortunately, he can only learn it after 7 dangerous days. Z-Sun turned and left this place. At that moment, the system specially reminded that player Ziton Tronton cannot enter cities or sects while holding the treasure. After an hour, you will be forced out of the city, and the system will automatically announce your location. After reading the information, he sighed. Even a random heaven-level body technique is worth a fortune. Things are not peaceful now. Luffy D called in with a worried voice. Master Lam, I have received news. Many players and guilds are preparing to kill you and take the treasure. Come to my place. With the Moon Shadow Guild here, those guys probably won't dare to make a move against you. Accordingly, Zichen deduced that he remembered the first person to obtain a heavenly grade treasure in his past life as the president of a major guild in Moonflower Continent.